Igui had awakened as a very rare 16S tier elemental mage. Yet my classmates mocked me as a fool with mere appearances. Even the principal, who had always seen potential in me, was disappointed. The reason was simple: the skills of an elemental mage seemed no different from those of a common mage. This caused me, with my exceptional talents, to become the laughingstock of the entire school. However, what they didn't know was that I had also awakened a talent that could dramatically enhance any profession, increasing its power 100-fold. Each level up would grant me a chance to amplify any skill by 100 times. As someone with an IQ of 466, I knew the terror of this talent. Facing everyone's sneers, I simply chuckled coldly, thinking, "You will see whether the elemental mage is the little brother or the father." At that moment I had just stepped off the transformation array. When I heard the cheers of my classmates, it turned out that my arch-rival Zhang Wu now had transitioned into a high-level combat profession. A magic swordsman, which gave him more arrogance. He walked up to me with hands in his pockets. Mockingly said, "Gui, see that? This is the difference between us. Now you can leave like a scared turtle." Seeing his disgusting demeanor, I chose to ignore him entirely. At the same time, a beam of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping a stunningly beautiful girl. It was the school beauty Jiang Ling, awakening as a rare special support profession, goddess of light. This scene made the principal barely contain his excitement. Before this, most students had awakened to mundane vocational professions. But Jiang Ling's special support role could significantly boost the school's reputation, not only preserving our national ranking but also pushing it higher. Principal Jiang Ninghai's face bloomed with joy, yet he felt slightly disappointed as he approached me. His most proud student who had awakened a profession even he was unfamiliar with. Although my own celestial phenomenon was even more significant than Jiang Ling's, he was expectant yet apprehensive about me. "Gui, what exactly is this elemental mage profession? Can you demonstrate some of its skills? A phenomenon that could change the color of the sky is something I've never seen before in my life." They were all looking forward to how powerful this profession could truly be. I nodded politely. But to demonstrate the skills, I first had to see what I could actually cast. I was also curious about the specialties of the elemental mage profession. My name: Gui. Profession: rare, 16S tier elemental mage. Level: 1 strength, 10 spirit, 20 agility, 10 constitution, 10. Special trait 1, free learning of all elemental magics including wind, fire, lightning, water, light and darkness. Special trait 2, all elemental damage increased by 200%. Special trait 3, all elemental skill casting times reduced by 50%. Equipment: novice magic sword staff. Skill talent: hundredfold amplification. Each level up grants an opportunity to amplify any skill 100 times. Current skill available for use: Fireball, a basic 1-star. It consumes 2 spirit points and after chanting for 2 seconds summons a small fireball to attack the target, dealing fire elemental damage. The damage and attack range depend on the upper limit of spiritual power. Looking at my own stats panel, I silently affirmed that the elemental mage was indeed more powerful than I had imagined. Common mages' attacks were limited to their own proficient elements, which could be extremely uncomfortable when encountering monsters with high resistance. But an elemental mage could learn all elemental skills, which literally tramples other mages underfoot, not to mention the inherent 200% damage boost. As for the existing skills, there was only one fireball, which was comparable to other professions' basic attack methods. I picked up the magic staff, muttering words under my breath. A small fireball quickly condensed in front of me. With a wave of my hand, the fireball flew straight out, striking the wall. Principal Jiang Ninghai's face instantly showed more disappointment, because this skill looked no different from a regular fire mage's, a typical slow release, low damage fireball. He then asked again, "Gui, does this profession have any special aspects?" I pondered for a moment. If I wanted to get into a top university, I would inevitably need to tap into the school's resources over the next month. Showing some potential was not only appropriate but also beneficial for myself. According to my traits, I could freely learn all elemental magics. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ninghai's expression brightened significantly. That's more like it. The celestial phenomena alone during the awakening had made it clear that Gui's profession was no ordinary one. He had the ability to freely learn all element magic. Just from this alone, it was evident that his profession had potential far surpassing that of other mages. With this unique trait, your future achievements will be no less than any mage. However, you also know that the advantage of A mage becomes a parent only after learning high-level forbidden spells, and their performance in the early stages often falls short compared to other professions. But rest assured, I Jiangninghai will not let any student with potential go unnoticed, and I will do my utmost to secure you additional opportunities to enter instances, Jiangninghai assured, thumping his chest. Thank you, Principal. I will do my best, Gui said, bowing in gratitude, yet his mind was already racing with anticipation about his innate skills. He wondered what effect amplifying a fireball spell 100-fold would have. Weak in the early stages as a mage, sorry, but I think I am strong. Early, mid, and even stronger when I learn the forbidden spells. If getting into university was previously seen as a success, now Gui was more eager to see if he could top the national exams this year with his talents and hidden profession. The job transfer ceremony concluded. The professions other students awakened to were not much different from previous years. Jiang Ninghai returned to the podium announcing the news everyone was anticipating. Congratulations on graduating from Qinghai First Middle School. Starting tomorrow, the school will open a novice instance for those in combat professions to level up. Those in non-combat professions need not worry. We have assigned teachers to train you as well. With less than a month to the college entrance exams, I hope you all put in your best effort to get into the universities of your choice. Dismissed, eager to test out the effects of his amplified fireball spell, Gui hurried ahead of the crowd. You're amazing, Gui, with a hidden profession, and even luckier than me. Zhongling followed, her eyes sparkling like those of an adoring fan. Your hidden profession is alright, but it's your goddess of light that's really in demand for instances. They complemented each other all the way to the school gates. Zhang Feng was standing in front of a luxury car looking around. Dad, Uncle Jiang, seeing no sign of defeat on them, Zhang Feng felt relieved. The professions you two have awakened to aren't bad. Dad, let me tell you, Gui has awakened a hidden profession, and it was a big deal. Even the sky was flashing like light bulbs. Oh, Gui, what profession have you awakened? Zhang Feng turned to Gui, his pupils dilating slightly, taking a long moment to recover. An elemental mage, Gui replied. Uncle Jiang, are you alright? Gui asked with concern. It's nothing, Zhang Feng waved it off. I just had a sudden headache. Let's get in the car, I'll drive you home first. Uncle, I'm home. Gui pushed open the door, finding the house eerily quiet. Could he be out of town again, he wondered. In recent days, his uncle had been mysteriously absent, but as a mid-level swordsman he was fully capable of taking care of himself within Qinghai City. First time to enhance his skills, Gui rushed into his room and shut the door. Trembling fingers tapped on the summoning panel, selecting the fireball spell. Ding. Would you like to use one of your 100-fold enhancement opportunities to enhance the skill fireball? Yes. A flash of light and the count 400-fold enhancement reset to 0. 2 new messages popped up before Gui's eyes. Ding. Skill enhancement successful. Skill, fireball, common 1 star, enhanced to forbidden spell, apocalypse fire rain, epic 1 star. Gui's breath hitched. A forbidden spell? It was actually a forbidden spell. He had initially thought that the 100-fold enhancement would just increase the damage of his fireball spell, allowing him to overcome the early stages where his output was insufficient, but he never imagined that it would elevate the skill to the level of a forbidden spell. It is well known that in the mage class, forbidden spells could only be learned upon advancing to higher ranks, and each of these spells had the power to effortlessly obliterate a city. After a brief moment of joy, Gui's expression darkened. Forbidden spells were high-tier mage skills, demanding an enormous toll on mental strength. Surely he couldn't have enhanced his only usable skill into oblivion. With trepidation, Gui opened his skill panel. Forbidden spell. Apocalypse fire rain consumes 2 mental points chance for 2 seconds. And summons a sky-covering rain of fire, dealing massive fire elemental damage. The specific damage and range depend on the upper limit of mental strength. There was no change. The consumption of mental strength enchanting time remained the same after the fireball spell was enhanced to a forbidden spell. The skill was definitely on a forbidden spell panel. Gui felt an indescribable thrill. This meant that he could unleash a forbidden spell with the expenditure of a regular skill. Although in the early stages, due to his limited mental strength, the coverage and attack power might not reach the level of a high-tier mage's city-destroying capacity, the fact that he could cast it was incredible. As long as his mental strength didn't run out, he could cast a forbidden spell every second. He was literally a walking artillery. Who could withstand that? Even the demons of the abyss would have to kneel before him. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his skills indiscriminately within the city. Otherwise, Gui would have loved to rush out and see the actual effect of his new ability. The next day Gui packed up his things and headed straight for school. Today was the day the beginner's dungeon opened. With the National College entrance exam approaching, every opportunity to enter the dungeon was precious. Missing it would truly be a lifelong regret. The entrance to the beginner's dungeon was located on the hill behind Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. By the time Gui arrived, many people had already gathered there, clearly not wanting to miss the opening time of the dungeon. "You finally arrived." Jiang Ling came over and greeted with a light tap. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a delicately crafted small box, placing it in Gui's hands. "This is something my dad specifically asked me to bring to you last night," she said. He was quite reluctant to part with it. "I practically had to pry it from his hands." Gui opened the box and inside lay an exquisitely crafted dragon pattern badge. Jiang Ling leaned over curiously as well. The badge was labeled Sorcerer's Badge, Special Equipment, with attributes: Spirit plus 100-inch effect, recovers 1% of maximum spirit power every 10 seconds. Note: salute to the brave heroes fighting against the abyss. Each of you is a deity of the great Xia. Both were stunned, exchanging glances before exclaiming in unison, "Sorcerer's Badge?" They had only seen such items in textbooks awarded to high-ranking sorcerers who had distinguished themselves in battle. There were also other badges like the Sword God Badge, Shepherd God Badge, and more. They never expected to see a real one today. Gui was somewhat puzzled. If he remembered correctly, Uncle Zhang's profession seemed to be more supportive in nature. It would have made more sense for him to have the Shepherd God Badge, but now was not the time to worry about such details. The 100-point spirit boost from the Sorcerer's Badge was practically a divine artifact for him at this point. It would not only increase his damage but also expand the range of his skills. With this additional 100 points of spirit, he could cast forbidden magic spells 60 times without needing any supplies. Not to mention, the badge also had the extra effect of recovering 1% of spirit power every 10 seconds. Gui joyfully pinned the badge to his chest. "Please thank Uncle Jiang for me. This item is incredibly useful for me." Jiang Ling stared intently at the gleaming badge on Gui's chest, her eyes filled with unspeakable envy. "Dad really giving such a great item and none for me?" But she knew all too well that compared to herself, who was still decked in beginner's gear, Gui needed this badge more to enhance his strength. After a while, Jiang Ninghai, accompanied by many teachers, came over. While other teachers were busy lifting the seals on the dungeon, Jiang Ninghai approached Gui and Jiang Ling. "You two, come with me. I have something important to discuss," he said. "Given your professions, you're both aiming for Kyoto University, right?" Gui and Jiang Ling looked at each other and nodded. One a rare support class, the other a hidden class elemental sorcerer. It would be odd if they weren't planning to attend this top institution of Xia. "I've called you two here because there's news you need to know. In 10 days, Qinghai City will open a special dungeon designed to help those capable of entering top universities to sprint their levels. It will be filled with monsters ranging from level 10 to 20. The overall admission rates have been low these past 2 years, so a considerable effort is being made to improve this year. However, this dungeon isn't just open to anyone. You must be at least level 10. Jiang Ninghai looked at Gui with some concern. Jiang Ling has her family's help. Aside from the novice copies provided by the school, she should have other means to assist her leveling. But Gui, it's different for you. If you want to enter the special copy at the first opportunity, you must push the progress of the novice copy as deep as possible with your teammates within these 10 days. Jiang Ling quickly raised her hand and said, "Principal, I can team up with Gui alone. A 2-person team can also gain more experience." Jiang Ninghai nodded. "That's another reason why I called you two here. The initial skill of the Goddess of Light can increase the damage of teammates by 20%. Teaming up to advance through the copy is the best way I can think of." Unexpectedly faced with Jiang Ninghai's proposal, Gui shook his head. "Principal, I remember last year a pair of brothers also advanced together in the copy, and it seems they only reached level 9 within 10 days. Indeed, that can happen," sighed Jiang Ninghai. "But advancing with the assistance of the Goddess of Light in a duo is the fastest method I can think of." "There is another way." Gui looked at Jiang Ling apologetically, then said with a resolute gaze, "Soloing." "No." Jiang Ninghai quickly waved his hand to veto. He hadn't overlooked this tactic, but the mage class simply didn't have the ability to solo any copies in the early stages. "Gui, now is not the time to show off. Your class advantage lies in the later stages. Just listen to me. Besides, Jiang Ling is also willing to team up with you, right?" "Yeah, Gui, it's safer for 2 people together. Don't you want to team up with me?" Jiang Ling's hand had unconsciously pinched Gui's waist. As long as he nodded, she would not hesitate to twist it. "That's not what I meant." Gui smiled and took Jiang Ling's hand off. "I just want to try it out. If it works, the probability of reaching level 10 will also be greater. Zhang Ninghai was quite helpless. Gu Yi's determined gaze made him realize that this young man had set his heart on soloing. Perhaps awakening a hidden class had made Gu Yi's mentality somewhat unstable. However, soloing once wasn't without benefits. A bit of setback could temper Gu Yi's mentality, allowing him to go further in the future. As for the loss of the first day's copy experience, he thought of other ways to compensate him. Alright, since you insist, I won't stop you, but you must promise me if you encounter danger. Exit the copy at the first opportunity. Gu Yi nodded. Don't worry, Principal, I know what I'm doing. On the way back, Zhang Ling also came back to her senses. The experience of playing from childhood told her that Gu Yi was not one to act rashly. Be honest, have you hidden some kind of trump card, or is your class not as weak as it seems in the early stages? Gu Yi smiled mysteriously. This also set Zhang Ling's mind at ease. If he really could solo, it would undoubtedly be the fastest way for Gu Yi to level up. At the vortex-like entrance of the copy, everyone had already begun to organize their respective teams. Zhang Ling's Goddess of Light was a rare support. The moment she proposed teaming up to grind the copy, she attracted a large number of team recruitments. Even some fully staffed teams were considering kicking a member out to make room for Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling, I knew you would figure it out. Zhang Yuxian approached her annoyingly like a persistent fly. I've always said that Gu Yi isn't worthy of you. Even though he awakened some unheard of hidden profession, he's still useless with no damage output. But I'm different. I'm not only a high-level magic swordsman, but I also have a whole set of beginner equipment. Zhang Ling, however, seemed to have activated her ignore mode, not responding to a single word from Zhang Yuxian. The only change was the increasing disgust on her face. Zhang Yuxian always made an effort to show off in front of her and took every opportunity to belittle Gu Yi, as if he couldn't talk without mentioning Gu Yi. Zhang Ling, team up with me. With your Divine Light Priestess support, we can sweep through the beginner dungeons together, he said, his eyes filled with anticipation. But in the midst of his hopeful gaze, Zhang Ling accepted an invitation from an all-girls team and vanished in a flash of white light, completely ignoring him and opting to join another team to enter the dungeon. Zhang Yuxuan's face turned as constipated as his mood, his eyes flashing with a hint of malevolence. He cursed inwardly, acting all high and mighty just because of her looks. Just then Gu Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Despite the playful banter between him and Jiang Ling, she never treated strangers kindly. In Gu Yi's view, Zhang Yuxian was just making a fool of himself. Moreover, anyone who spoke ill of Gu Yi from childhood was promptly sentenced to death by Jiang Ling. As Zhang Yuxian fumed from the rejection, he heard the laughter and immediately turned to shout at Gu Yi, what the hell are you laughing at? Sorry, I didn't mean to, it just slipped out, Gu Yi responded. You're definitely doing it on purpose, Zhang Yuxian snapped back. Just say my name once, I'm not deaf. What right do you have to laugh at me? Zhang Ling is just not teaming up with me temporarily, but she has completely ditched you. Gu Yi scratched his head. You're mistaken, I chose to go solo for a bit. A weak mage like you going solo in a beginner dungeon? Zhang Yuxian laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke, doubling over with laughter. Gu Yi, a man should be honest. If you're despised, just admit it, we'll only laugh a bit. Gu Yi scratched his head again. Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? Forget it, believe it or not. Just as Gu Yi was about to turn his head and enter the dungeon, Zhang Yuxuan's voice came from behind. Gu Yi, since you said you're going to solo the dungeon, dare you compete with me to see who can last longer in there? In Zhang Yuxuan's eyes, Gu Yi was merely making excuses to save face. If that was the case, he might as well push him into a corner where he couldn't back down. After all, wearing only novice gear, he wouldn't lose much by soloing once, but it would make Gu Yi waste today's dungeon entry for nothing. Gu Yi, without turning his head, waved his hand dismissively, not interested. Seeing that Gu Yi wasn't taking the bait, Zhang Yuxian gritted his teeth, took a deep breath and pulled out a ring glowing with blue light. It was his highest grade equipment from head to toe, but to make Gu Yi embarrass himself in public, this risk was worth taking. At worst, it could slow down Gu Yi's leveling progress. Gu Yi, no matter how you do it, if you beat me, this ring is yours. Gu Yi only had a novice staff that came with his job change. Zhang Yuxian believed he couldn't resist the temptation of such high-level gear. Even if it meant running into the dungeon and just dodging monsters to waste time, it was worth a shot. To see if he could win, Gu Yi turned around and glanced at the equipment stats. Agile ring, fine 1 star, required level 1 inch attributes, vitality plus 20, spirit plus 20. It was indeed a nice piece, Gu Yi thought to himself. Both attributes were very useful for him. Vitality could enhance his ability to withstand damage, which was crucial for a squishy mage. As for spirit, it was even more important as it related to the damage output and skill casting for mage classes. The more the better. Moreover, rings were among the hardest pieces of jewelry to obtain in dungeons with a lower drop rate than weapons. A blue quality fine piece of jewelry was something many couldn't acquire even by college. From Zhang Youxuan's somewhat struggling expression, this ring was probably his best piece of equipment. Too bad it was about to be his. Nice item. What did you say we were competing for again? Seeing Gu Yi take the bait, Zhang Yuxian felt a twinge of delight. Poor as dirt, short-sighted. As ever, gets dazzled by equipment without considering that levels are the priority at this stage. It's like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Don't say I'm bullying you. We're not limiting methods, just who can last longer in the dungeon in solo mode. No, Gu Yi quickly waved his hand. That's too fair for you. What if you actually managed to clear the dungeon? Zhang Youxuan's eyes rolled. He felt there was some truth to what Gu Yi said. What if? What if he, boosted by the equipment, really managed to clear the dungeon in one go? That would be a terrible loss. The ring would just end up benefiting Gu Yi for nothing. Alright, you're more thoughtful, Zhang Yuxian conceded. In that case, let's make clearing the dungeon the goal. If neither of us clears it, then whoever lasts the longest wins. Gu Yi nodded in agreement and immediately called over a notary robot, fearing Zhang Yuxian might change his mind the next second. Gu Yi and Zhang Yuxian bet the agile ring on the novice dungeon. Winning condition: clear the dungeon with the least time, or if both fail to clear, the one who lasts longer wins. The deal was struck and the wager was set in motion. Gu Yi put away the wager panel in front of him and quickly turned to head towards the newbie instance. He could hardly stay any longer without bursting into laughter. Wait, Zhang Yuxian suddenly shouted. Gu Yi paused, a sense of foreboding creeping within him. Could it be that Zhang had realized something? Gu Yi, there's something wrong with this wager. Why is it that if you win you get to take the ring, but if I win I seem to get nothing? Gu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. It was just this issue. He had scared himself for a moment, thinking that Zhang Yuxian had realized he was being set up. Without turning back, Gu Yi continued towards the newbie instance. The challenge was your request. I'm merely a challenger, there's no issue here. SSS, right, that seems to be the case. Ding, newbie instance, Forest of Shadows recommends teams of more than 4 people. Proceeds solo, yes. In a flash of white light, Gu Yi vanished from his original spot. When his vision restored, he found himself in a primitive jungle. Is this the instance? Gu Yi began surveying his surroundings. The area was surrounded by lush, towering trees, not much different from the outside world except for the dark purple sunlight filtering through the sky, lending the environment an airy touch. Suddenly, a bizarre-looking cat demon leapt out from behind a tree, swiping its claws towards Gu Yi. He stepped back to dodge the attack and without hesitation activated his skill. Forbidden spell, Apocalyptic Fire Rain, a red magical array. With a 6-pointed star rapidly unfolded above Gu Yi's head, covering a 100-meter radius, meteor-like fireballs rained down, each impact exploding on contact. Boom, 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 14,562. The fireballs hit the ground, causing a series of explosions that turned the surrounding trees to charred remains. Killing ordinary cat demons, gain +1 experience point, repeated dozens of times. The constant notifications were almost a nuisance to Gu Yi's ears. He hadn't anticipated so many monsters hiding around him. Gu Yi was immensely grateful for his wide-range destructive skill, Apocalyptic Fire Rain. Without it, just these dozens of cat demons would have been a headache to deal with. His experience points increased by 2%. Solo leveling was indeed fast. Based on past experiences, most people would barely manage to level up on their first day out of the instance, but with this pace he could level up before his mental strength was depleted. If he could clear the instance, gaining 10 levels in a day wasn't out of the question. He wondered if these cat demons had dropped anything. Gu Yi turned his head and began searching the scorched earth beneath him. According to the books, monsters had a chance to drop equipment and materials upon being defeated. The higher their level, the better the potential loot. Indeed, there was something. Soon a flickering white light caught Gu Yi's attention. He hurried over and picked it up. Cat Demon Wrist Guard, common 1 star, requirements, level 1 attributes, vitality +5. Not bad at all. 5 points of vitality were very important for him at this stage. Although his output had already perfectly surpassed other classes, the inherent fragility of mages was always Gu Yi's weak point. Now, with these 5 extra points of vitality, his ability to withstand damage would significantly increase. Time to level up. Gu Yi continued his journey through the forest. At each new location, regardless of whether he saw monsters or not, he would cast a forbidden curse spell to clear the area. The spell was low in cost, quick to cast, and had a wide range. When You had enough firepower, accuracy wasn't really that important, a blanket assault was sufficient, killed ordinary cat demon, gain +1 experience, repeated notifications prompted until GUI finally turned off the alert sounds. Under the barrage of forbidden curse spells, the periphery of the forest quickly lost its greenery, turning into a wasteland. To an outsider it might look like an invasion by abyssal demons. Just as GUI's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he experienced his first level up. Name: GUI. Profession: Elemental Magician. Unique: Level 2 Strength, 20 Spirit, 140 Agility, 20 Vitality, 25 Trait 1. Free learning of all elemental magics including wind, fire, lightning, water, light and dark. Trait 2: all elemental damage increased by 200%. Trait 3: all elemental skill casting times reduced by 50%. Equipment: Novice Staff, Cat Demon Wrist Guard, Mage Emblem. Skills: hundredfold amplification. Talent: each level up grants an opportunity to amplify a particular skill by 100 times. Currently available: 1 time, Forbidden Curse, Apocalypse, Rain of Fire. Epic: 1 star, consumes 2 spirit points, chance for 2 seconds and then summons a skywide rain of fire for a blanket attack, causing massive fire elemental damage. The specific damage and attack range are determined by the upper limit of spiritual power. From entering the dungeon to now, not even half an hour had passed, yet he had already reached a level that would take others a whole day. Moreover, most of that time was spent traveling. If monsters continuously spawned for him to kill without moving, GUI couldn't even imagine how fast he could level up. Maybe, possibly, about 5 minutes per level. With each level up, his attributes increased by a whopping 50 points, with 20 of those being just his spiritual power. GUI gasped in surprise. If he remembered correctly, normal professions only gained about 10 points in their main attribute per level up. This was another advantage of hidden professions. Unexpectedly high attribute bonuses, compared to that regular professions seemed utterly inferior. No, I need to adapt quickly, from now on this will be routine. How can one be shocked by gains that come so easily, that would be so unambitious? Taking a deep breath, GUI turned off his panel and looked towards a white orb of light not far away. It was the loot dropped by the elite cat demon he had just killed. It seemed to be a skill book. In just half an hour, quite a few teams had already retreated from the newbie dungeon in disarray. Is this dungeon really suitable for beginners? As soon as we entered, we were swarmed by numerous cat demons. Just as we were admiring the scenery, several cat demons suddenly charged at us, and in no time our entire team was wiped out. After all that effort, we only gained 1% experience. Leveling up at this rate will take forever. There's no helping it, even though we've awakened as combat professions. Remember, not all combat professions are created equal. Leveling up once a day is probably only possible for those teams with high-level professions. Although we are considered the lowest among the combat professions, we are still stronger than those with non-combat awakening professions. Principal Jiang Ninghai looked down at the students and shook his head. They had no sense of alertness, still laughing and joking around. The dungeon's design, with over 10 cat demons placed right at the spawn point, was intended to foster a sense of crisis in the students. They needed to constantly be aware of their surroundings. Those who emerged now clearly lacked vigilance. Such individuals, if placed on a battlefield, wouldn't even realize how they died. However, to Jiang Ninghai's surprise, GUI had not come out yet. Setting aside his damage output, the ability to effortlessly dodge monsters in the dungeon was a form of strength in itself. But this meant his leveling speed might be slower. Nevertheless, letting this young man learn a lesson wasn't a bad thing. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from a distance. A figure looking rugged but somewhat listless landed beside Jiang Ninghai. He pulled out a lighter, flicked it on, and lit a cigarette. After a deep inhale, he exhaled a cloud of white smoke with a look of enjoyment. Every year, there are always these youngsters who get knocked out as soon as they enter, Jiang Ninghai said, waving away the smoke drifting towards him with a look of disgust. Wang Hao, you really should smoke less. I'm genuinely worried that one day you won't die at the hands of a demon from the abyss, but from smoking yourself to death. Wang Hao, with dark circles under his eyes, gave a timid smile. Principal, at the very least I am now the Lord of Qinxi City. Could you give me a bit of face in public, huh? Jiang Ninghai glared, and Wang Hao reflexively threw his cigarette to the ground, stomping on it a couple of times. Realizing what he had done, he sighed. As he looked at the cigarette now flattened on the ground, damn it, nearly 20 years after graduation and the psychological shadow is still heavy. What brings you here to visit your juniors this year? Wang Hao casually took a seat, his face full of worries as he waved his hand dismissively. It's not that I'm free. I was just so annoyed I had to get out and clear my mind. So that abyss demon from the outdoor dungeon hasn't been found yet, exactly. Wang Hao responded, seemingly finding someone to share his troubles with. I sent out the guard unit to search for 3 days, a full 3 days. The ground around Qinghai City was nearly turned over by our efforts, yet not a single trace of the abyssal demon was found. I've even issued a bounty. Anyone who can locate this demon will be taken personally by me to the Qinghai treasury to pick anything they want. Zhang Ninghai could see that his student was driven to desperation. He approached Wang Hao and, after fumbling for a while, placed a cigarette into Wang Hao's mouth and lit it for him. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Ninghai somewhat flattered. Here, have a smoke to calm your nerves, or else I'm afraid you'll drop dead right here in your alma mater. You were just saying you were afraid I'd smoke myself to death, Wang Hao said as he took a deep drag, his eyes surveying the swirling underground dungeon. Entrance. I heard there's a junior brother and junior sister with rare professions. Jiang Ninghai nodded. To be precise, one is a rare support light goddess and the other is a hidden class, an elemental mage called the arcane magician. Mages don't have an advantage in the early stages, but if these two juniors team up for the dungeon refresh, they could make a run at the special dungeon in 10 days to boost their chances at Kyoto University. Exactly, but that Gu guy thinks teaming up to level up isn't safe, insists on trying to solo it. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Soloing? Just like you did back in the day. Wang Hao coughed awkwardly. That was just youthful ignorance and impulsiveness. All that effort and I only gained 1 level. A typical case of more pain than gain. He looked interestedly at the dungeon entrance, wondering how far his student would get. Inside the dungeon, Gui picked up a dropped skill book. Lightning technique, ordinary 1-star, restrictions, thunder element mage, effect, consumes 2 spirit points, chance for 2 seconds before releasing a minor electric current attack on the target in front, causing thunder element damage and a 2% paralysis effect. Damage and attack range depend on the spirit power limit. A mage skill book. Gui was thrilled, having just received a chance for a hundredfold enhancement. The skill book at hand could be used right away. Ding, skill successfully learned. Lightning technique. Looking at the new icon in his skill bar, Gui didn't hesitate to use the hundredfold enhancement. Ding, skill enhancement successful. Skill, lightning technique, ordinary 1-star, enhanced to forbidden spell, purple lightning dragon, epic 1-star, just like the cataclysmic firestorm. The consumption remains unchanged. This gave Gui a second spell of the forbidden curse level to use it, although he wasn't sure of the effects of the purple lightning dragon. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of something moving through the bushes instantly put Gui on alert. He carefully watched the direction the noise was coming from. Suddenly an elite cat demon leapt out of the dense bushes, pouncing towards Gui like a hungry tiger. Perfect timing. Forbidden spell, purple lightning dragon. A bright purple magical array appeared in front of Gui. A giant dragon composed entirely of elemental energy and in a vivid shade of purple seemed to be summoned from another dimension, charging towards the cat demon. The two figures collided in the air. The moment the damage numbers appeared, the purple lightning dragon vanished. The cat demon also stalled in the air, then crashed heavily to the ground, killing the elite cat demon. Experience gain +3. The burst damage of over 50,000 was far greater than that of the cataclysmic firestorm. Gui realized that Zidian Thunder Dragon was a typical high-damage single-target forbidden spell. It might not be very useful for leveling up, but it would definitely be effective against bosses. Originally, he was worried that his world-ending fire rain might struggle against bosses, given that his class was fragile with a very low margin for error. A slight mistake could force him to retreat from the dungeon, but now, with a powerful spell designed to target a single enemy, he felt a surge of confidence. Satisfied, Gui ventured deeper into the forest. As he ventured further, he encountered and defeated various monsters, an elite cat demon giving him +3 experience points, a mechanical minotaur +4 inch and a regular cat demon +1. The deeper he went into the forest, the higher the level of the monsters he encountered. However, for Gui, who possessed a forbidden spell, dealing with them was just a matter of casting world-ending fire rain. After clearing a large number of monsters, he leveled up again. It had been just over an hour since he entered the forest and he was already level 3. From his past experience, this was a level that typically took many regular classes days of team grinding to achieve. Even for rare classes, it would take a full day and the exhaustion of all supplies to reach this level. The only disappointment was that he hadn't obtained any skill books, otherwise he could have added another forbidden spell to his arsenal. Gui sighed as he looked at the only 2 skills available on his panel. The drop rate for skill books was notoriously low. his last acquisition of Thunderbolt was sheer luck. Wait a minute, the enhancement option said it could target any skill but didn't specify that a skill could only be enhanced once. Realizing a loophole, Gui quickly clicked on World-Ending Fire Rain. Sure enough, the enhancement button was still highlighted as before. He wasn't sure what the effects of further enhancements would be, but since leveling up granted more opportunities, he decided to test the waters. Ding, skill enhancement successful. Skill, Forbidden Spell World-Ending Fire Rain, Epic. Enhanced to Forbidden Spell World-Ending Fire Rain, Epic 2-star. The results were effective. Gui surmised that the benefits of repeated enhancements were calculated based on the original strength of the skill, but the change in star level was particularly exciting. In this world, each grade of skills and equipment was divided into 1 to 5 stars, with higher stars denoting stronger abilities within the same grade. If he continued to enhance, was there a chance to break through 5 stars and reach the legendary level, a level of forbidden spell rarely mastered even by high-level mages? The thought excited Gui. He might be able to master a legendary level forbidden spell before reaching level 10, a feat others might not achieve in their lifetimes. Focused on leveling up, he realized that levels for him were not just about attribute points, but also about powerful skills and strength. Hours later, Gui had completely cleared all the peripheral enemies. His level had leapt to 8. Before entering the novice dungeon, Gui never even dared to dream of such possibilities. Now only this narrow path leading into the deepest part of the forest lay before him. Unsurprisingly, the dungeon boss awaited within. Having 5 enhancement opportunities at his disposal, Gui decided to test whether he could master a legendary forbidden spell. After careful consideration, he chose to enhance the Purple Lightning Dragon spell, realizing that its targeted high damage would be more valuable than a widespread destructive spell like the Apocalypse Fire Rain, especially against the dungeon boss. Opening the skill icon for Purple Lightning Dragon, Gui invested all 5 enhancement opportunities in one go. Holding his breath, he watched the notification with anticipation. Ding, skill enhancement successful. Skill, Forbidden Spell, Purple Lightning Dragon, Epic 1-star, enhanced to Forbidden Spell, Dragon King of Thunder, Breathless, Legendary 1-star. Seeing the new skill icon, Gui could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He had guessed right. Even as a complete novice, he had managed to master a legendary level forbidden spell, completely overturning everyone's understanding of vocational skills in this world. After all, who would have thought that a legendary spell which even high-ranking mages fought over and might never reach in their lifetimes would appear in the hands of a student not even level 10? Putting away his panel, Gui looked eagerly towards the end of the path. He wondered if this so-called novice dungeon boss could withstand a hit from his legendary forbidden spell. As time passed, most students had already exited the dungeon. Only 3 teams remained inside. One was Zhang Ling's all-girls squad, the other 2 were the solo teams of Gui and Zhang Yushen. What, Gui and Zhang Yushen had a bet on who could last longer in the novice dungeon? Was that true? Of course it was. The dungeon had been open for 5 hours now and neither had emerged. Zhang Yushuan's strength was well known. With a high-level profession and a full set of novice equipment, advancing through the dungeon was not an issue for him. Gui, although he had a hidden profession, was still a mage with low initial damage. How could he accept such a bet? Perhaps he was tempted by the wager Zhang Yushen had offered, a ring of blue quality. When the students who were planning to leave heard about the bet between Gui and Zhang Yushen, they decided to stay. They were curious to see whether Gui would keep dodging monsters in the dungeon or if his hidden profession actually had the strength to solo the dungeon. Upon learning of the bet made by Gui and Zhang Yushen, Zhang Ninghai couldn't help but frown. This young man hadn't come out yet. Surely he wasn't just dragging out the time. After all, from the skills he had shown, his profession really didn't seem capable of soloing a dungeon in the early stages. Now armed with a legendary forbidden spell as his trump card, Gui strode purposefully deeper into the path. Soon he encountered a creature as large as a truck, its body a deep purple with 2 long fangs protruding casually from its mouth as it lay in the grass. Thick black saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth to the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. Was this the boss of the beginner's instance? It was Gui's first encounter with a boss, and he curiously sized it up. If this creature were in the outside world, it could probably destroy a skyscraper with ease. As Gui stepped into the alert zone, the boss immediately opened its eyes, which were bigger than lanterns. A terrifying pressure swept over him instantly. Ding, you have entered the alert range of the Toxic Cat King. Boss raid mode activated. Roar! The Toxic Cat King, upon standing up, let out a wild roar towards Gui. The tangible sound waves shattered the surrounding trees. Gui quickly covered his ears to avoid being stunned by the noise. The toxic Cat King's body was huge yet extremely agile. With a push of its legs, it charged towards Gui, swiping a paw down at him. Fortunately, Gui wasn't stunned by the earlier roar and managed to dodge the attack by stepping back several times. Pretty strong, he thought, but I wonder about your health points. Forbid dance spell, Dragon King's Breath of Extinction. Acting on the principle that delay could lead to complications, Gui stabilized his stance and immediately released the forbidden magic. A huge purple magical array formed in front of him. The toxic Cat King, already irate from the dodged attack, saw the tiny human daring to resist and became even more furious. It swung its claw again. Just as the attack was about to hit Gui, the formed purple array suddenly released a pressure far more terrifying than the toxic Cat King itself. The descending claws seemed to hit a pause button, stopping in mid-air. The body of the toxic Cat King froze, leaving only its eyes rolling around in panic. A wave of inexplicable fear assaulted its mind. At that moment, ripples appeared on the purple array. A dragon head larger than the toxic Cat King and adorned with devilish horns emerged. The dragon disdainfully glanced at the toxic Cat King and then slowly opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Endless purple currents gathered from all directions into the dragon's mouth. The next moment, a burst of purple light so intense it could make the heavens and earth lose color shot out. It mercilessly struck the toxic Cat King. Boom! 11035543. The toxic Cat King has been slain. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Phantom Forest instance. Experience gained plus 20,000. The completion notification sound pulled Gui from his daze, and he looked at the monster's corpse lying on the ground. He felt bewildered, as if he was in a dream. The damage number seemed to be over 1 million. He remembered from the books that this toxic cat demon had a health pool of just over 100,000. With the boss's damage reduction properties, the plan was even prepared for a second forbidden spell to be cast immediately should the first strike fail. But unexpectedly, the legendary forbidden spell was terrifyingly potent. Even if the toxic cat demon had the legendary 9 lives, it would be dead beyond any hope of recovery. This raised a question: if the legendary forbidden spells were so formidable, what about the mythical spells that rank even higher? Gui was somewhat excited at the prospect. Mythical spells were theoretical constructs that most could spend their entire lives without even glimpsing. But for Gui, as long as he kept leveling up and relentlessly enhancing his skills, acquiring them was definitely within reach. The legendary forbidden spell he now possessed was acquired in just this way, which seemed even more outrageous than cheating. After a faint smile, Gui shifted his gaze to the treasure chest beside the corpse of the toxic cat demon. This must be the so-called dungeon clearing reward. He received a basic skill book, Magic Shield *1. He also got a blue crystal staff *1, and since his team was the first to clear the Phantom Forest this year, they were awarded a special item, Abyssal Summoning Stone, level 20, *1, a skill book. The dungeon clearing experience allowed Gui to jump directly to level 10. Now he had 2 opportunities for hundredfold enhancements. If he could use this book himself, he could directly elevate it to the level of a forbidden spell. The Magic Shield, basic 1-star, had a usage restriction for mages. It consumed 5 points of spirit, and after chanting for 2 seconds it created a magic shield that lasted for a duration, absorbing all damage. The shield's value depended on the caster's spirit power. It turned out to be a shield skill. After compensating for the early lack of output with a hundredfold talent enhancement, Gui's biggest weakness was the common frailty of mages, fragility. Now, with this skill once enhanced, he could completely eliminate his only weak point. Without any hesitation, Gui immediately learned the skill and then infused it with an enhancement opportunity. Ding! Skill enhancement successful. The skill, Magic Shield, basic 1-star, was upgraded to Forbidden Spell, Spirit Fortress, epic 1-star. Forbidden Spell, Spirit Fortress, epic 1-star, effect, consumes 5 spirit points chance for 2 seconds, then gains a spirit shield and 10 fortress sigils, which can be used to block fatal damage and replenish the spirit shield. The shield's power is determined by spirit strength, so during the shield's duration, did he have 11 lives? Seeing the skill's effect, Gui was overjoyed. The effect of the spirit fortress was not just about increasing toughness, it could act as a normal shield, absorbing minor damage, and could also serve as a life-saving talisman, offsetting fatal attacks. More importantly, it could be cast every 2 seconds. Unless someone could deal 11 fatal hits within 2 seconds, no one could harm him before his spirit power was exhausted. Even facing enemies far beyond his own level, he could keep himself safe for a short period. The remaining items included a level 10 fine staff which he could now equip. As for the Abyssal Summoning Stone, it was an item that could trigger a dungeon mutation on demand, summoning abyssal creatures. It was said that killing abyssal creatures in dungeons guaranteed the drop of purple rare equipment, and there was even a chance to obtain epic level equipment. The level 20 Abyssal Summoning Stone would be perfect for use in a special dungeon 10 days later, potentially boosting his strength to the maximum before a major test. After a quick scan to make sure nothing was missed, Gui exited the dungeon. Look, Gui has emerged. After spending a whole 6 hours inside as a mage, Gui is truly formidable. Well, I think it's more reasonable to say that he was hiding there for 6 hours, as it's well known that mages are weak in the early stages. As soon as he returned to the outside world, a large group of students immediately surrounded him. Many people stared at Gui, trying to spot any sign of disarray. According to the bet between Gui and Zhang Yuxian, did he lose? Is that even a question? Gui came out before Zhang Yuxian. How could he have won? But what if Gui actually cleared the dungeon? Are you even listening to yourself? The current record for the fastest dungeon clear was set by a 4-person team 5 days after the dungeon opened. When Zhang Yuxian comes out, he will surely mock Gui again. Gui swept a glance at the crowd and left on his own. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ninghai hurried over. How are you? Did you get hurt in the dungeon? Thanks for your concern, Principal, I'm fine. Zhang Ninghai was still not reassured. He picked up Gui's arm, inspecting it from left to right, and then patted him down a few times. Feeling Zhang Ninghai's gaze wandering over him, Gui's mouth twitched several times. Principal, I really am fine. After a thorough check and finding no signs of injury on Gui, Zhang Ninghai breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first encounter with a hidden class in his many years of teaching, and he valued it greatly. If something had gone wrong, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. Alright, I'm relieved you're okay, said Zhang Ninghai, his tone turning serious. Gui, I hope you realize today that soloing dungeons is risky and unreliable. Starting tomorrow, you must team up with Jiangling. Only then will you have a chance to get into Kyoto University. At that moment, Wang Hao, with a cigarette in his mouth, strolled over lazily. He draped an arm around Gui's shoulder as if they were old friends. Don't worry, Junior. The principal is just like that. I also soloed dungeons when I was your age and got scolded for only leveling up once, but I'm curious, what level are you now? Facing this unfamiliar man, Gui looked at Zhang Ninghai for clarification. This is your senior and also the new lord of Qinghai City. Speak freely, and if you have any issues, you can seek his help. Gui nodded and revealed his level badge. Principal and Lord Wang, I've cleared the newbie dungeon and have now reached level 10. I can undertake the class advancement quest. Hearing this, Zhang Ninghai looked disappointed, as if he expected better. His expression turned even more serious. Gui, this is no time for jokes, he said sternly. Gui, feeling helpless, pointed upwards. Don't believe me, just look. Zhang Ninghai looked up and saw a number glowing in white light, exceptionally bright at this moment. Level 10-inch, thought Gui. His mind went blank and he stood there stunned, his face a picture of disbelief. What's wrong, Principal? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Following Zhang Ninghai's gaze towards the top of Gui's head, he exclaimed. That glance made Wang Hao's heart skip a beat. In his shock, the cigarette he was smoking dropped to the ground. You actually did it. Wang Hao was completely baffled, trembling and barely able to speak clearly. He suddenly understood why Zhang Ninghai looked the way he did. Level 10. So many people grind for days, even weeks, to barely reach level 10, yet here was someone who had achieved this milestone in just one day. Throughout the history of Dasha, such a feat was unprecedented. What shocked Wang Hao even more was that there were no fluctuations in Gui's aura. This meant that he didn't just stop at level 10 because that was his limit. Rather, the dungeon's experience was only enough to get him to level 10. If the monsters in the dungeon had been higher level, he might have even progressed further. What kind of freak class was this? It was terrifying. Nearby students who heard Wang Hao's outcry started looking over, especially those who thought Gui had just hidden in the dungeon for 6 hours. The golden text flashing was particularly ironic to them. My god, level 10. So Gui didn't just hide for 6 hours. He actually fought alone in the dungeon for 6 hours, a jump to level 10 in one go. Compared to Gui, we're just trash. Was he actually the first to clear the dungeon? It couldn't be, not on the first day. Soon some curious students approached the dungeon entrance and pulled up the clearance records. First place, Gui time, 6 hours 12 minutes 3 seconds. The glowing golden record, surpassing all past records, took the top spot. At that moment the crowd was astounded. It was true. Not only had Gui cleared the dungeon, but he had also set a new record for the fastest clearance time. This was incredible. They say hidden classes aren't necessarily powerful, but Gui, this elemental mage, seems like he's cheating. It's so unfair how some classes are so strong. Had Jiang Ninghai not been standing there, they would have thrown themselves at Gui's feet shouting, "Big bro, do you need leg hair? If not leg hair, do you need accessories?" In essence, they were all thinking, "Please take us with you." After recovering from his shock, Jiang Ninghai pinched himself hard. Realizing it wasn't a dream, he exclaimed "good" 3 times. His eager eyes on Gui were like those of someone beholding a rare treasure. Hey, even I, Jiang Ninghai, can be mistaken, he thought. A single dungeon run to reach level 10, such an achievement was unheard of. He could already envision Gui's future, surely standing at the peak of Daxiao's power. Wang Hao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. In the face of such an achievement, any praise seemed inadequate. He felt that the term genius was no longer sufficient to describe Gui. Perhaps monstrous talent was more fitting. Wang Hao tightened his grip on Gui's shoulder. "Junior brother, whatever you need in the future, just tell me. I may not have many skills, but in this area of Qinghai my word is law." Just then a flash of white light appeared at the entrance of the instance. A figure, disheveled and covered in blood and dirt, materialized. He looked around, and upon seeing Gui he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Gui, you trash, coming out so early as expected. I knew I won." After laughing a few times, Zhang Yuxian sensed something was off with the atmosphere. Why was everyone looking at him as if he were a fool? Even some gazes seemed mocking. "Why laugh at me? Laugh at Gui. I won, he lost," Zhang Yuxian roared desperately. Unfortunately, no one turned to mock Gui as he had expected. "What's going on? Did I go to the wrong place?" Zhang Yuxian wondered inwardly. Unwilling to accept it, he quickly approached Gui. "Gui, you came out before me, I won." "Oh, what did you win?" Gui responded calmly. "The bet about who could clear the instance first. If neither of us could clear it, then whoever lasted longer would win, right?" "Oh, then you didn't win." "Impossible." Zhang Yuxian staggered back in disbelief. He had entered the instance and was immediately besieged by a swarm of cat demons. Despite having equipment advantage, he barely escaped with a sliver of health. He hadn't leveled up at all from entering to leaving the instance, but he had used a lot of high-level supplies to last as long as he did. How could he possibly lose to Gui? A student, unable to watch any longer, quietly approached Zhang Yuxian. "Gui has cleared the novice instance and is now level 10. According to your bet, you've indeed lost." Zhang Yuxian, overwhelmed by emotion, pushed him away. "What joke is this? How could he, a mere mage, clear the novice instance? You've all been deceived." Just then he noticed that the number above Gui's head was different from the others. "Gui, level 10, Zhang Yuxian's." Thoughts froze and fear crept into his eyes. Could it be true? Had Gui really cleared the novice instance? No, a higher level doesn't necessarily mean clearing it. There might still be a chance. At that moment, a fairness robot arrived between the two. Gui and Zhang Yuxian bet with the spirit ring on clearing the novice instance. The winner is the one who clears it in the least time. If neither clears it, the one who lasts longer wins. Gui cleared the novice instance, Zhang Yuxian did not. The game was over and Gui had won. How could this be possible? Zhang Yuxian could only exclaim in shock. He had exhausted all his supplies and even wasted a chance to level up, all for this one victory to prove to Jiang Ling that he was far superior to Gui. But now Gui had cleared the beginner's dungeon and reached level 10 on his first day. In comparison, Zhang felt like a clown. As he stood there in disbelief, the notary robot extended its hand. The ring that Zhang had wagered slipped off his finger and flew into the palm of Gui's hand. Gui looked at the ring and smiled faintly, carefully wiping it before slipping it onto his finger. The ring's attributes, both spirit and physique, were exactly what he needed. "Thanks, Gui, you." Already severely injured, Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear to him now. He had been deceived by Gui from the very beginning, or rather Gui had never taken him seriously at all. It was Gui who had proposed that the winner would be the one who cleared the dungeon, and it was Gui who had done just that, leading Zhang around by the nose the entire time. As consciousness began to fade, Zhang struggled to keep his eyes open, staring at Gui with resentment before collapsing to the ground. Shortly afterward, Jiang Ling and her team exited the dungeon. Having spent the longest time inside, each member of her team had reached level 3, making them the highest level group next to the extraordinary level 10 achieved by Gui. Like a radar, Jiang Ling quickly located Gui. "How was soloing the dungeon? Did it go smoothly?" Gui nodded. "Pretty smooth. I cleared the beginner's dungeon on the first day." Jiang Ling was stunned. "Wow, we struggled just to clear half and you cleared it all by yourself? Make sure to include me in your team when we get to Kyoto University. I need to stick close to you." After all the students had safely exited, the day's dungeon journey concluded and everyone dispersed. After saying goodbye to Jiangling, Gui grabbed something to eat and then headed towards the north gate of Qinghai City. Having leveled up to 10 after clearing the dungeon, he was eager to undertake his first-tier quest in the wilderness. The quest objective was to kill a monster boss no lower than his own level, with the reward being an exclusive skill for elemental magicians, Elemental Blade. Having lived inside high walls for over a decade, he finally felt strong enough to venture out and explore. Using his city hovercar, Gui quickly arrived at the north gate. "You must be old Gu's nephew," remarked a guard. "It's been quite restless outside the city lately. There's a level 30 abyssal demon roaming around, so be careful when you venture out." After registering his information, the guards let him through, also handing him an electronic ring that projected a map showing monster locations and his current position. "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind," Gui replied, stepping out towards the outside world. Although he was only level 10, the damage he could inflict was already comparable to many level 30 or 40 professionals, not to mention his ultimate life-saving skill, Mental Fortress. If he really encountered that roaming abyssal demon, it was still uncertain who would kill whom. As he passed through the isolation barrier, Gui finally saw the outside world he had longed for. In stark contrast to the vibrant life within the city walls, the outside world could only be described as desolate. As far as the eye could see, there were withered trees and overgrown weeds everywhere. In the wasteland not far away, the remnants of tall buildings stood as proof of human habitation. If it weren't for the high walls of Qinghai City behind him, Gui might have thought he had accidentally traveled through time. His task was to slay a demonic leader, and it seemed he would have to search for it on his own. Gui opened the map and selected the nearest area where monsters congregated. Upon arrival, he immediately unleashed the forbidden spell, Cataclysmic Fire Rain, to cleanse the area. Slaying a demonic scorpion garnered him plus 10 experience points, a ghostly skeleton plus 12, and a dark-maned demon wolf plus 15. With one spell, Gui saw his experience visibly increase. The monsters in the wild were all level 10 and above, which could also be used for leveling up while searching for the boss. With his interest piqued, Gui hurried to a new area, ready to cast another forbidden spell. Suddenly, a figure clad in black with a ponytail burst out and collided into Gui's arms. "I'm so sorry. I was in such a hurry I didn't see you," she exclaimed. Gui took a moment to assess the woman who had bumped into him. Dressed entirely in black, her outfit was tightly secured, typical of the assassin class. Although her face was not clear, her aura hinted she might be beautiful. A badge on her chest revealed her identity, Lin Miaowei, a student from Kyoto University. Gui was curious. Kyoto University was not close to Qinghai City. What was this woman doing here? Lin Miaowei staggered to her feet, a look of fear crossing her face as she glanced behind her. It seemed there was something back there that frightened her. She quickly grabbed Gui's arm and pulled him forward, running together. Hey, you could run on your own, why drag me along?" While speaking, Gui discreetly activated his mental fortress, bringing up a shield for protection just in case. In the wilderness outside the city, one had to be wary not only of monsters but also of other people with ill intentions, a lesson learned at the cost of many lives before them. "Don't worry about it. Just run," Lin Miaowei panted, pulling Gui along as she occasionally looked back to check on the situation behind them. "I accidentally entered an area dense with monsters and provoked a large group of level 15 creatures, easily 100 of them. If we don't run now, we won't even know how we might die later." Whoosh! Gui abruptly stopped. "What did you just say? 100 level 15 monsters?" "Yes, so we need to run now or it'll be too late soon." Gui smiled faintly, gently removing Lin Miaowei's hand from his arm. To most, a horde of over 100 monsters would spell catastrophe, a situation so dire it wouldn't be approached without a team of a dozen elite fighters. But for me, it was a different story. The apocalyptic spell known as World-Ending Fire Rain was a wide-area destruction curse, and with various enhancements, my psychic power had reached 350 points, increasing the spell's coverage to about 300 meters. If what this woman before me claimed was true, then the creatures charging towards us weren't a nightmare but a massive bundle of experience points waiting to be claimed. "What are you spacing out for? Run," Lin Miaowei urged anxiously, her eyes wide with growing terror as the roars from the distance drew closer. "If they're just monsters, why don't we just kill them?" I countered. "You're not a rookie who has just started adventuring, are you? Even a level 20 elite team wouldn't dare provoke this number of monsters. Listen to me, we need to run or we'll truly die." Despite her words, I waved her off, summoning my staff into my hands. "If you're scared, you can run on your own. I, on the other hand, want to see how strong these monsters really are." Lin Miaowei's expression twisted with conflict. She knew that the monsters were drawn here by her, and abandoning me didn't sit well with her conscience, yet the idea of the two of us facing hundreds of monsters seemed like a joke. "Are you really sure about this, or are you just being reckless?" she asked cautiously. I turned to look at her, a faint smile playing on my lips. "This isn't a game, life doesn't offer do-overs. Why would I joke about my own life?" Lin Miaowei took a deep breath. She had been running for a long time, yet she couldn't shake off the pursuing monsters. Her stamina was depleting rapidly and the danger was only increasing. If I could indeed manage to kill or disperse the chasing horde, it would be beneficial for both of us. If it came down to it, the painful decision would have to be made to abandon the mission and use a costly teleportation scroll to return to the city together. Lin Miaowei drew her twin daggers. "Since it has come to this, I have no reason to leave you behind. Although my profession isn't suited for handling so many enemies, I can still contribute." Moments later, the chaotic sounds of footsteps and monstrous roars approached closer. A large group of demonized beasts broke through the underbrush into our view. Lin Miaowei gripped her weapons tightly. "If we can't hold out, don't push yourself. I have a way to get us back safely." "Okay," I nodded, stepping alone towards the swarm of beasts. "Hey, I didn't tell you to be so reckless," Lin Miaowei exclaimed, hurrying after me. If we were separated by the monsters, even using a teleportation scroll wouldn't guarantee I could bring her along. As the monsters entered my attack range, I raised my staff with anticipation. I wonder if this will get me up a level. I invoked the cursed world-ending fire rain. A crimson magical formation swiftly unfolded overhead. Fireballs rained down like a torrent, smashing into the midst of the beasts. Killed Phantom Spider, gained plus 20 experience points. Killed Saber-Tooth Tiger, gained plus 18 experience points. Killed Armored Boar, gained plus 25 experience points. Under the relentless assault of the world-ending fire rain, the formidable wave of monsters died in droves. Gui's body emitted 2 bursts of leveling up white light in succession. As all the fireballs fell, not a single monster remained in sight. They had all turned to charcoal along with the earth. Only a few glowing items remained, proof that hundreds of monsters had once existed here. Lin Miaowei, who had been standing by ready to help, was completely stunned the moment Gui released the forbidden spell. The sudden appearance of a red magical formation in the sky made her feel an immense sense of danger. She then saw the fireballs fall from the formation, smashing into the monsters. The once ferocious monsters instantly lost their lives at the moment the fireballs hit. Lin Miaowei swallowed hard, somewhat disbelieving the scene before her eyes. Could it be that this man, who didn't look very imposing, was actually a high-level mage who mastered forbidden spells? Had she, in her hurried escape, stumbled upon a master by mistake? After calming herself, Lin Miaowei bowed sincerely to Gui and thanked him. "Thank you for your help, Senior. I was a bit rude earlier, please don't take it to heart, Senior." A subtle expression appeared on Gui's face. It seemed the woman before him had misunderstood something. "Are you also here for the reward task from the city lord of Qinghai? No, with your strength you probably wouldn't care for the items in the treasury." No. Seeing the misunderstanding growing, Gui quickly waved his hands to explain. "I am not any senior. I am just an ordinary student out here looking for a monster leader to complete my first-tier task." What? Lin Miaowei felt her brain fogging up, hardly believing what she was hearing. Could someone who easily killed so many monsters really just be a student who had leveled up to 10? Gui made no attempt to hide, openly showing his level. "Gui, level 12. Lin Miaowei shook her head, feeling as if her brain was about to explode. Levels didn't lie. They were a forced representation of world rules, with no other way to change them. This meant that the young man before her really had the strength of level 10 to wipe out hundreds of monsters in one go. What kind of monster are you exactly? Lin Miaowei felt like the world around her had become surreal. The skill that had just rained fire from the sky could easily be described as a forbidden curse in magic, yet this skill, which should belong to a high-level mage, appeared on a newcomer who was only level 12. He was just an ordinary person who had luckily awakened a powerful profession. Gui stepped on the scorched earth created by his own skill, picking up the loot dropped by the monsters. He obtained 10 strands of ghost spider silk, 8 dark mane wolf claws, 20 soft saber-tooth tiger furs. He was striking it rich. Looking at the materials nearly filling his backpack, Gui's face was filled with joy. These monster materials were key items for crafting goods and lifestyle professions. They could all be taken back to the city to be sold at the Adventurers Association for money or adventure points. Money was essential for everyday life, but for professionals, adventure points were more valuable. They could be exchanged for money when needed and used to buy regular high-level supplies at the Adventurers Association. They could even be traded with other professionals for equipment, skill books, abyss stones, and other essential items for enhancing one's power. The contents of his backpack could easily fetch tens of thousands of adventure points. You said you were looking for a monster leader, right? Lin Miaowei cautiously inquired, knowing that Gui was only level 12, but the formidable strength he displayed made her lower her stance. I encountered a monster leader on my way searching for the abyss demon. It's about level 20, I wonder if you'd be interested. Upon hearing this, Gui's eyes lit up. Since the descent of the abyss, the strange energy it brought had also caused mutations in the world's fauna and flora. Monsters outside the city were plentiful, but for a regular monster to evolve into a leader guarding a territory was extremely difficult and inevitably rare. Having a clear target would certainly be better than aimlessly searching. It would allow him to complete his class change task faster and acquire that exclusive professional skill. Senior sister, do you really know the location of this monster leader? Seeing Gui's keen interest, Lin Miaowei also felt relieved. After all, Gui had saved her life and she was more than happy to help him. Yes, it's not far from here. If we leave now, we should be able to get there before dark. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Lin Miaowei summoned the map, marked the location she remembered, and led Gui towards the target. Along the way, any monster they encountered was obliterated by Gui's apocalyptic fire rain. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Miaowei, he leveled up again, reaching level 13. This rocket-like speed of leveling up left Lin Miaowei stunned, exclaiming, "Freak." Back in her day, it took more than a day to gain a single level. But for this guy, leveling up seemed as easy as drinking water. It's not fair, this world is too unfair. If she didn't know she was in the real world, Lin Miaowei would have asked Gui outright, "Young man, where did you buy this cheat? Is it stable? Now that I have 4 enhancement opportunities, why not upgrade the apocalyptic fire rain and see what kind of legendary forbidden curse I can get?" With his level up, Gui was also considering enhancing his skills again. He immediately summoned his data panel. Name: Gui. Occupation: Elemental Mage. Unique: Level 13 Strength, 130 Spirit, 410 Agility, 130 Constitution, 155 Trait 1. Free learning of all elemental magic including wind, fire, thunder, water, light, and dark. Trait 2. All elemental damage increased by 200%. Trait 3. All elemental skill casting times reduced by 50%. Equipment: Blue Crystal Staff, Demon Cat Bracers, Archmage Badge. Skills: Amplification. Talent currently available 5 times. Forbidden Curse, Apocalypse Rain of Fire, Epic 2 stars. Forbidden Curse, Thunder Dragon King, Breath of Extinction, Legend 1 star. Forbidden Curse, Fortress of the Mind, Epic 1 star. Seeing his current attributes, Gui couldn't help but curse in amazement. His spirit had reached 410 points, and although the Archmage badge added 100 points, it couldn't conceal the absurd nature of his hidden profession. At level 13, the primary attribute of other professions would barely reach 130 points. His attributes, taken individually, already matched this level. As for his main attribute, Spirit, it was at a level other mages wouldn't reach until level 30. It was hard to believe that these were the stats of a level 13 profession. After a brief moment of surprise, Gui immediately used his 4 enhancement opportunities on Apocalypse Rain of Fire. Ding! Skill enhancement successful. Skill: Forbidden Curse, Apocalypse Rain of Fire, Epic 2 stars. Enhanced to Forbidden Curse, Blazing Meteor, Legend 1 star. Just then, several monsters appeared in front of him. Eager to use his newly acquired skill, Gui launched his attack. Forbidden Curse, Blazing Meteor. A crimson magic circle rapidly unfolded. A meteor burning with intense flames fell to the ground at a speed that seemed slow yet inevitable. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, a massive fireball shot into the sky. The wave of intense heat passed instantly, claiming the lives of all the monsters. Caught off guard, Lin Miaowei was blown away by the blast. She hurriedly adjusted her posture in midair to avoid an awkward landing. Moments later, the meteor and the wave of heat vanished, leaving behind a crater larger than a football field. Breathing heavily, Lin Miaowei, with legs weak from shock, walked over to Gui. Her eyes trembled as she stared at the enormous pit. Did you do this? Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so powerful either, Gui replied. Lin Miaowei was dumbfounded. What the hell kind of profession is this, tossing around what seems like a forbidden spell so casually? Don't just stand there, let's hurry on. We still need to find the monster leader before dark. Gui pulled Lin Miaowei, who was still in a daze, and walked forward. As Gui continuously unleashed the explosive flame meteor, Lin Miaowei went from being initially shocked to gradually getting accustomed and eventually developed the ability to withstand shock waves. Whenever a red magic circle appeared overhead, she would immediately retreat behind Gui. We have now reached the territory of this boss. If we continue along this path for another half hour, we should be able to meet him, Lin Miaowei said, checking the map and pulling Gui to walk faster after confirming their route. The two of them walked for what seemed like a long time, finally managing to locate the demonic leader before nightfall. During their journey, Gui also thoroughly figured out the new forbidden spell. There was a revolutionary difference between explosive flame meteor and apocalypse fire rain. Previously, when unleashing the apocalypse fire rain, one had to wait for the entire shower of fire to fall before the clearing could be completed. If there were creatures with high agility, they could even use their mobility to find opportunities to dodge the fire rain's attack. However, the explosive flame meteor was completely different. It relied on striking all enemies within the area at the moment the meteor fell. If the apocalypse fire rain was like carpet bombing with heavy firepower, then the explosive flame meteor was like dropping a nuclear bomb. Unless one could run out of the blast area, no one could think of escaping. This is truly a great weapon for clearing out monsters. Gui couldn't help but marvel, appreciating how his talent transformed decay into something miraculous. At that moment, Lin Miaowei, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped in her tracks, curiously and nervously surveying her surroundings. Gui, did you hear anything? Gui shook his head. I didn't hear anything. Lin Miaowei was puzzled. Perhaps she had misheard. She faintly recalled hearing someone crying for help. As they continued walking forward, the voice Lin Miaowei had heard earlier came again. Help, is anyone there to save me? This time not only Lin Miaowei but also Gui heard it clearly. Someone was calling for help. Ahead of them, a young man wielding a long sword appeared. He was covered in blood and one of his legs seemed severely injured as he limped towards them. Behind him, two monsters closely followed. The monsters seemed not to want to kill the young man easily. Rather, they seemed to be playing with him, pouncing on him from time to time. Even so, the young man had to struggle to defend himself. Just as Lin Miaowei was about to rush forward to help, Gui grabbed her arm. Don't rush, be careful in these deserted wilds. Lin Miaowei obediently nodded, feeling a sudden fright. She had been too anxious, nearly committing a major mistake in their adventure. Gui stepped forward, releasing the psychic fortress to refresh the existence time of his shield. The young man in front looked miserable, but there was something indescribably odd about him that made Gui cautious. The monsters attacking the young man also noticed them at that moment. They abandoned their attack on the young man and warily sized up Gui and Lin Miaowei, sensing a dangerous aura from the two figures. After a moment, the monsters retreated a few steps and ran away without looking back. The rescued young man collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at them. Thank you. I thought I'd gather some materials to make money, but I didn't expect my strength wasn't enough. If you were heading back to town, could you take me with you? Gui expressionlessly threw 2 bottles of life recovery potion towards him. We don't plan to head back to town right now. After saying that, he pulled Lin Miaowei and they both retreated. I remember assassins have scouting skills, leave one quietly later. Lin Miaowei nodded and silently left her scouting skill in a patch of weeds as they passed by. Until the young man was no longer visible, the two stopped walking. At that moment, Lin Miaowei raised her hand slightly. Under the setting sun, ripples appeared in the shadows, quickly reflecting the figure of the young man. Seeing that the two had left, the young man stood up from the ground and crushed the life recovery potion that Gui had thrown with his foot. He said something, but unfortunately, the scouting skill couldn't transmit sound. However, from his expression, he was clearly dissatisfied with the two's performance. Indeed, there was something off about this man. Gui's gaze grew colder. Everything was as he had expected. In the wilderness, encountering people often required more vigilance than encountering monsters. Even when he first met Lin Miaowei, he had to deploy his mental fortress before he dared to interact with her. Only after repeatedly asking her about Kyoto University did he gradually let his guard down, but even so, he never left his shield unguarded. Lin Miaowei also felt a chill of fear looking back. Thankfully you were there, otherwise I would have rushed forward at the beginning, she said. Gui waved his hand as if it were a trivial matter. Let's leave this place quickly. After killing the monster leader, we should hurry back to the city or the monsters will become more dangerous at night, he suggested. They chose a different path to avoid possibly encountering the young man again. Just after they left, the sword-carrying young man came strolling along. He sniffed the air continuously, his expression turning grim instantly as his body twisted almost maniacally. That damned scent, I didn't expect it to appear again, he muttered. He looked in the direction Gui and Lin Miaowei had gone and slowly followed. Why, as a student from Kyoto University, did you come to Chinsei City? Gui asked, keeping a safe distance from engaging monsters again and instead chatting with Lin Miaowei to pass the time. It's all for the equipment. Lin Miaowei spread her hands. You might not believe it, but even though I'm a level 30 assassin, the best equipment I have is a green-grade excellent dagger. Gui was surprised. This did not fit his impression of a student from Kyoto University. Kyoto University is the top academic institution in the country. It shouldn't be that its students are so poorly equipped. I was even considering studying there. It's not about the school, it's my own issue. Lin Miaowei sighed. From a young age I've always been plagued by bad luck. While others would defeat monsters and gain high-level equipment, I was either left empty-handed or with only a few scattered materials. Even when I took on bounty tasks at school, something unexpected would often happen and mess things up, so this time I was taking a gamble. If I were unlucky enough to encounter an abyssal demon, just getting the news out would earn me a blue weapon. Gui patted Lin Miaowei on the shoulder. This is truly a chief's constitution of misfortune. Don't be so sad, maybe all your luck was spent on meeting me. Lin Miaowei smiled cheerfully. You know, I feel like things have started to get better since I met you. First, we successfully defeated a group of monsters, and then we exposed someone else's trickery. Gui's skills had impressed Lin Miaowei, and she was eager to see how he would perform in the newcomers' championship at Kyoto University. As they talked, they quickly arrived at the area where the monster leader was located. Ding, a notification rang out. You have entered the Blast Lizard's alert range. Proceeding will provoke an attack. Hearing the prompt, Gui was not alarmed but rather pleased. He had been worried on the way that even if Lin Miaowei had not deceived him, the monster leader might have moved locations and their trip could have been in vain. But this alert confirmed that the monster leader they were looking for was right before them. Resolutely, Gui moved forward. Suddenly, a fiery breath surged towards them, striking Gui. The first shield of his spiritual fortress visibly diminished by half. Worthy of a wilderness boss, its vigilance is truly strong. If it were anyone else, just this unexpected first attack could have resulted in serious injuries. But for me, it's just a matter of half a shield. Even if it breaks, I still have 9 more waiting, he thought. Pushing through the towering weeds, Gui finally laid eyes on the boss he had been so eager to face. It was covered in emerald green with spots and stripes of crimson on its body. Around its neck, it had a ring of fin-like structures, and its large, lantern-like eyes angrily sized up both Gui and Lin Miaowei. At that moment, a transparent window popped out from the ring on Gui's hand. Blast Lizard, danger level, boss energy level, 20 skills, flame charge, magma bomb, high temperature ray. Gui was surprised. He hadn't expected the ring to have this function, which seemed to activate when within a certain distance from the monster. Need help? Lin Miaowei kindly offered. Generally, to complete a job transfer task, participation was enough. One didn't need to handle it alone. Although Gui had previously displayed formidable skills, this boss was clearly of a fire attribute. Even his spell, comparable to a forbidden curse, would likely have its damage significantly reduced, a typical drawback for conventional mages. No need, I am quite strong, Gui replied as he summoned his staff with purple lightning continuously surging around him. Without even launching a skill, this aura alone subtly intimidated the Blast Lizard. Sensing danger, the creature instinctively stepped back before realizing it was merely facing a puny human. What was there to fear? It should be the one feared. The Blast Lizard opened its mouth to launch a fireball. Gui didn't even flinch, taking the hit with his shield. At that moment, amidst flashes of purple lightning, a magical formation formed in front of him. Forbidden spell, Thunder Dragon King, Breath of Annihilation. As the enormous dragon head emerged, a primal fear rooted in its bloodline caused the Blast Lizard to collapse on the spot. Like a commoner who had committed a grave crime, it trembled as it awaited judgment from a king. Boom! A burst of purple light shot out from the dragon's mouth, instantly claiming the life of the Blast Lizard. A surge of upgraded white light flashed over Gui's body, leaving Lin Miaowei staring in disbelief at everything unfolding before her. Another instant kill. How could this man slay a boss with a single skill just like he does with ordinary monsters? Moreover, aren't mages supposed to master only one attribute of skill? What was the deal with this guy? Not only did he possess skills of other attributes, but they seemed just as powerful as the ones he had previously demonstrated. She thought she had grown accustomed to following Gui, but he always managed to surprise her with the unexpected. Ding! Successfully killed the Blazing Lizard Element Mage's first tier mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill of the Element Mage Elemental Blade. As Gui looked at the skill book, Emitting a green glow in his hands, he felt a surge of excitement. He had never imagined that the reward for the first-tier mission would be a green skill book. Even in the Adventurers Association's marketplace, a green skill book could hardly be bought for less than several 100,000 adventure points, and his own talent enhancement was aimed at his existing skills. A green grade skill would be easier to enhance into a high-level forbidden curse. Gu Yi immediately set out to learn the skill, planning to use his newly acquired enhancement opportunity to elevate it to the level of a forbidden curse. Just then, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The swordsman they had encountered earlier emerged. "Finally caught up with you guys, it's been tough following you all this way." The young man seemed to be complaining, but his face was filled with a playful smirk, as if looking at prey within easy reach. Gu Yi quickly refreshed the duration of his mental fortress and hurried to Lin Miao's side. The two of them, weapons in hand, looked forward with vigilant eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Gu Yi asked sternly. "Good question, then allow me to introduce myself properly," the young man said as black smoke emanated from his body, his form twisting eerily. Horns of dark purple sprouted from his head and his arms were covered with spikes. His swelling body tore through his blood-stained clothes, revealing a black body underneath that glowed with purple light. Even without an introduction, Gu Yi and Lin Miao knew who he was: an abyssal demon. The two of them spoke in unison, teeth clenched. This world had become what it was because of the abyssal demons. Lin Miaowei also realized at that moment that the bounty task she had accepted involved this very creature. "Correct, I am Dixius from the noble abyss, infiltrating the human world in the name of the demon god." Dixius flicked his longsword, pointing its tip at Gu Yi. "I intended to complete my mission quietly, but alas, the annoying aura emanating from you has ignited the fury of the abyss." Dixius suddenly erupted in violence, slashing his sword towards Gu Yi. A fortress talisman disappeared, shielding Gu Yi from this lethal strike. However, the residual force still pushed him back several steps. Lin Miaowei quickly rushed to Gu Yi's side and helped him up. "Gu Yi, this guy is the abyssal demon mentioned in the bounty. We stand no chance against him." As she spoke, Lin Miaowei held onto Gu Yi's arm and took out a scroll to teleport back to the city. Just as she was about to tear it apart, a sword light struck, slicing the scroll in two. Lin Miaowei was also severely injured in an instant, her breath growing weak. "Don't think about escaping. Accept your death quietly," Dixius declared, swinging his sword directly at Lin Miaowei, intending to kill her first since she was gravely injured. Just as the sword light was about to hit, Gu Yi pushed Lin Miaowei away and blocked the attack with another fortress talisman as a sacrifice. "Futile resistance," Dixius sneered. "Human, I admit that the magic you released earlier was potent enough to threaten my life, but you won't be able to release it a second time so soon." Gu Yi raised his hand to release a mental fortress, replenishing the previously consumed fortress talisman. He looked at Dixius with a subtle expression. "Oh, are you so sure?" Dixius, filled with disdain and mockery, retorted, "The power of that magic reached the level of a forbidden spell. I don't know how you mastered it, but it's impossible for you to continue casting." Gu Yi smiled faintly, his gaze turning sharp. "Then you'd better watch closely. Forbidden spell, Thunder Dragon King, Breath of Extinction." As Gu Yi shouted, Dixius didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a trick to find an opportunity to escape. But when he saw the purple magic circle forming in front of Gu Yi, his expression changed dramatically. A surge of fear quickly surfaced on his face. His earlier words weren't meant to provoke Gu Yi. The power of this forbidden spell could indeed end his life. "Damn it, how can you still cast it?" Dixius desperately moved his body, trying to dodge Gu Yi's attack. But as the head of the Thunder Dragon appeared, he realized that all his efforts were in vain. No matter how he moved, he was locked in by the attack. There was no escape. As the dragon opened its massive maw, purple electrical energy quickly accumulated, ready to burst out in the next moment. "No, I still have a great mission to complete. I cannot die." Amidst Dixius's desperate cries, a massive purple light engulfed his body. When the light dissipated, Dixius was lying motionless on the ground. Gu Yi did not approach to check Dixius's body, but immediately released the mental fortress. The absence of a kill prompt meant Dixius wasn't truly dead. "Human, you forced me to use the power bestowed by the demon god." A beast-like roar echoed from all directions. Black flames emerged from Dixius's body, slowly floating in the air. In the next moment, the flames surged with the wind. Dixius's body also rapidly expanded, transforming from a slightly taller than average human into a giant over 10 meters tall. Possessing the ability to randomly use forbidden spells, the abyss cannot leave you be. Dixius extended his hand and the flames attached to his body burst out, striking Gu Yi. The glyph of the psychic fortress was rapidly depleted by more than half. Gooey hastily reactivated the psychic fortress, and immediately after the purple array re-emerged. But this time, there was no trace of fear on Dexus's face as he allowed the absolute purple light of the Thunder Dragon King to strike him. No damage. Gooey was startled, sensing trouble. This was certainly not good news for him. The demon god has granted me temporary immunity to the lightning element. Human, just die. Gooey dodged backward, avoiding Dexus's massive fist. He keenly picked up on a critical piece of information. You mean you're now immune to the power of the lightning element? Correct, such is the greatness of the demon god's power. Dexus stopped attacking, his face full of piety as he looked up to the sky. Although I have sinned by using the power bestowed by the demon god without permission, as long as I eliminate you, the great demon god will surely forgive my transgression. Curious, Gooey asked, can you be immune to other elements as well? Dexus suddenly lowered his head and swung his sword down. Human, I know what you're plotting. Before your fire-based forbidden spell kills me, I will certainly send you off first. Gooey stood still, letting the sword cleave him and send him flying. So that's how it is, he realized. Gooey opened his panel and quickly injected the enhancement opportunity he had previously acquired into the elemental blade. Ding! Skill enhancement successful. Elemental blade, excellent, 1 star, enhanced to Forbidden curse, elemental storm sword, epic, 3 stars. Gooey summoned with a gesture. Wind, fire, lightning, water, light, and darkness, as if commanded by an emperor, swiftly formed a massive 100-meter-long sword in his hand. Without any hesitation, Gooey propelled the giant sword towards Dexus. A string of damage numbers in 6 different colors floated above Dexus's head. Minus 785,120. A sword mark, nearly splitting him in half, appeared on Dexus's body. How is this possible? Feeling his life rapidly draining away, Dexus was utterly terrified. He had already utilized the power of the demon god, supposedly immune to this human's strongest attack, yet why did he still possess a skill that could severely wound him? And that aura, it was the 6 elements most detested by the abyss. I was waiting for the skill chant. What were you waiting for? In Dexus's moment of distraction, Gooey released the elemental storm sword once more. By the time Dexus realized, it was already too late. The elemental sword swept across his body, carrying away what remained of his life. No, how could I be defeated by mere humans? With a thunderous crash, the colossal form of the abyssal demon Dexus hit the ground, reverting to its original size. Successfully slain the abyssal demon Dexus. Seeing the kill notification finally appeared, Gooey breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for his class-specific skills, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. After slaying Dexus, his level rose once again. Now he was a level 15 professional. Are you alright? Gooey asked, helping the severely injured Lin Miaowei to her feet and administering several potions of health recovery which stabilized her condition. All she needed now was good rest. At this moment, Lin Miaowei's gaze towards Gooey was even more shocked than at the beginning. He was just over level 10, yet he had managed to single-handedly kill a level 30 abyssal demon. She couldn't help but wonder about the limits of this man. Are you even human, or a monster? This question came from deep within her heart, as Gooey's prowess far surpassed that of a normal human being. Of course I'm human. If I were a monster, I would have eaten you by now, Gooey replied, helping Lin Miaowei to sit on a nearby rock before turning towards the corpses of the blazing lizard and Dexus. He had noticed earlier that both creatures had dropped items, obtained Magma Longsword *1 inch Flame Wrath Armor *1 Blazing Lizard's Long Tail *1. Sadly, I can't wear the equipment, but I can trade it for some money at the Adventurers Association. Huh, the Blazing Lizard's long tail. Gooey looked at his bag with a hint of surprise. It was an extremely valuable material. Although he was not sure of its exact use, whenever it appeared, it always sold for hundreds of thousands. Not bad at all. I'll sell it at the Adventurers Association and buy a set of suitable equipment for myself, Gooey thought, pleased as he picked up the loot. After collecting the items, the body of the blazing lizard disappeared. Gooey walked up to Dexus' corpse with anticipation. If the blazing lizard can drop good items, then you, almighty abyssal demon, should have even better loot. With a gesture, he collected all the items that Dexus had dropped into his backpack. Obtained Obsidian Dagger *1 inch Abyssal Stone, level 30. *1 Special Equipment Elemental Fear Cloak *1. Huh, it's a special equipment. Gooey couldn't hide his excitement. Special equipment had no wearing requirements and was extremely hard to come by, possessing attributes far beyond regular gear. Some special items even had rare set effects. If his senses were correct, the equipment he just picked up seemed to match his class perfectly. Gui immediately checked his backpack. Elemental fear cloak. Wearing requirement: none. Attributes: Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 100. Effect: ignore 10% of enemies. All element resistance. Elemental nightmare set January 3rd not activated. Elemental nightmare set January 5th not activated. An effect that ignores resistance. Gui was pleasantly surprised. The attributes of this single piece of equipment were already very powerful, and he hadn't expected such a delightful bonus. As an elemental mage, attacks from the 6 elements were his means of survival, although his class traits already included a 200% increase in elemental damage. He would inevitably encounter special monsters with absurdly high elemental resistance. Having an effect that ignored all elemental resistance undoubtedly provided an extra layer of security for his damage output. Even against ordinary monsters, he could now elevate his damage to another level. With such strong effects from a single piece of equipment, he wondered what the set properties would be like. Gui was filled with a faint sense of anticipation. What if collecting all 5 pieces triggered a 100% ignore effect? Such a feature would prevent scenarios like today where his attacks were being rendered ineffective due to immunity. He could use his mastery over the 6 elemental attacks to crush any monster. His eyes then shifted to another piece of equipment, an obsidian dagger, fine 1 star, which required level 30. It boasted attributes of plus 900 physical attack, plus 50 strength, plus 80 agility, and had an effect that caused an additional 10% splash damage when striking enemies. Truly, it was a remarkable item dropped by an abyssal demon. The 10% splash damage was particularly beneficial for an assassin, significantly enhancing survivability when facing groups of monsters. Turning his head, Gui looked at Lin Miaowei. If he remembered correctly, she had taken on the perilous mission of hunting the abyssal demon in hopes of acquiring a decent weapon. Here, catch, he said, tossing the dagger to her. Lin Miaowei caught it instinctively and was immediately startled upon inspection. Her eyes filled with panic. No, this is too valuable, she protested. Such a weapon, she knew, could easily fetch millions of adventure points if sold through the Adventurers Association. The weapon felt unbearably hot in her hands, symbolizing its immense worth and rarity. Lin Miaowei, feeling the weight of the weapon, stood up, intending to return it to Gui. Keep it, he insisted, gently pushing her back down. If you feel embarrassed, just return it to me when you find something better. Besides, I plan to attend Kyoto University, where I might need a little help from a senior. Consider this an advance payment for that favor. Lin Miaowei hesitated, then carefully stowed the weapon in her backpack. Thank you. She was no child and understood that Gui's words were meant to ease her acceptance of the gift. Despite his future at Kyoto University, where he was sure to shine brightly, she knew he wouldn't actually need her help, and yet, needing him seemed to have indeed improved her luck. Gui, remember to collect the abyssal demon's corpse, Lin Miaowei reminded him. The bounty notice said we could choose an item from the Qinxi treasury. Gui's mind raced at the mention of the Qinxi treasury, a place he had heard of where even the least valuable items were high-level and rare items were innumerable, reserved as rewards for those who made significant contributions to the city. It's getting dark. Let's hurry back, Gui said, looking up at the darkening sky. He quickly helped Lin Miaowei to her feet and they headed towards Qinxi City. After nightfall, the strength of the monsters would increase significantly. Gui alone might have managed, but Lin Miaowei, in her current condition, was not suited for spending the night outdoors. Just a few steps into their journey, a burst of black flames suddenly erupted from the spot where Dizzyus had been slain. With a whoosh, the flames caught up to the duo and entered Gui's arm. It was scorching hot. What was that? Gui quickly raised his arm to inspect it. The black flame had disappeared, leaving behind a dark, mysterious pattern on his skin. Even a brief glance at the mark seemed to suck away one's soul. Gui had a very ominous feeling. He felt as if the abyss itself had set its sights on him. This puzzled him. Was all this really necessary just because he had killed an abyssal demon? Rest well, I'll come to see you tomorrow, Gui said as he settled Lin Miaowei. Then he headed straight for the Lord's Hall in the city. Besides claiming the bounty reward, he urgently needed to inform the high echelons of Daxia about Dizzyus's plans. Hello, is Lord Wang in? I have urgent matters concerning an abyssal demon that I need to discuss with him immediately. Initially, the guards, seeing Gui's youthful, student-like appearance, took him lightly, thinking he was just another young person eager to catch a glimpse of a high-ranking official, and didn't take him seriously. They even started to step forward to advise Gui to leave. However, upon hearing the words abyssal demon, everyone's demeanor shifted to stern immediacy. "My boy, this is no laughing matter," one guard said, seeing the seriousness on their faces. Realizing he needed to provide evidence, Gui presented them with the body of the abyssal demon he had killed. The moment Dizzyus's corpse was laid out, the uniquely ominous aura of the abyssal demon made every guard unconsciously grip their weapons tighter. After confirming the corpse, the guards looked at Gui with newfound respect and saluted him in unison. Any professional who dared battle an abyssal demon, regardless of age or appearance, commanded respect. "Please wait here." It wasn't long before Wang Hao, hurried and anxious, arrived. The issue of the abyssal demon had been troubling him for days, and finally, there was news. Junior brother? "I didn't expect it to be you," Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise, hardly believing that the person who brought the news was Gui, whom he had just been shoulder to shoulder with that afternoon. "Lord Wang, I encountered this abyssal demon outside the city, and some information must be urgently relayed through you to the higher-ups of Daxia." Following the direction of Gui's finger, Wang Hao glanced at the corpse lying on the ground. Dizzyus? He recognized it instantly, the very demon that had been troubling him for days, the level 30 abyssal demon, Dizzyus. Amidst his surprise, Wang Hao suddenly turned to Gui, his mind a whirlwind of shock. Dizzyus was a level 30 abyssal demon. Gui had just changed his profession yesterday, and though he had demonstrated unprecedented potential by clearing the novice dungeon that afternoon, how had he managed to kill a level 30 Dizzyus and returned unscathed? Could it be that his junior brother had not only awakened a hidden profession but also possessed that rumored innate talent? This matter is to be classified as top secret information, and no one is allowed to utter a single word about it, or they will be tried for treason. Wang Hao scanned the circle of guards sternly, then warmly draped an arm around Gui's shoulders, lifting Dizzyus's corpse and walking inside. "Junior brother, don't call me Lord Wang anymore. It makes us seem too distant." "Then what should I call you?" "Call me Brother Wang." Wang Hao frowned slightly, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Are you saying that Dexus was ordered to infiltrate human society?" Gui nodded, pushing the ashtray towards Wang Hao. "He said it himself that he was following the orders of some demon god. What a hassle, truly troublesome." Wang Hao felt suddenly unable to continue smoking, stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray. "If that's the case, it's not just Dexus. There must be other abyssal demons who have come over as well." This near-collapsed state made Gui puzzled. Even if abyssal demons had infiltrated human society now that they knew, couldn't they just conduct a comprehensive search? Is it really that hard to find an abyssal demon if they've infiltrated? Gui asked. "The search itself is simple. Just conduct checks on all city residents simultaneously. What worries me is something else." "What is it?" Wang Hao flicked his lighter, staring intently at the flame that appeared. "The magical energy barrier." "What's that?" Gui was confused, having never heard of it before, not even in books. Wang Hao pushed his chair back and walked slowly to the window. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see a blue stripe occasionally streaking across the sky. "That is a protective array that has shielded Daxia for 10 full years. Wang Hao turned around and walked back towards Gui, his heavy steps revealing his foul mood. Even his usual jocular demeanor had disappeared. "Daxia has been free from abyssal incursions for 10 years because of this array. But the abyss has been restless always, trying to invade our territory through other means, though each attempt has been thwarted, instead strengthening the capabilities of Daxia's professionals. It's clear that Dexus didn't come through that method, so there's only one possibility. There's something wrong with the magical energy barrier." These few words made Gui realize the gravity of the situation. That means, like other countries, Daxia might soon face an abyssal assault. Exactly. Perhaps realizing the atmosphere was too grim, Wang Hao patted Gui's shoulder. "You're still young, just focus on strengthening your abilities. These are matters for us old folks to worry about. Unless we're all dead, it's not your generation's turn to battle the abyssal demons." Gui took a deep breath. Though it was said so, the pressing sense of impending disaster made it hard to relax. "By the way, Brother Wang, there's something I'd like to ask you about." Gui rolled up his sleeves, revealing a mysterious black pattern hidden underneath. This pattern was left by a mysterious black fire that suddenly appeared when he collected the body of Dexus. He wanted to know exactly what it was. When Wang Hao turned to look, just one glance made him feel as if demonic whispers were echoing around his ears, as though trying to pull him into the abyss. He quickly averted his gaze, and the eerie feeling vanished instantly. "I don't know what this is, but it doesn't seem like something an ordinary abyssal demon would leave behind. I will report this, along with your defeat of a level 30 abyssal demon and the information about the abyss infiltrating humanity. Perhaps someone higher up can give you an answer," he said. After photographing the black pattern on Gui's arm, Wang Hao promptly led him outside. Now that the serious matters are discussed, let's talk about something more pleasant. Brother Wang will take you to claim your reward. Is it the Qinghai treasury? Yes, under Wang Hao's guidance the two pass through stringent security to stand before the treasury. Junior brother, once inside, pick whatever you find most useful to you. Thank you, Brother Wang. As Gui entered the treasury, he saw a space filled with various types of equipment and items, their twinkling lights making him feel as though he was in a starry sky. He casually picked up a staff that caught his eye, the Elf's Grasp, rare 3 stars, required level 20, attributes: magic attack plus 750, spirit plus 90, agility plus 60, effect, reduces spiritual consumption by 20% when casting skills. No wonder it's from the Qinghai treasury, these attributes could easily be worth millions of adventure points outside, he thought. Gui put down the staff and moved forward, picking up a necklace, the red crystal necklace, rare 1 star, required level 30, attributes: spirit plus 100, constitution plus 90, effect, attacks deal an additional 15% fire damage, an additional fire attribute? Fire mages would go crazy if they saw this. Gui smiled slightly and put the necklace back in its place. Indeed, the equipment in the Qinghai treasury was impressive, but he couldn't just take something and leave. He needed to find something truly valuable for himself, ideally a special piece of equipment that was not only rare but also unlikely to become obsolete quickly. Determined, Gui started his careful search. After more than half an hour, his eyes were sore from the effort and he had scoured the entire treasury. Apart from appreciating how many top-tier items were in the Qinghai treasury, he hadn't seen a shadow of the special equipment he hoped for. As expected, special equipment isn't easy to come across. Gui shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly, turning towards a piece of equipment he had previously eyed. However, as he passed a corner, he suddenly stopped. There was a staff completely different from the other items in the treasury. While the rest of the items radiated the distinct glow of high-tier equipment, this one looked utterly ordinary, so much so that Gui had initially overlooked it as if it were invisible. Why would there be such a thing in the Qinghai treasury? Filled with curiosity, Gui picked up the staff. The Eternal Thought Annihilation, a seemingly ordinary item, turned out to be the most promising and valuable weapon in the entire treasure trove. With no specific requirements for wielding, it offers magical attack plus 50 and spirit plus 5. Remarkably, its level adjusts according to the user's level, and it can absorb other weapons of any grade to enhance its own quality. Activating rare, epic, legendary, and even mythical qualities, it's a weapon capable of growing alongside its wielder for a lifetime as long as there are enough weapons for it to consume. Gui, thrilled and surprised, raised the staff as if it was a priceless treasure. In the past, even with such equipment, it would have been difficult to develop. But now, with the abyss looming and the opportunity to kill abyssal demons to gain more equipment, it was the perfect time to nurture it. Holding some monster materials, he planned to exchange them at the Adventurers Association for more equipment soon, eager to see the full potential of this growth-capable weapon. Upon exiting, Gui was casually greeted by Wang Hao, who handed him a silver gray card without asking what he had chosen. It was an advanced membership card for the Adventurers Association. Wang Hao stuffed the card into Gui's hand, explaining that he had arranged it while Gui was selecting items, saving him the trouble of doing it himself. The card was preloaded with 5 million adventure points, a private sponsorship from Wang Hao to his junior. Shocked, Gui realized the generosity of his senior. 5 million adventure points were more than many professionals could earn in a lifetime. Don't be so surprised, Wang Hao said, waving his hand dismissively as if to indicate that such an amount was trivial to high-level professionals. Thanks, Wang brother, Gui replied, his mind racing with the possibilities that these adventure points, combined with his materials, could elevate the Eternal Thought Annihilation to a rare level in no time. It was getting late, and after a long day, Wang Hao suggested Gui should head back and rest, sending him off at the entrance of the City Lord's Hall. After saying goodbye, Wang Hao turned around with a pained look, knowing he'd have to smoke cheaper cigarettes until his next paycheck. But if it really helps cultivate a war god for the great Xia, consider it an investment, he muttered to himself. Leaving the City Lord's Hall, Gui didn't head home but instead made his way to the Adventurers Association. Not far from each other, both buildings were central to Qinxi City. Although both were official organizations, the Adventurers Association primarily facilitated safe item transactions between professionals to prevent violent incidents over private deals. You can also use the adventure points in your hand to purchase other things that are useful to yourself. Besides, it is said that Another function of the Adventurers Association is to cultivate high-level lifestyle professions on behalf of the government by collecting a large amount of materials. Unlike other countries that treat lifestyle professionals as if they were livestock, Dasha truly strives to provide a place for everyone to shine. Hello, please open a trading room for me. Gui walked to the front desk and handed over his premium membership card. The receptionist at the front desk, dressed in the Adventurers Association uniform, took Gui's card with both hands. Very well, sir, what kind of trading room would you like? A standard one will do. I'm just here to buy some equipment and incidentally consign some materials I have. A standard trading room should meet all my needs. The premium trading rooms, although equipped with a full range of beverages and providing a space for relaxation, essentially offer the same core functions. If I want to rest, I can simply go home later. It's not worth the extra money. Please wait a moment. The receptionist swiped the card on the machine and her expression suddenly changed. The verification passed, confirming the cardholder is Gui with the status of a premium member. Gui, with his handsome appearance, certainly caught a few glances from her, but his attire was clearly that of a student, and she subconsciously thought Gui was just a newcomer with newly granted trading privileges. The result from the card swipe, however, was completely unexpected. She had never imagined that this young-looking boy was a premium member. You see, there are only two ways to upgrade membership levels at the Adventurers Association. The first, more common way is to consign items exceeding a certain value, after which the senior officials would review and upgrade the membership level. The second, much rarer method requires a guarantee from someone of at least City Lord level and is directly granted by the Adventurers Association to those identified as having tremendous potential. But regardless of the method, it was clear that this young man was far from ordinary. I'm sorry, sir, but you may not be able to go to a standard trading room. According to the regulations of the Adventurers Association, as a respected premium member, you will be directly entitled to a complimentary premium trading room. The receptionist immediately lowered her stance and dared not steal any more glances at Gui. Then the premium trading room it is. Sir, your room is 203, please head right towards the stairs. Thank you. After swiping his card to enter the trading room, Gui couldn't help but marvel at its luxuriousness. It was just like a mansion. Every conceivable living item was available. Gui took out the materials from his backpack and placed them beside the teleportation array. With a flash of light, the materials disappeared, and a list of all the materials appeared on the room screen. Gui sold the other materials directly, instantly earning tens of thousands of adventure points. But the remaining rare material, the explosive flame lizard's long tail, posed a challenge. Recent transaction records for the past 3 months, none. It wasn't that no one wanted to buy it, but rather that it was simply priceless. Gui searched and found that quite a few people were offering over 50,000 and even several bids of 1 million. The value of this item was somewhat beyond imagination. There had been no transactions in the last 3 months, and the drop rate was so low. Gui hesitated, debating whether to trade directly or initiate an auction to let the buyers compete. An auction would definitely yield the most money in the end. He could earn at least several 100,000 more adventure points, but it would also take more time, at least 3 days. President Ku, you can't go in there, it would violate the rules of our Adventurers Association. Get out of my way. I've waited over half a year and finally encountered this material again. I'll go in even if it means breaking the rules. The argument at the door interrupted Gui's thoughts. What was going on? From the sounds of it, it was clearly coming for him. Knock, knock, knock. Little guy, open the door. I am Ku Longxing. I have urgent matters to find you. Knock, knock, knock. President, could please stop causing trouble. If you continue like this, we will have to call the head of the association. Ku Longxing, Gui thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, this was the vice president of the Qinghai City Adventurers Association and a high-ranking master of pharmacology. Nearly half of all the advanced potions sold in Qinghai City were made by him. Could it be that he was here for that tale? Other than that rare material, Gui couldn't think of any other reason that would make a master of pharmacology so desperate to see him. Rules be damned. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to seek the greatest benefit. The door creaked open and the arguing instantly stopped. The leading staff member immediately showed a smile full of apologies. Sorry, Mr. Gu, we didn't mean to disturb you, it's just that President Ku. Ku Longxing quickly stopped his people and stepped up to Gui, his eyes filled with a plea. Little guy, I can give you 1 million right now, please sell me that tale, alright? Gui scratched his head, pretending to be hesitant. 1,100,000. President Ku, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but this tale is currently priceless and I want to try to exchange it for more money to buy myself some decent equipment. Kolongxing clenched his fist in frustration. He knew the rarity of the tail and that once it was out it would definitely be snapped up immediately. He was a complete potion fanatic, spending any savings he had on materials for his mad experiments. The $1 million plus he offered was from potion sales he made that morning. It hadn't even warmed in his pocket. He really couldn't offer a higher price. Kolongxing sighed deeply, preparing to leave, when suddenly he spotted a familiar pattern on the cape behind Gui. He had a ring with the same pattern made up of the 6 major elements. A spark of joy flashed in Kolongxing's eyes. "I've got it, little guy, wait here for me, I'll be back very soon." Before long, Kolongxing hurried back, full of urgency. Holding a ring engraved with the 6 major elements, the young man made an offer. "This ring, along with 1.1 million adventure points for your tale of longevity, how does that sound?" At this moment, Kolongxing felt a surge of confidence. The ring was a special piece of equipment, and with the adventure points added, its value far exceeded that of the tale of longevity. The only downside was that the ring was not very useful for ordinary mages, as it only allowed the user to enjoy one type of 10% elemental resistance. The decision to trade or not rested solely on Gui's desire. Upon seeing the ring, Gui felt a twinge of familiarity and eagerly picked it up to inspect it. The ring was named Elemental Fury with no restrictions for use. It boasted attributes like Spirit plus 200 and effects such as ignoring 10% of an enemy's elemental resistance. A special feature allowed the user to store weapons within the ring, enabling it to cast spells in lieu of the user. It was part of the Elemental Nightmare set, marking 1 out of 3 and 1 out of 5 pieces acquired. On the surface, Gui remained calm, but internally he was ecstatic. Not only was he receiving an amount equivalent to the auction price in adventure points, but he was also obtaining another piece of the Elemental Nightmare set. With this acquisition, Gui felt confident that he could permanently enhance his divine consciousness and upgrade it to a rare quality. The prospect of achieving the tri-set effect of the Elemental Nightmare was also drawing near. "President Kut, since you are showing such generosity to a junior, I will sell you the tale of longevity," Gui declared. "Do you agree?" "Yes," answered Kolongxing, thrilled. He quickly pulled out his membership card and transferred 1.1 million adventure points to Gui. "Very well, then I shall not disturb you any longer. Once I refine this new medicine, I will be sure to send you a few bottles." "Thank you, President Kut," Gui responded. After Kolongxing left, Gui turned and walked back to his room. He immediately spent 50,000 adventure points on the trading panel to purchase over 20 ordinary weapons. Since the devouring process of his divine consciousness, now called Eternal Oblivion, did not specify the type of weapons needed, he had plenty of options to choose from. As the teleportation matrix flashed, the purchased weapons appeared instantly before Gui. He took out the Eternal Oblivion and in his mind he commanded, "Devour." The weapons transformed into streams of light and merged into the Eternal Oblivion, which successfully upgraded from a common 1-star to a superior 1-star quality. Excited but restraining his urge to check the new properties, Gui continued to buy more equipment, his adventure points quickly depleted by the millions. Meanwhile, other weapon buyers experienced a peculiar incident. They finally decided on a decent weapon after much hesitation, but just as they resolved to make the purchase, they discovered it had already been sold. Initially, they thought it was a coincidence and decided to choose another item, making up their minds to buy immediately. This time, however, when they reopened the trading system, they were horrified to find that from level 1 ordinary white weapons to over level 50 advanced blue weapons, anything reasonably priced had vanished. This strange phenomenon led them to suspect a glitch in the trading system, because how else could one explain such a phenomenon? Even the wealthiest couldn't possibly buy so many weapons in one go. The personnel responsible for maintaining the teleportation array at the back were also puzzled. Continuous high-intensity operation had somewhat depleted the energy of the entire array, and it was about to fall into a state of energy exhaustion. What exactly was Member 203 doing? At this moment, Gui was controlling the Spirit Annihilation and at the same time purchasing the last batch of equipment. Devouring successful. Spirit Annihilation, fine 5-star, upgraded to Spirit Annihilation, rare 1-star. It had finally reached the rare grade. After spending over 5 million adventure points in total, it was a success. Although 5 million adventure points could buy 6 or 7 level 20 rare weapons, the growing nature of Spirit Annihilation was invaluable, even if its quality could no longer be improved. As long as Gui reached level 30, changing to rare equipment every 5 levels was considered breaking even, not to mention the benefits from subsequent levels. Gui couldn't hold back any longer and immediately checked his current attributes. Spirit Annihilation, rare. 1 star, scalable, had no wearing requirements, currently level 15. Attributes included magic attack plus 700-inch spirit plus 70, agility plus 50. Trait 1, equipment level changes with the wearer's level. Trait 2, can devour any grade of other weapons to enhance its own quality. Effect 1, skill attack range increased by 20%. Effect 2, epic quality activated. Effect 3, legendary quality activated. Effect 4, mythical quality activated. Expanding the skill range was like adding wings to a tiger in his hands. His own spiritual power boosted by various levels and equipment had already reached 790 points. With this 20% range enhancement, the range of the exploding starfall could cover up to 900 meters. This was beneficial for both wilderness exploration and leveling up. Wait, Gui seemed to have overlooked an issue before. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly turning to joy. Ordinary weapons, regardless of their grade, usually possessed only one equipment effect. Could it be that Spirit Annihilation, once upgraded to a mythical grade later on, could simultaneously maintain 4 effect enhancements? If that were the case, then the value of this equipment would undoubtedly be magnified again. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Gui smiled faintly. This trip to the Adventurers Association not only successfully fed Spirit Annihilation to a rare grade but also acquired another piece of elemental nightmare equipment. Oh right, that ring. Gui suddenly remembered the effect of the Elemental Fury ring. It seemed that it could store weapons inside, replacing the need to cast spells. He lifted his right hand and brought Spirit Annihilation close to the ring. Store it. With a swoosh, Spirit Annihilation disappeared. However, Gui felt that he could now chant spells unimpeded using the ring on his hand. With a thought, Gui summoned Spirit Annihilation back into his hand. What a great item! This flexibility was indeed much improved. Casting spells with bare hands, just the thought of it exuded an extraordinary coolness. After storing his weapon back into the ring, Gui looked at his remaining balance, just over 500,000 adventure points, which meant his plans to buy new equipment had to be shelved for now. However, that wasn't a problem. He still had the Abyssal Stone in his possession. Counting the days, the special instance in Qinghai City was about to open. With the Abyssal Stone, he could activate the Abyss Descent mode, guaranteeing at least rare grade and possibly even epic grade equipment and items. Before leaving, Gui purchased some potions that could quickly heal injuries, planning to take them back to the hotel for Lin Miaowei. After all, it was he whom Dexus had targeted originally. Lin Miaowei was injured because she tried to take him back to the city and Dexus attacked her in the process. These are for speeding up the healing process. Use them first, and if it's not enough, let me know. After setting down the potions, Gui looked up to see Lin Miaowei's watery eyes. Thank you, she murmured, feeling a warm surge in her heart. This was the first time she encountered such kindness from a stranger, perhaps the warmth of his concern causing her cheeks to flush. Well, if there's nothing else, I should head back, Gui awkwardly muttered, quickly heading towards the door. The atmosphere felt all wrong. Too wrong. Lin Miaowei, dressed in the hotel's low-cut bathrobe, her long hair half damp and those big emotion-filled eyes, looked back at him. He was at the prime of his youth, and he feared if he stayed a moment longer he wouldn't want to leave. With a heavy sigh, Gui closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Women they truly were. Terrifying creatures, he chuckled wryly to himself. After a whole day of busyness, all he wanted was a good night's sleep. The next morning, Gui was woken up by a call from Wang Hao. Jr., come to the town hall immediately, sounded the voice on the other end. Yawning and rubbing his sore eyes, Gui asked, Brother Wang, what's so urgent this early? You'll know when you get here, and let me tell you, it's great news. Quickly getting ready, Gui headed to the town hall. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged man with his back to him standing by the window. Although he couldn't see his face, the upright posture led Gui to guess. Military personnel, here he comes. Wang Hao quickly beckoned Gui over, pointing at the man by the window. This is Commander Fang Jie of the Great Xia Eastern District. He rushed over immediately after hearing about your solo defeat of the level 30 Abyssal Demon. Fang Jie then turned around. Nephew Gu, this should be our second meeting, he said with a smile, patting Gui's shoulder, his face expressing pride. Your father Gu Fengsheng is my sworn brother. Indeed, it's been over a decade, but you've grown up well. Last time I saw you, you were just a child who could only drink milk. Though Gui had never met his parents and had been raised by his uncle from a young age, Gui could see the genuine look of satisfaction in Fang Jie's eyes. It wasn't feigned. Uncle Fang, he addressed him, which only broadened the smile on Fang Jie's face. I came here for 2 reasons. Fang Jie began. First, to see you, my nephew, whom I haven't seen in many years, and second, to ask if you'd like to join Longya. Fang Jie nodded, placing a badge shaped like a dragon's tooth in front of Gui. It's an elite squad secretly established by the Great Xia, comprising only those with immense potential. The aim is to have a sharp blade ready to shatter the abyss's assault and protect our territories when it descends again. What would I gain if I joined? Gui asked seriously. Feng Jie burst into laughter at the question. All newly discovered dungeons within the Great Xia will be first tackled by suitable members of Longya to claim the initial rewards. Besides, Longya has unique bounty missions such as clearing beast tides and sniping abyss demons that smuggle out of dungeons. Completing these allows you to exchange rewards from the national treasury. Gui nodded inwardly. The treatment within Longya was akin to mobilizing the nation's resources to nurture this group. The initial dungeon rewards were not only vast in experience but also included various items and equipment. As for the national treasury, it housed the finest treasures in all of Great Xia. You may have noticed Feng Jie continued tapping the Dragon's Tooth badge. Longya doesn't provide direct resources but rather the opportunities to acquire them. We don't want to painstakingly train a team that trembles at the sight of abyss demons. He shifted the tone slightly. There's a saying, a greenhouse can't grow a pine of 1,000 years. Now, can you tell me your decision? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gui looked up resolutely and said, I am willing to join. His arm bore a mysterious black pattern, unclear in nature but undoubtedly linked to the abyss, possibly even to the demonic gods spoken of by Dexus. A profound sense of crisis compelled him to seek all means to enhance his strength, as only then could he ensure his own safety. Joining Longya was undoubtedly the best choice. Feng Jie smiled with relief. He knew Gui wouldn't refuse. How could a tiger father sire a dog son, he thought. This is the new information ring, Feng Jie explained, handing it over along with the Longya badge. Besides being able to check the regional map and identify monster data, all affairs of Longya will be communicated through this ring. Now, along with the badge of Longya, they are both yours. Gui took the ring with both hands, replacing the original information ring. He directly stored the dragon tooth medal in his backpack. Big nephew, you can go back first. I have some other matters to discuss with Lord Wang of the city. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Then I will go back first. By the way, junior brother, the whole country is going to be locked down for an inspection in the next few days. If you want to level up, you can only go to school. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day the special instance in Qinghai City opened. At the vortex-shaped entrance of the instance, students from 3 schools who met the requirements waited quietly. Gui was surprised to see that Zhang Yuxian had also reached level 10. It seemed that his family had given him considerable help. However, this guy had been avoiding Gui, and even occasional eye contact was filled with resentment, obviously holding a grudge over past events. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, stood happily beside Gui. Since that incident, Zhang Yuxian had not come to bother her again. Gui, are you planning to solo this instance again? Yes, for some special reasons I must solo it. Gui raised his hand and gently touched Jiang Ling's head. Once we get to Kyoto University, I will definitely take you with me. Gui planned to use the Abyss Stone, which would summon demons from the abyss, into the instance. It was too dangerous to bring Jiang Ling along since she was only level 11. As the time arrived, the seal on the instance was lifted. Everyone rushed to enter the instance. Ding, you are about to enter the Sky City instance. Please select the difficulty level you wish to challenge, normal, adventure, hell. Since there was a choice of difficulty, Gui was a bit surprised as it was his first time encountering this. However, with his abilities, any difficulty was the same to him. Hell difficulty. Once he entered the Sky City on Hell difficulty, his vision restored and Gui saw a broken, dilapidated bridge. Clearly, crossing the bridge was the real start of the instance. Forbidden spell, Mental Fortress. With safety assured, Gui directly took out the Abyss Stone that matched the instance level from his backpack and crushed it. Warning, you have actively opened a dimensional rift. Demons from the abyss will appear randomly in the instance area. Please be cautious. At the same time, the sky instantly turned a bloody red. A crisp cracking sound also came from deep within the instance. It seemed that the abyssal demons had already appeared. Gui crossed the broken bridge, and what came into view was a row of neatly arranged statues. They were clad in armor and holding weapons, seemingly standing there for thousands of years. What is this? Just as Gui was about to move forward to check, he suddenly heard the sound of his shield shattering. He quickly turned around to see a half-dragon creature holding a spear eyeing him menacingly. Guardian Dragonman, danger level, elite energy level, 20. The Dragonman thrust his spear again. Gui swiftly dodged the attack. As expected of Hell difficulty, encountering an elite monster right at the start, and a tricky one at that. But it's all the same to me. Gui reached out with his right hand, and the 6 major elements in the air instantly converged into a sword. Forbidden spell, Elemental Storm Sword. Holding the elemental sword, Gui fiercely slashed at the Dragon Man. 1354264 Guardian Dragon Man killed. Experience gain plus 1500. At that moment, the ground suddenly started to shake. Stabilizing himself, Gui quickly looked around. The row of statues he saw earlier began to crack, revealing fresh bodies. Underneath, they swung their weapons and, with heavy steps, started advancing toward Gui. Human, this place is not for you. Those who trespass shall be killed without mercy. Several school principals gathered around a table, chatting enthusiastically. Well, Jiang, I heard that this year your #1 middle school had a rare profession and a hidden profession student. We are really envious, one of them said. Jiang Ninghai, with a proud smile, waved his hand dismissively and took a sip of his tea. It's all luck, really. In the end, it all comes down to the kids' efforts, he replied modestly. Don't be so modest, you're too cunning. With such achievements, the national ranking of your school is bound to rise several places this year, and the resources you'll attract are unimaginable. Another principal chimed in. Exactly, and about that student with the hidden profession in your school, I heard he cleared the novice dungeon on his very first day. Getting into Kyoto University would be a breeze for him. Jiang Ninghai laughed heartily. As a principal, he felt a sense of pride swell within him when his students excelled. After finishing their tea and boasting about their respective schools, the conversation took a new turn. Suddenly, one of the principals suggested, I heard that this dungeon has some manual intervention allowed, showing the progress of students inside. Why don't we go and see for ourselves? They were all curious to witness the genius who cleared the novice dungeon on his first day. Quickly, the group of principals moved to the monitoring screens. The large screen displayed separate areas for each team entering the dungeon. Hello, could we please see the information for a student named Gui? One of them asked the staff. The staff member pointed to a section in the middle of the screen that was highlighted in red. You're looking for this one, right? He's our key observation target. This guy has chosen the hell difficulty all by himself. We're considering, for safety reasons, forcibly removing him from the dungeon, the staff explained. Hell difficulty. The principals were stunned and quickly looked at the central screen. It showed Sky City Dungeon Information Team Member. Gui difficulty selected. Hell level. Did he select the wrong difficulty? One principal wondered aloud. It doesn't seem likely. The difficulty options aren't placed close enough for such a mistake to occur. What is this Gui planning? Taking on a hell level dungeon by himself? He might have cleared the novice dungeon on the first day, proving his strength, but is this recklessness too much? Does he think all dungeons are as simple as the novice one? While the principals continued their discussion, Jiang Ninghai became increasingly worried, not about anything else but for Gui's safety. In the hell difficulty, all monsters' attributes are increased by about 5 times. The danger level is incomparable to other difficulties. As the principals debated, Jiang Ninghai turned and left immediately to call Wang Hao, hoping to instruct him to forcibly remove Gui from the hell difficulty dungeon. Wang Hao, there's a serious issue. Gui has chosen the hell difficulty for some reason, he said urgently into the phone. On the other end, Wang Hao yawned and responded nonchalantly. Oh, Jiang Ninghai was instantly furious. Wang Hao, did you hear what I said clearly? Gui, hell mode, did you get that? My junior chose the hell difficulty level. Jiang Ninghai took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his own irritation. I want you to order right now to kick Gui out and then see if you can give him another chance to enter the instance. You know Gui's talent. If something happens to him in this instance, it would be something we'd regret for a lifetime. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao seemed utterly unconcerned. Jiang Ninghai even heard the sound of a bench being knocked over, followed by a crisp snap. Principal, which do you think is more dangerous, a level 20 hell mode instance or a level 30? Abyssal Demon. Obviously, the level 30 Abyssal Demon is more dangerous, isn't it? Why are you bringing up something else at a time like this? Wang Hao suddenly laughed out loud, realizing that if he didn't clarify things soon, Jiang Ninghai would really lose his patience. Principal, there's something you might not know yet. After clearing the newbie instance, Gui encountered a level 30 Abyssal Demon outside the city. Not only did he come back unscathed, but he also managed to slaughter that level 30 Abyssal Demon. With such strength, what's there to worry about him choosing the hell mode? Jiang Ninghai only felt his mind buzzing. Gui and Abyssal Demon, two terms that in his view should not have had any connection at all, were now linked together. Level 30 Abyssal Demons, no matter the number of new professionals, always result in a massacre upon encounter. Even many level 40 professionals don't dare To kill them alone, as one slight mistake could lead to disaster, and his student, after just clearing the newbie instance with a little more than level 10 strength, had slaughtered a level 30 abyssal demon. This still sounded unbelievable, almost as if Gui had casually slaughtered a pig. Is everything you said true? Jiang Ninghai didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. It was just too hard to believe. Of course it's true. Why do you think I'm not worried at all? With these words from Wang Hao, Jiang Ninghai finally felt completely reassured. Phew, then it seems I was overly worried. With his strength, not to mention hell mode, he could even clear a higher difficulty like nightmare mode. This change in attitude amused Wang Hao. 1 second Jiang Ninghai was worried about Gui being in danger, the next second he felt adding a bit more difficulty would still be manageable. Alright, since there's no problem, I won't disturb you further. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ninghai walked back with his head held high and chest puffed out. He understood the implication of those old folks just now. They were mocking his student for being overly confident due to his talent. Now he really wanted those folks to see what absolute confidence in one's ability looked like. Old Jiang, where did you go just now? The lord of our Qinghai city just now was your student, right? Hurry and have him kick out your precious student to save him from getting hurt later. Indeed, such strength and audacity are rare to come by, and if anything unexpected were to happen, it would be a great loss. Jiang Ninghai scoffed coldly. If it had been earlier, perhaps he could have been thrown into disarray by such mockery, but now all he wanted was for Gui to quickly show his face and fiercely slap these people's faces. I don't see why we need to bother so much. Since this young man shows the hell difficulty, it means he is confident in his own abilities. Several principals shook their heads together, soloing on hell difficulty. What a joke. Is Gui a god descended to earth, or what? Where does he get such confidence? Look, our school's Zhang Junkai is already about to lead his team to clear the first area. Truly deserving of the student I had high expectations for, and our school's Li Dong isn't doing badly either. He has already cleared half of the first area in such a short time. Jiang Ninghai could no longer bear to listen. Both teams had chosen normal difficulty. What was there to watch? Old Jiang, your words aren't right. At least our students know their strengths and didn't rashly take action. Your student, on the other hand, chose hell difficulty, but his progress bar hasn't moved at all. Could it be that he realized he couldn't win and just decided to give up? Just as the others were about to continue their mockery, they suddenly saw the red area in the middle flicker. Gui's progress bar surged dramatically. He had cleared the first area in one go. Their mouths agape, they exchanged glances. The words they had just spoken still lingered in the air, and now they were metaphorically slapped by the reality. He was playing on hell difficulty and yet finished faster than the teams on normal difficulty. Looking at the suddenly silent atmosphere, Jiang Ninghai couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. Gentlemen, what were you saying just now? I was distracted and didn't hear. Could you please repeat it for old Jiang? I beg you. The few principals pursed their lips tightly and turned their heads away, feeling worse than if they had swallowed flies. Their own students' achievements seemed so trivial. In front of Gui, defeated the town sword statue, gain plus 600 experience points. Defeated the town archer statue, gain plus 600 experience points. Defeated the town long knife statue, gain plus 600 experience points. The heat wave from the blazing meteor has not yet dissipated. The dozen statues had already turned into a pile of rubble. Others might fear a large number, but sorry, I have a forbidden spell. Gui kicked away the debris at his feet and picked up a few dropped materials. After looking around to make sure nothing was missed, he headed deeper into the area. The monsters in this hell difficulty were still so weak. Throughout his journey, nothing could obstruct Gui's path. Instant kills one after another. The only dissatisfaction for Gui was the difficulty of leveling up after reaching a certain stage. He had been in the game for at least half an hour, yet his experience bar had only moved to 80% at level 18. Could this be a mini-boss? Gui's pupils constricted as he approached a huge circular platform at the center of which sat a green diamond-shaped crystal nucleus. When the fierce winds blew, one could faintly discern the outline of a humanoid monster around the crystal. As Gui stepped forward, the crystal sensed his presence and began to float into the air. Suddenly, a violent windstorm kicked up, swirling dust and debris around the platform. Pale green whirlwinds formed on either side of the crystal, resembling arms, while a larger tornado below cradled the entire nucleus. The spirit of the storm, a boss-level entity with an energy level of 22, boasted abilities like disruptive airflow, tracking tornado, and storm cannon. No sooner had it landed than it summoned 3 tornadoes, their powerful suction pulling Gui slowly towards them. Gui exerted force from his feet, nimbly avoiding the 3 tornadoes that traced his movements and charged straight at the spirit of the storm. "Your skills are flashy but seem of little use," he remarked. Purple lightning surged from his fingertips, and with a forward thrust of his arm he was right in front of the spirit of the storm. "Take a look at mine, forbidden spell," thundered Dragon King, breathless. A blinding purple flash tore through the air, and the three whirlwinds around the spirit of the storm dissipated rapidly, leaving the crystal trembling in the air. Moments later, the pale green light dimmed, and the crystal shattered as it hit the ground. A flash of white light enveloped Gui, marking his first level up since entering the instance. Defeating the spirit of the storm, he gained plus 15,000 experience points. Looking at the boss he had just one-shot, Gui shook his head in disappointment. "Too strong, defeating bosses feels unchallenging," he muttered as he walked forward to pick up the items dropped by the spirit of the storm. It appeared to be a new skill book, Windwalk. Common 1 star, a movement skill that consumes 10 spirit points and, after a brief chant, allows the caster to appear at any point within a 10-meter radius using the power of the wind. Already possessing powerful single target and area of effect attacks, Gui lacked only a skill that could instantly move himself. He immediately learned the skill and then used an enhancement opportunity on it. Ding! Skill enhancement successful. Windwalk, common 1 star, was upgraded to forbidden spell, becoming the Wind, epic 1 star. Curious about the effects of this enhanced movement skill, Gui read the description. It now allowed him to transform into a breeze and appear at any location with the distance determined by the upper limit of his spirit power. Excited and surprised, Gui realized the skill was tailor-made for him. With his current spirit strength, he could move over 1,000 meters in one use. Forbidden spell, becoming the Wind. As his voice fell, Gui's body vanished, reappearing a kilometer away without any discomfort, as if he had merely taken a normal step forward. Exciting indeed. Gui felt highly satisfied with the effectiveness of this skill. Now, combined with the mental fortress shield, his safety was significantly enhanced. Whether dodging or striking, he was extremely agile. If he encountered a threatening enemy, he could easily use the skill to transform into wind and flee. Even in normal combat, this skill proved to be immensely useful, giving Gui a mobility several times more flexible than that of an ordinary assassin class. Strangely, the abyssal demon that had been summoned seemed to have disappeared. Returning to the realm of the wind spirit, Gui looked around and felt somewhat puzzled. Typically in such game dungeons, encountering a mini-boss usually indicated that the progression was more than halfway through. However, aside from the crimson sky, there was not a single trace of the abyssal demon to be found. It was as if the abyss stone had never been used to summon anything at all. Meanwhile, the abyssal demon that Gui had been searching for had already reached the dungeon's final boss, a half-dragon wielding a heavy sword. Sika moved quickly. A distinctly feminine abyssal demon nodded and approached the trembling boss. She raised her right hand and suddenly an eye opened in the palm. "Feel the power of the abyss," she said as several tendrils of black mist flowed from her palm, penetrating the half-dragon's body in an instant. The transformation within the body made the half-dragon clutch its head and howl madly. "What's happening? My head hurts so much." "Power. I can feel the power." It seemed very satisfied with the transformation unfolding before its eyes. Sika smiled slightly, her enchanting voice reaching the half-dragon's ears. "Good child, this is the great power from the abyss. It will make you stronger. Do not resist, just enjoy the pleasure this power brings." Sika slowly lowered her hand and stepped back, smiling at the now unstable half-dragon staggering about. "I can't control it. I can't control it." "Ah!" A thunderous roar erupted from the half-dragon. Its eyes turned blood-red and a dark mist enveloped its body. Its once frail figure began to swell, muscles bulging and its claws and fangs sharpening. "It's done," Sika thought. Soon it would be a 3-on-1 situation. She gestured to another abyssal demon nearby. "Karis, it's up to you now. Don't worry, with the treasure bestowed by our demonic lord, killing this human will be a breeze." Karis raised a hand holding a dark orb. "As long as he is within 100 meters of me, all of his magical tricks will be useless." It was indeed lucky they had encountered the human just as their lord had commanded. The half-dragon's roar reached Gui's ears, filling him with confusion. "What's happening? This sound is full of rage. Is it the abyssal demon or the final boss deep within the dungeon?" Outside the dungeon, hours had passed and several teams had already retreated. Although their progress wasn't substantial, the experience they gained was indeed rich. Originally at level 10, each of them had risen by 1 level. Several school principals returned to their original spot for tea, watching over their students. Jiang Ninghai was in a particularly good mood after the recent events. No matter how excellent students from other schools were, they simply couldn't compare with his own student, Gui. Old Zhang, that student who just came out must be Li Dong, the one you value the most, right? Jiang Ninghai picked up a cup of tea, blew on the steam, and took a sip with a smile on his face, going into an instance and leveling up once he came out. I see this kid is indeed a talent with potential. Zhang Hancheng glared at Jiang Ninghai fiercely. He cursed inwardly countless times. He could tell that this old man was being sarcastically provoking. If Zhang Hancheng had not seen Gui, he might indeed have been proud of such achievements and even praised his students as geniuses, but now these achievements were simply not impressive. Both had changed their jobs 10 days ago, yet before entering the special instance, Gui had already reached level 18 and was now slaughtering left and right in hell mode. Compared to Gui, Li Dong's improvement to level 11 seemed like child's play. Li Dong wasn't even qualified to carry Gui's shoes. Even with thick skin, Zhang Hancheng couldn't bring himself to call Li Dong a genius in front of Jiang Ninghai. If he's a genius, then what is Gui? Zhang Hancheng's deflated demeanor greatly pleased Jiang Ninghai. You were so lively just now, why don't you keep it up? Let's see you jump around some more. Seemingly not quite satisfied, Jiang Ninghai turned his head to another principal. Old Ho, that kid. Zhang Juankai's child. Jiang Ninghai hadn't finished speaking when Ho Chaoan snorted coldly and turned away. Hey old Ho, what's that about? I was about to praise the kid. Ho Chaoan was instantly infuriated. He hadn't realized before how vengeful Jiang Ninghai could be. Although he had indeed made a few disparaging remarks about Gui earlier, this guy was now picking fights everywhere. He was only praising the two of them for how well their students had done, not a word about Gui, but everything was about Gui. Just then a flash of white light at the entrance of the instance signaled the return of Zhang Junkai leading his team. The entire team wore smiles, clearly pleased with their performance. After a brief search, Zhang Junkai rushed over to Ho Chaoan, eager to report their success to his principal. Principal, it was our first time entering the instance and we made it to the mini-boss. Although we didn't manage to kill it, everyone leveled up twice. After speaking, Zhang Junkai stood quietly to the side, his eyes filled with anticipation. If all went as expected, the next moment the principal would stand up, pat him on the shoulder and offer some praise. He was confident. His achievements were surely among the top ranks. He was bound to make Principal Ho Chaoan proud. Ho Chaoan's face was flushed red, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or embarrassment. He had just managed to avoid Jiang Ninghai's sarcastic remarks when his own student brazenly stepped forward, dragging him along by clutching his head. The teacup in his hand creaked under his grip as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Calm down, Principal. Zhang Junkai mistakenly thought his unexpected academic performance had excited Ho Chaoan to this extent. This performance isn't much for me. I've roughly figured out the little boss's attack patterns. Tomorrow, I'm sure to push the team's progress further. With a crash, the teacup shattered, drenching Ho Chaoan with its contents. Get out. Ho Chaoan could no longer control his emotions. What's there to boast about this minor achievement? Do you think you're something special? Compared to a true genius, you're nothing. The sudden outburst left Zhang Junkai disoriented. Although he silently endured it, his mind was filled with confusion. What's gotten into the principal? He wondered. Back on the first day when he was playing the beginner's dungeon and had leveled up twice, Ho had praised him as a genius, a promising youth with prospects of reaching high ranks. Shouldn't his current performance, which was even more impressive than the first day's, be more pleasing? Meanwhile in the game, Gui continued his quest, exploring every area except for the boss's lair, yet he hadn't encountered the abyssal demon he had summoned. Could it be in the boss room? After a moment of contemplation, Gui entered the last area. Another team might have felt helpless in this situation, considering whether to abandon this opportunity. Facing the two toughest groups of monsters together would undoubtedly increase the chances of a mishap, possibly even leading to team members' deaths. But for Gui it seemed to make no difference. With his mental fortress and wind transformation, he could handle whatever situation was inside. Ding, you have entered the Half-Dragon Asta alert zone. This area is undergoing anomalies, please be cautious. The sudden alert maximized Gui's vigilance. An anomaly? Could it be because of the abyssal demon? Gui was puzzled. He hadn't used the abyss stone, so he hoped he hadn't attracted unnecessary trouble. After reapplying his mental fortress shield, Gui surveyed his surroundings while moving forward. Suddenly a swooshing sound pierced the air. Gui quickly looked up to see a massive sword cleaving through the air and heading straight for his head in the blink of an eye. At the brink of disaster, Gui's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away. Good reflexes, I thought to myself, believing that the half-dragon's trick could have ended your life. Gui turned around to look in the direction of the voice, simultaneously tightening his grip on the ring he held. emerging from the shadowy ruins of Sky City were three figures. Leading them were the abyssal demons Sika and Karis. Behind them was the fully transformed abyssal half-dragon Ostat, now a hulking figure. It was Karis who had spoken earlier, holding a black orb in his hand, looking at Gui as if he were already dead. "I hear you have some skills, even managing to kill Dexus," Karis said. But alas, we came prepared this time. With a mighty leap, Karis landed directly in front of Gui. The black orb in his hand glowed with a dark purple light, swiftly engulfing an area of 100 meters in its eerie glow. A dreadful premonition arose in Gui's heart, and he instinctively tried to distance himself from Karis, only to discover he couldn't use his abilities. Even the button to exit the instance had become unresponsive. Ding, interference detected, abilities cannot be released within a certain range. Ding, a deathmatch with the abyssal demons has commenced. You cannot exit the instance until victorious. I told you we came prepared. Karis, holding the orb, swung a punch directly at Gui. His shield's value halved instantly. While enduring the attack, Gui quickly surveyed his surroundings. He soon noticed a strange black and purple circle emanating from Karis, resembling a domain. That must be the source of the problem. If he could just get out of it, he might break free. Karis, landing his strike, displayed a triumphant grin. "Merely human, you were insignificant before the power of the abyss. Look at you now, no different from a worm." Sika, accompanied by the half-dragon, approached. "Karis, you talk too much. Finish him quickly so we can report back to the demon lord." Sika produced a long whip made of unknown bones. The two abyssal demons, together with the mutated half-dragon, immediately encircled Gui, who watched them warily. Seeing the robust body of the half-dragon, Gui's eyes lit up. To break the current situation, he had to find a way out of Karis's strange circle. If he could use his shield to withstand the half-dragon's blows, he might find the leverage needed to escape. Now aware of the circle's range, once outside, he could rely on the high mobility of his forbidden spell, transform into wind, ensuring Karis couldn't silence his abilities again. The abyssal demons and the half-dragon launched their attack. Gui, leveraging his agility, dodged nimbly, doing his best to preserve his shield. At that moment, the half-dragon roared, his right fist glowing black, and charged at Gui. The opportunity had arrived. Gui moved forward, meeting the half-dragon's fist, letting himself be blasted away. A fortress talisman shattered, and Gui landed unharmed. Ding, interference removed. Hearing the notification, Gui's face brightened with joy. His guess had been correct. Previously trapped in that strange circle, relentlessly forced into a defensive position, he had been powerless, but now, with the unleashed forbidden curses at his disposal, what was there to fear? Watching Gui skillfully move out of the Black Pearl's range, a flicker of surprise crossed Karis's face, but it quickly morphed into a smirk full of mockery. "Have you noticed? Too bad it's useless. It won't change the fact that you're going to die." Karis walked towards Gui leisurely, seemingly using this gradual approach to instill fear in him. "I know you possess an absurdly powerful skill, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to kill Dixius with your level, but given your current mental strength, your skill's range is probably just over 100 meters. In Karis's view, Gui was merely a human of a little over level 10, constrained by the limits of his mental power. Even if he possessed a highly damaging skill, the range was considerably limited. A distance beyond 100 meters was enough for both himself and Sika to react adequately. And as long as he entered the range of the Black Pearl where he couldn't use his skills, Gui was nothing but an insect that could be easily crushed. As long as you can't leave this instance, no matter how much you struggle, you'll end up dead. With each step forward that Karis took, Gui retreated, keeping himself just outside the bizarre circle. "It seems you were indeed well prepared this time." "I admit defeat," Gui said, spreading his hands in resignation. "I'm curious though, what could possibly make your demon god target someone insignificant like me?" Karis snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Because you are too special, recalling unpleasant memories for the abyss. But that ends here. A dead man poses no threat." With a forceful step, Karis charged directly at Gui. The prey had been tormented enough. It was time to harvest Gui's life. Prepared, Gui used the forbidden curse, transform into wind. At the moment Karis charged, his form vanished rapidly, reappearing 100 meters behind Karis. The attack missed, causing a flicker of surprise to cross Karis's face once again. He hadn't expected Gui to have such a displacement skill. However, in Karis's view, as long as Gui couldn't leave the instance, his death was only a matter of time. Adjusting his stance, Karis prepared to search for Gui's traces. At that moment, Sika's shout suddenly rang out. "Cars! Watch your back!" Cars quickly turned around, only to witness a scene that filled him with utter horror. an elemental sword a kilometer long was slashing towards him at high speed. His pupils shrank as he realized there was no escape from the attack. He could only let the giant sword strike him. Successfully killed the abyssal demon Kars, experience gain plus 30,000. Gui flickered and appeared next to Kars's body. He kicked the corpse aside and bent down to pick up a black pearl, special item obtained. Anti-magic pearl *1, you were right, a dead man poses no threat. Gui's gaze then shifted to Sika, who stood in the distance stunned into disbelief. Unbeknownst to her, she had already equated Gui with those high-ranking abyssal demons. She even started regretting her decision to come here. She had felt the crushing of the abyss stone by a human and had heeded the call of this same individual who was specifically mentioned by the demon lord earlier. Eager to prove herself, she had accepted the teleportation without hesitation when she found that she could enter this instance herself. They had been gifted treasures by the demon lord before leaving, confident that this mission would be foolproof, even fantasizing about the rewards the demon lord would bestow upon them after dealing with this human. But who could have expected that this human would far exceed her expectations, possessing strength that did not belong to this level at all? This trip didn't seem like a hunt for Gui, it was more like a deliberate death march. Gui walked towards Sika, his face showing an innocuous smile as he waved at her. Don't be nervous, you saw it too. I asked him something and he didn't respond properly, instead mocking me. This image struck Sika as even more terrifying than meeting the demon lord himself. So, as long as you answer my questions satisfactorily, I might consider sparing your life. As he spoke, Gui had already approached the half-dragon, though it had lost its sanity and had become a puppet obeying the abyss's commands. The skills Gui had previously released still instilled an instinctive fear in the half-dragon. As Gui approached its transformed form, it instinctively stepped back. With a gesture from Gui, the elemental sword that had killed Kars reappeared. Without even looking, he flung it at the half-dragon. The elemental sword reverted back to the 6 major elements and dissipated in the space. At that moment, a round head also rolled onto the ground. The abyss-transformed half-dragon, which Sika had struggled to create, couldn't withstand a single blow from Gui. Sika, witnessing this human who acted without a word, swallowed her fear. She now couldn't tell who between her and Gui was the more terrifying abyssal demon. She was genuinely afraid that another move like that from Gui might end her life as well. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. Gui nodded in satisfaction, knowing that the half-dragon, as the instance boss, had to be killed sooner or later, but his earlier actions were simply to warn this abyssal demon in front of him. He wanted her to know that he could release that skill at will, and if she wanted to survive, she shouldn't try any tricks. Why are you targeting me? This question from Gui made Sika hesitate, but suddenly a brand new elemental sword was at her throat. Gui's icy gaze met hers. Do you want to live or die? A fear dominated Sika's will, and to survive, she no longer hesitated. It was the demon lord himself who commanded that any abyssal demon who encounters you must eliminate you at all costs. The reason? It's because of your profession. Gui frowned upon hearing this. Because of his profession? Sika, afraid that she hadn't been detailed enough, quickly added more information. Through the eyes of Dixius, the demon lord learned that your profession has the ability to manipulate the 6 major elements, and a decade ago someone with the same ability thwarted the demon lord's plans. The demon lord does not want such an incident to happen again. Therefore, he decided to eliminate this potential threat before you could grow further. 10 years ago, again 10 years ago, Gui felt his thoughts beginning to muddle. The magical barrier that protected the Great Xia had been established for 10 years. The incident Sika mentioned also occurred 10 years ago. An intuition told Gui that there must be some connection between these two events. And that mysterious black mark on his body could now be explained as well. It was a mark left by the abyssal demon lord. As for its purpose, it was likely a signal to any abyssal demons that came near Gui, indicating that this human must be eliminated. With this second revelation, Gui took out another abyss stone from his backpack. Initially, he thought it was just an item used to summon minor creatures from the abyss and convert them into equipment using dungeon rules, but now he realized that this stone was not as simple as it seemed. Suddenly Sika clasped her own throat with both hands, unable to utter another word. Gui quickly donned his mental fortress again. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt a flash of an extremely terrifying force. After struggling for a while, Sika finally freed herself from the grip of her own hands. She knelt on the ground, gasping for air heavily. The fear in her eyes was far more intense than when facing Gui just now. That was a warning from the abyssal demon lord. Can you ask another question? I can't speak on this one, Sika said with a pleading look in her eyes, feeling that if she insisted on speaking, the power left by the demon lord would kill her before Gui even needed to act. Although Gui did not get the answer he wanted, Sika's reaction confirmed his suspicions. It seemed that the Abyss Stone was a huge trap. What exactly was the Abyssal Demon Lord planning? I have no other questions, you can go back, Gui said. Sika's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Gui to actually let her go. Are you serious? Even she didn't realize her voice was trembling. Although she had failed her mission and revealed the Demon Lord's plans against Gui, she had also obtained more detailed information. Returning to the abyss, she could perhaps redeem herself for her failure. Zika staggered to her feet and ran towards the dimensional rift without looking back, fearing that Gui might change his mind at any moment. Finally reaching the rift, a sense of relief washed over her, having narrowly escaped death. She slowly turned her head, her eyes coldly fixed on Gui. Human, I hope you survive the next attack from the abyss. Just then, a sound of metal piercing flesh rang out. Zika looked down to see a sword emitting 6 colors, the elemental sword, which had pierced through her chest without her noticing. Black blood stained the blade. With another sound, Gui pulled out the sword and dismissed it with a flick of his wrist. Watching Zika turn around, she weakly muttered something before collapsing in front of the dimensional rift. A chime sounded, slaying the abyssal demon. Zika, you've gained plus 30,000 experience points. Abyssal descent mode completed successfully. Another chime followed, congratulations on successfully clearing Sky City Hell mode. Abyssal demons really are foolish, how could I possibly let you go back? Though he had broken his word, Gui felt no guilt at all. As a human, slaying an abyssal demon was the very thing he ought to do. Gui then turned to the 2 chests before him. One was the reward for the abyss mode and the other was for clearing Sky City. With everything taken care of, it was time to see what surprises the abyss mode held. Gui first opened a chest emitting a dark purple glow, the reward for conquering the abyss. As soon as the chest opened, a blinding golden light flashed. Inside he found a spirit robe, a star iron forged blade and a light sprite staff. Gui couldn't believe his luck. The joy in Gui's eyes intensified as he opened his inventory to check the glowing equipment. The spirit robe, an epic item, required level 20 to wear and offered plus 100 spirit. Its effect, spirit combat return. For every monster killed, 3% of the wearer's maximum spirit power would be restored. Epic equipment naturally had superior base attributes, but the effect of the robe made Gui feel that even if it offered no attribute bonuses at all, he would still accept it. Now at level 20 with various equipment boosts, his spirit power was at 890 points. Wearing this robe, it would be 990 points, and killing a monster would restore 30 spirit power. Currently his most consuming skill, Elemental Storm Sword, only needed 20 spirit. With his current strength, there hadn't been a monster yet that could withstand 2 of his attacks. This meant his endurance would be unprecedentedly strong. No matter how many monsters he killed, he would always have full spirit power. Coupled with the effect of the Spirit Fortress, even in high-intensity combat, he could ensure he was always at full health and mana. As for whether there would be stronger monsters later, he scoffed at the thought. As the monsters grew stronger, wouldn't he as well? Among the remaining items, the star iron forged blade was a rare purple weapon which Gui immediately fed to his spirit of eternal oblivion. The divine thought was extinguished, directly elevating it by 1 star. Now, it has become a level 20 rare 2-star weapon. The Wand of Light Spirits, I was thinking about feeding it away, but I suddenly discovered that this weapon is a level 15 support staff. Its attributes are quite decent, having the effect of enhancing skill effectiveness. It's quite a gem, so I decided to keep it for Jiangling. Gui turned his head and opened another treasure chest. Inside he found a special piece of equipment, a Scream of Elements bracelet *1, a half-dragon's horn *1 and a shadow blood dagger *1. Although there was no dazzling golden light when this chest was opened, it still made Gui freeze in place for a long time. The third piece of the Elemental Nightmare set. The sudden surprise made Gui hardly believe it. He had obtained the third piece of the Elemental Nightmare set so quickly and through such a straightforward method of opening a victory chest. It must have been due to the boss's abyssal transformation, which altered the rewards of the entire dungeon. Gui immediately put on the Scream of Elements bracelet and proceeded to inspect the properties of the equipment and the effects of the activated set. The Scream of Elements bracelet, with no wearing restrictions, grants plus 100 to spirit, plus 100 to agility, and an effect that ignores 10% of an enemy's all-element resistance. Its special effect expands the carrier's backpack space to 500 slots. With 3 out of 3 pieces of the Elemental Nightmare set activated, it ignores 30% of an enemy's all-element resistance while also increasing the wearer's all-element damage by 30%. The 3 out of 5 pieces of the set remain inactive, but this set effect justifies my efforts in collecting them. Gui felt a rush of excitement as, with the 3 pieces of equipment and their inherent ignoring effects, he could now disregard 60% of an enemy's all-element resistance. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, he could ensure that he would deal considerably high damage. The remaining 40% of ignoring effect would depend on the last 2 pieces of equipment. However, Gui also had some doubts. Considering that each piece of equipment provided 10% ignoring effect, didn't that mean that the ultimate 5-piece set would only offer 20% ignoring effect? This seemed counterintuitive, as the set effects should become stronger. Could it be that when I gather all 5 pieces, that 20% ignoring effect is just an addition and there's an even stronger unknown effect? This thought made Gui quite expectant, considering that the Elemental Nightmare set might be even more formidable than he initially thought. As for the bracelet's accompanying 500-slot backpack, it also had significant utility. Typically, carriers have their own backpack space after changing their profession, but it is limited to just 20 slots. Any increase would have to rely on certain pieces of equipment. The Elemental Screen bracelet provided Gui with an enormous storage space, perhaps. One day he could indeed spend days on end battling monsters without having to return to town for supplies nor worry about wasting materials and equipment. Seeing that there was nothing else to take with him, Gui exited the dungeon. As soon as he stepped out into the outside world, he saw Jiang Ninghai waiting for him with a cheerful grin. Standing beside him were 2 people Gui didn't recognize, both wearing reluctant expressions on their faces. "How did it go? Did you have a smooth run?" Jiang Ninghai asked. "Not bad, I managed to level up to 20 in that dungeon," Gui stated casually, but his words dropped like a depth charge, stunning the 3 people present. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance. Advancing from level 18 to 20 since entering the dungeon was enough to demonstrate that Gui had pushed the hell difficulty of the dungeon to a terrifying new level. Soon several students gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the number above Gui's head, they all wore expressions of disbelief. "We all changed classes on the same day, shouldn't everyone be around level 10 or so at this point? How come you're at level 20? Do you have some special method?" A few enterprising students boldly approached Gui. If Gui did have a unique method, it meant they could possibly boost their levels before the major exam. Gui looked at the student who had spoken, his face earnest. "There's no special method. I just soloed the hell difficulty dungeon, that's all." The crowd instantly fell silent, everyone standing rooted to the spot as if a spell had been cast on them. Soloing a hell difficulty dungeon seemed far-fetched, yet Gui didn't appear to be lying. But what were they learning? Forming a team to tackle an ordinary difficulty setting was already extremely tough, let alone soloing a hell difficulty dungeon where one might be slain by monsters right at the start. At that moment the ring on Gui's hand began to beep. He checked it and saw it was an internal message from the Dragon Fang squad. A new dungeon had appeared, a small-scale team dungeon. Gui felt tempted. The first clear rewards for this type of dungeon were more generous than usual, including individual MVP rewards. If he participated, he might be able to collect double the clearing rewards. Soon Gui learned more details. The newly discovered dungeon was located on the outskirts of Winter City, supporting a 15-person team suitable for levels 20 to 25, exactly the range Gui was in. Now that the only 2 dungeons in Qinghai City were below his level, this new team dungeon was an ideal opportunity for Gui to continue rapidly enhancing his strength. Although his current abilities made passing the Kyoto University entrance exam a non-issue, he was more interested in seeing if he could top the national standings. Every opportunity to enhance his strength before then was crucial. After submitting his application, Gui looked up to find the surrounding people gazing at him as if he were a creature from another world. "It's just clearing a hell dungeon, what's there to be amazed about?" Gui muttered to himself. Although this accomplishment seemed insurmountable to others, for him it really was just a minor feat. Jiang Ninghai was the first to snap out of it, walking over to Gui and enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. "Well done, lad, you really make me proud." Having finished speaking, he looked around at the other principals with a sense of pride, clearly showing off. The other 2 principals had finally recovered from their initial shock. They had thought that Gui had the ability to just get through a hell-level dungeon, but they hadn't expected him to completely dominate it. Gui's performance was beyond the promising future they had envisioned. It was unprecedented. The look they gave Jiang Ninghai was filled with indescribable envy. Oh, how wonderful it would be if they could have a student like him in their lifetime. On the way back, Jiang Ling walked alongside Gui, listening to him recount his adventure in the hell-level dungeon. Every now and then she would interject with an amazed wow, or incredible. Her excitement was so palpable one might think she was the one who had completed the dungeon, but in Jiang Ling's eyes there wasn't much difference. The two had shared in each other's triumphs and setbacks since they were young. Gui's strength truly filled her with joy. By the way, I have a gift for you, Gui said as he gestured with his hand and pulled out the light elf staff, handing it to Jiang Ling. I haven't been able to pay much attention to you lately, consider this a small compensation. Jiang Ling accepted the staff with delight, although a trace of resentment flickered through her happiness. Is this how you see me? I'd only be truly upset if you couldn't get into Kyoto University, she said. Though she had been teaming up with others lately and felt slightly uneasy about it, she understood the principle of sacrificing the lesser for the greater good. If clinging to Gui for a few days would hinder his progress and jeopardize his chance of getting into Kyoto University, she'd lose not just a few days but potentially their entire college experience. Conversely, if Gui did get into Kyoto University, then all these days would have been worth it. Seeing Jiang Ling puffing up in mock angered, Gui couldn't help but laugh. He understood her feelings well, but even the closest relationships needed maintaining from time to time. After returning home, Gui took a short rest before receiving another notification from Longya. This time, along with Gui, 9 other professionals were called for a small team dungeon. For Longya, which was filled with geniuses, these 10 professionals were more than enough to secure a first-time clear of a dungeon. As Gui lived in Qinghai City on the eastern edge of the Great Daxia and the dungeon was located in the far northern city of Winter City, the two cities were separated by about 1,000 kilometers. The safest way to travel such a distance was by the underground high-speed rail jointly constructed by mechanics and formation masters. The dungeon raid was scheduled to start at noon the next day, so he had to hurry. Packing only the essentials, Gui rushed to the high-speed train station in Qinghai City. After hours of journeying, we successfully arrived at Winterhold City just before nightfall. As soon as I got off, I felt a discomfort due to the climate. Winterhold City is engulfed in freezing temperatures all year round, which was particularly hard for someone like me who enjoys the 4 seasons. I carelessly forgot to bring a warm coat. Rubbing my hands together, I breathed hot air into my palms. Fortunately, after switching to a combat profession, my physique also strengthened, and soon I adapted to the cold. Following the internal information from Dragon Fawn, I quickly made my way to the gathering spot in Winterhold City. Upon opening the door, I found that many had already arrived. Scanning the room, I noticed that most were around 20 years old. Being just 18, I seemed especially young in comparison. Hey, a new face, and quite a handsome one at that. A lively-looking girl greeted me with a bright smile. After politely responding, my gaze settled on a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s with a striking figure. Chu Wenchuan, a level 40 firearms expert and one of the Dragon Fong members, was primarily responsible for ensuring our safety. Given that the newly discovered dungeon was located on the outskirts, venturing outside the city could lead to many unforeseen events. Although Dragon Fawn tends to adopt a hands-off approach, providing only opportunities, they wouldn't let their talents perish inexplicably in the wilderness. Little brother, Chu Wenchuan smiled, sizing me up with a glance. Clearly she enjoyed being addressed as sister. Gui, right? Come in and take a seat. I was the youngest among the Dragon Fong members participating in the dungeon, which made me easy to identify. We're just waiting for 2 more people. Once everyone's here, I'll fill you in on the dungeon details. But brace yourselves, as this dungeon is not going to be straightforward. Soon after, 2 young men entered, one of them openly displayed his information above his head. Wei Jiaqing, level 24. His gaze held a condescending air, as if few in the room could meet his standards. Even when he looked at Chu Wenchuan, his arrogance only lessened slightly but didn't completely dissipate. The other young man, wearing glasses, presented himself with much humility, greeting everyone politely and even bringing snacks special to his city for everyone. Once everyone had arrived, Chu Wenchuan tapped her ring and a semi-transparent floating screen appeared in the air. The screen displayed the area of the dungeon located in the outskirts of Winterhold City at Cold Wind Ridge, discovered by a team of local professionals called the Snow Country Ruins. You all know this is a team dungeon, she started. Chu Wenchuan's hand slid across the screen, instantly changing the display to show the interior of the dungeon, seemingly captured by someone who had entered before. The team that discovered this dungeon wanted the first clear reward, but they encountered a bizarre boss inside. It possesses a special status, being 100% resistant to all elemental attacks, and its attacks come with a freezing effect, Melee fighters who get hit a few times end up frozen solid. The team that sought to conquer the dungeon did so under grim circumstances. 15 members entered, but only 3 emerged alive, the rest perished frozen solid and shattered by the boss's relentless attacks. A heavy silence fell over those who remained. They had never before faced a dungeon with such a deadly outcome. The boss seemed to defy normal strategies, prompting one to wonder if it was a puzzle-type boss. Could it be a mechanic-based boss? Gui inquired, pondering whether some bosses required more than brute force to defeat, needing specific strategies or mechanisms to be unraveled. Xu Wenxuan nodded in agreement, giving Gui an appreciative look. With a swipe of her finger, a new image appeared. According to the descriptions provided by the 3 survivors, there were 7 small circular platforms surrounding the boss area, possibly linked to the boss's abilities. You'll have to experiment yourselves, Chu suggested, recommending they attempt the dungeon on normal difficulty to ensure their safety, as the first clear rewards would be the same. No sooner had Xu Wenxuan finished her advice than a dismissive voice cut in. Sister Chu, I think you're overthinking this, Gui Jiaqing commented, pointing at the translucent screen with a smirk. This boss doesn't seem so tough. Probably the previous team was just too weak. A melee fighter who can dodge well should be able to handle it easily. Standing up, he scanned the room arrogantly, boasting about his recent solo victory against a level 20 outdoor boss which he believed proved his capability. Just follow my lead in the dungeon and this boss won't stand a chance. Xu Wenxuan shook her head slightly, knowing all too well that arrogance and overconfidence could be disastrous in the face of the unknown. Fortunately, Gui Jiaqing was not slated to be the team leader. Gui, you will lead this team dungeon, you're in charge, she declared, aware of the whispers from the higher-ups that had highlighted Gui's potential and prowess, which, coupled with his recent conduct, made him the ideal candidate for leadership. I disagree. Before Gui could respond, Gui Jiaqing stood up defiantly. The leader should be the strongest in the team. Why him? His challenge hung in the air, setting the stage for a confrontation that would test not just physical might, but the very leadership and strategy they would need to survive the dungeon ahead. Xu Wenxuan stared back at Gui Jiaqing with a firm look. This is the order from above, follow the command. Clenching his fists reluctantly, Gui Jiaqing was filled with resentment. Since the order was from higher-ups, he truly couldn't change anything. However, he believed that once inside the dungeon, his exceptional skills would surely make him the centerpiece of the team, naturally bringing the command into his own hands. As for Gui, he would just end up being a captain in name only. Gui, the squad is in your hands now. Make sure to bring all your comrades back safely. Gui nodded, his mind already calculating the specifics about the boss they were facing. Although the enemy's elemental resistance could reach 100% under special conditions, he could ignore 60% of that resistance. This boss, seemingly tough for others, appeared as if he could be defeated in a single move by him. At worst, 2 moves, but no more. Otherwise, it would be a disrespect to his own talents. Hello, Captain, greeted a girl with a bright smile, reaching out her hand. Gui returned the smile and shook her hand gently, his courteous and polite manner earning him an extra glance from the girl. My name is Zhao Shuet, a high-level support professional. Gui, a mage, he replied. With someone taking the lead, the group quickly became acquainted and sat down together to discuss strategies for the next day. Although Gui felt it was somewhat unnecessary, he couldn't withstand everyone's sincerity and happily joined in. Wei Jiaqing, on the other hand, sat sullenly to one side, occasionally giving Gui resentful glances, clearly harboring a lot of grievances. He wasn't entirely uninvolved, however, chiming in occasionally, but his contributions rarely strayed from boasting about his own abilities. Gui, somewhat unable to stand it anymore, quietly leaned towards Zhao Shui and whispered, "What's with this guy?" Zhao Shui shrugged helplessly and rolled her eyes. He's been like this since I joined Longya. Everyone's pretty much used to it. Gui followed the direction of Zhao Shui's hand and noticed indeed that everyone seemed to be ignoring Wei Jiaqing's words. But don't mind him too much. Although he's usually arrogant and likes to show off his achievements, he's the first to step up in times of danger. People in Longya might have some bad habits, but their character is unquestionably good. Gui nodded, trusting Longya's judgment in choosing their people. Wei Jiaqing vividly narrated his solo encounter with a boss, and upon realizing no one responded, he frowned slightly. Are you listening? Yes, we are listening, everyone replied nonchalantly, busy with their own tasks. Good to know. Don't envy my strength, because this isn't even my best yet, Wei Jiaqing declared, just as someone interjected, "Oh, is there someone even stronger?" Gui chuckled, understanding the group's way of handling him, ignoring the boasting while maximizing the emotional value. Of course, My elder at home told me about an incredibly strong individual in Qinghai City. The first time he tackled a newbie dungeon, he chose to go solo. Everyone thought he was just being arrogant, but guess what? He cleared the dungeon all by himself. Gui looked up at Gui Jiaqing. Wait a minute. Why does this story sound so familiar? It's like he's talking about himself. Have you heard the story too? Gui said with a faint smile, quickly waving his hand. No, it's just quite surprising. After all, the beginner's dungeon is a bit tough for those who have just switched classes. This response seemed to please Gui Jiaqing immensely, his face beaming with even more pride, as if he were the protagonist of the story himself. Although others may find such achievements dazzling, this was not yet his full strength. Gui Jiaqing looked around mysteriously and said, I heard that in the following days he even soloed a level 30 abyssal demon. That's an abyssal demon we're talking about, not to mention he had just changed his class. Even at my current level I wouldn't dare to face one alone. This character is truly my idol. The mention of the abyssal demon instantly grabbed everyone's attention. To single-handedly defeat an abyssal demon was undoubtedly a sign of immense strength, placing one at the pinnacle even within the Dragon Fong hierarchy. But something about what Gui Jiaqing said seemed a bit off, generally speaking. Isn't that person only around level 10 by now? Are you saying he killed a level 30 abyssal demon at that level? Exactly. This news was told to me by a relative in the high ranks of the military. Its authenticity is absolutely reliable. We're all from Dragon Fong, so it's okay to discuss among ourselves, but make sure not to spread it outside. Hearing this, everyone gasped, their minds filled with mixed emotions. Compared to the person Gui Jiaqing was talking about, their own talents seemed rather mediocre. We consider ourselves talented, but facing an abyssal demon would require reaching a higher rank, and here someone has just switched classes and already taken one down. It's unbelievable how big the gap between people can be. This reaction from the crowd immensely satisfied Gui Jiaqing. This was the treatment his idol deserved. He dreamt of meeting his idol one day, and if they could team up for a dungeon he'd probably laugh out loud in his sleep. Thinking about this, Gui Jiaqing sighed. With a look of regret on his face, I heard that this person has already been put on the recruitment list by Dragon Fong, but unfortunately his current level is probably only around 10 or so, otherwise we might have actually met him in this dungeon run. The others also felt a hint of disappointment and shook their heads. It seems that they indeed missed an opportunity to meet a genius among geniuses. Among them only Gui seemed somewhat perplexed, looking around at everyone and everything. Others might not have been aware, but he knew very well. The formidable person Gui Jiaqing mentioned was no other than himself. It really was a case of the melon eater getting the melon on his own head. Seeing Gui Jiaqing's reaction, Gui couldn't even begin to imagine what his reaction would be when he found out the person he was talking about was actually Gui himself. The following day at noon, under the escort of Chu Wenxuan, the group left the wintry city and arrived at the suburban area where the dungeon was located. The area was heavily guarded by armed guards, and high-ranking professionals from the wintry city were stationed there to prevent anyone from accidentally entering the dungeon and causing another casualty among the professionals. Hello, this area is off limits. If you want to go on an adventure, please head elsewhere, a guard informed them as soon as they approached, immediately stopping them. Chu Wenxuan then took out a dragon tooth medal from his chest and handed it over. Special team ordered to come to the dungeon. Upon seeing the medal, the guard quickly holstered his weapon and stood at attention. Pass. Does the dragon tooth medal also have this effect? Gui curiously asked Zhao Shui, who was beside him. You didn't know? Zhao Shui looked at Gui with some confusion, wondering if this handsome young man was participating in a dragon tooth event for the first time. Everyone in Dragon Tooth is a talent heavily fostered by the state, and at times they can act on behalf of official organizations. Zhao Shui took out her own dragon tooth medal and handed it to Gui. Ours are the ordinary white medals equivalent to a captain of a city guard squad. The one Chu's sister holds is a high-level blue badge, which you can think of as akin to a deputy city lord. Gui nodded, thoughtfully surprised by the influence of the dragon tooth medal. It seemed the state really did place great importance on the dragon tooth team. As the group reached the entrance of the dungeon, Chu Wenxuan laid out a large amount of food on the ground. Raiding a team dungeon usually takes several days, and this food is prepared for you. I'll be waiting right here at the entrance until you come out, but let me remind you, don't overdo it. If it's too tough, just pull out. Your lives are more important to Dragon Tooth than anything else. The group packed up the food from the ground and turned towards the dungeon. Zhao Shui approached Gui with a beaming smile. Captain, let's start the dungeon. Gui nodded, and just as he took a step forward, Gui Jiaqing's voice came from behind. remember to choose the normal difficulty. Don't shake your hand and waste today's chance to enter the dungeon." At that moment Xu Wenchuan also reminded him, "Gui, the choice of difficulty doesn't affect the first time reward, try to choose something manageable." Ding, you are about to enter the Snow Country Ruins dungeon, level 20 to 25, recommended for a 15-person team. Please select your challenge difficulty, normal adventure hell. Feeling confident, Gui immediately pressed on hell difficulty. With his abilities, there was little difference between normal and hell, both were an easy one-hit affair. Since that was the case, he certainly had to aim for the maximum benefit. A flash of white light and the group entered the dungeon. Watching the group disappear, Xu Wenchuan silently prayed for their smooth progress. Once their vision restored, they were greeted by a vast expanse of white snow. Before they could even appreciate this unique landscape, a prompt sound made their hearts tremble. Ding, you have successfully entered the ruins of Snow Country, hell difficulty. Gui ignored the voice that announced their arrival, donning his mental fortress armor and walking ahead on his own. However, the others weren't as composed, they shook their heads thinking they might have heard wrong. It wasn't until they saw that everyone else reacted the same that they realized there was no mistake. It really was hell difficulty. Guijiaqing strode forward, quickly grabbed Gui by the shoulders and demanded loudly, "Gui, what are you thinking? Are you trying to get us all killed? If this were a normal 4-person dungeon, their strength would suffice to give it a shot even on hell difficulty. But this was a team dungeon. The average strength of the monsters in a team dungeon was at least twice as strong as those in a regular dungeon. With the added hell difficulty multiplier, a single misstep could lead to being instantly killed by even the weakest monsters. Why are you so agitated, Guijiaqing?" Jia Shui ran up, removing his hand from Gui's shoulder. Gui must have his reasons for doing this. As she spoke, Jia Shui felt uncertain herself, but her intuition as a woman told her to trust Gui. The other 7 members looked at Gui, waiting for an explanation. The gap between difficulty choices was vast. There was no chance he had picked hell difficulty by accident. Gui had definitely chosen it deliberately. However, since a dungeon could only be entered once a day according to the world's rules, if he couldn't provide a convincing reason, he would be wasting everyone's time. "Some things even if I told you, you wouldn't believe," Gui said calmly. "Just follow me, and if you still want to leave later, I won't stop you." With that, he continued walking forward. The group hesitated briefly at the spot, but eventually, led by Jia Shui, they followed. Perhaps Gui really had a plan. It was worth trusting him for a moment. They hadn't walked far when a creature covered in white fur stood up from the snowy ground. The rings on their fingers simultaneously displayed the monster's information. Snow Beast, danger level, elite energy level, 26. An elite monster right from the start. The group tightened their grip on their weapons, wary of the creature ahead. A single elite monster wasn't much of a challenge for them. With proper preparation, they could even face one alone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been recruited into the prestigious Dragon Fong for their talents. But the issue was that they were in a team dungeon and on the deadly hell difficulty at that. Facing such an enemy right at the beginning was daunting. They dared not imagine what kinds of creatures lay ahead. The snow beast glanced at the group and did not rush forward hastily. Instead, it stepped back and made a strange cooing sound. At its call, more white figures stood up from the snow. The group's faces turned pale. The figures standing up were not ordinary. They were all elite-level snow beasts. There were at least 20 of them. If they all reached level 25 and gathered 15 people, there wouldn't be much to fear. But now they only had 10 people, and the highest level among them, Guijiaqing, was only level 24. This encounter would drain a significant amount of their supplies even if they didn't lose anyone. "Stop daydreaming. Retreat now," someone yelled, snapping everyone back to reality. They hurriedly summoned their panels, preparing to exit the dungeon. But before they could press the button, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Guyu stood at the forefront of the team, facing the charging snow monsters without a hint of panic. He slowly raised his arm, turning his palm towards the sky. Forbidden spell, blazing meteor. The sky above instantly turned a deep red. A massive red magical formation a kilometer wide fiercely unfolded. The temperature around them soared rapidly and the snow beneath their feet began to melt slowly. Following that, a gigantic meteor emerged from the red formation, crashing into the monsters with a fiery roar. The ground trembled several times under the impact. Before the team could react, a wave of hot air followed, knocking everyone to the ground. The snow that had accumulated for many years within a kilometer instantly turned into vapor and rose towards the sky. As the mist cleared, the bare ground was exposed. The team members stood up, wiping the droplets of water from their faces. When they looked ahead again, their pupils shrank in shock. All the snow monsters lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life, instantly annihilated by Guyu's skill. Some were even charred beyond recognition. Notifications rang out in everyone's ears, one after another. Successfully killed a snow monster, gained 2,500 experience points. Over and over the notifications filled their ears. Guyu looked at the notifications popping up on his panel, nodding in satisfaction. Such rich experience was only seen in hell mode dungeons. Turning around, he found his teammates staring at him as if he were a monster. "What are you staring at? Let's go. It was just a little skill, no need to make such a big deal out of it." The others exchanged bewildered glances, seeing in each other's eyes an unparalleled shock. A skill that wiped out all monsters in one hit, and he calls that little. Amid their astonishment, their steps honestly followed Guyu. With such strength displayed, there was no point in exiting the dungeon. Although most of the monster experience went to Guyu, what they received was far more than what they would get from grinding in normal dungeons. Not to mention, the hell mode dungeons had substantial completion rewards. The team happily followed behind Guyu. After several encounters, they had fully witnessed Guyu's strength. No monster could withstand a single skill from him. Everyone's experience points were rapidly increasing. However, this made them feel somewhat embarrassed. "Brothery, is there anything we can do for you? I've been giving massages to my parents who do heavy labor since I was young, and I've developed quite good skills. Just let me know if you feel sore or tired anywhere. Gui, your sister, has learned a few dance moves and is always ready to perform them for you whenever you'd like to watch. Brothery, you've used so many skills and spiritual energy, you must be running low by now, right? I've got some high-grade recovery potions bought from the Adventurers Association. If people outside knew about this scene, their jaws would drop one by one. Members of the Dragon Tooth are regarded as geniuses wherever they go. In the past, people would kneel before them, crying and begging to be taken under their wing. But now, this group of geniuses is gathered around someone who looks several years younger than them, each with a pleasing smile on their faces. The men, regardless of age, respectfully refer to him as Brothery. The few girls, though calling him little brother, are no less flattering in their demeanor than the rest. Gui Jiaqing didn't say much, but he had been staring at Gui the whole journey, the gleam in his eyes growing stronger. He began to suspect that Gui might just be the idol he had been admiring these past few days. At this thought, he almost wanted to slap himself. His audacity was too great. How could he act so arrogantly and even mockingly in front of his idol? He was truly blind. You guys really don't have to do this," Gui said, waving his hands to decline all the kindness he had brought them along to clear the hell-level dungeon purely because it was already scheduled in the team plan. He initially didn't allow them to quit because he feared unnecessary trouble outside. "Brothery, let us do something where this experience will feel unearned," they pleaded. "Yes, anything at all, just to make some contribution," they added. Gui thought for a moment, then turned to look at the items dropped on the ground. "How about this? Those in combat roles go pick up the items dropped by the monsters, and those in support roles make sure everyone is shielded at all times to prevent accidents." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Zhao Shui and another girl dashed out. Wei Jiaqing was at the forefront, seemingly handling half of the pickup tasks by himself. "Brothery here." They ran back, happily handing over the items they had collected to Gui. He nodded, directly stashing them into his backpack. After all, he was the one who had killed the monsters. It had little to do with them. Soon, the group reached a fork in the road, both paths looking identical. For a moment, Gui was unsure which path to take. At that moment, the bespectacled man who had entered the house with Gui Jiaqing earlier approached Gui. "Gu, I am in the assassin profession and I'll scout ahead." Gui nodded. "Be careful." Soon after, the man with glasses emerged from the snow with a whoosh. His face was a mix of joy and concern. "Gu, there's a boss on the left path, and it looks like the monster that can be immune to elemental attacks." "Oh, we've encountered it so quickly." Gui's interest was piqued and he quickly called his team over. "Come on, let's go check it out." Following the path, they walked through a forest draped in white frost, and Gui and his companions finally saw the boss that had wiped out the previous team. It had the body of a huge hexagonal block and 6 legs resembling those of a spider. As it moved, the sound of gears turning could be heard. It was a spider-like robot with a danger level of boss energy level 28 and a note that it seemed to guard the most secretive existence on this land. "Looks like it's a gatekeeper," Gui remarked thoughtfully. A few others nodded in agreement, deducing from the boss's description that whatever it was guarding must be related to the final boss. It could either be the boss itself or a method to meet the boss. However, some were confused and did not understand the implication of Gui's words. "But good, there's no door behind this boss, right? You're clueless." Before Gui could explain, Wei Jiaqing jumped in, even though there's no door. Behind this boss, it must carry something on it. Once we kill it, we'll know. Wei Jiaqing then turned and leaned towards Gui, asking earnestly, Yi Gu, how do you plan to tackle this boss? I'm from the Earth Warrior profession, tough and resilient. How about I draw the boss's attention while the others work on breaking its elemental resistance, and then you can make your move? He had quietly inquired about Gui earlier, and upon learning that Gui was from Qinghai City, immediately identified him as his idol. This was also an opportunity to perform in front of his idol with a hint of redeeming himself. No need to make it so complicated. Gui waved his hand and stepped towards the boss. You all just watch from here. I'll go kill a boss and be right back. Though he said this, the others were still anxious and followed him. After all, they had only faced minor creatures before, but this one was different. It had nearly annihilated a whole team before. Zhao Shui quickly ran up to Gui and cast 2 skills on him. Ding, affected by the elf priestess skill, 1% of maximum health is restored every second. Ding, affected by the elf priestess skill, if dead within 15 minutes will resurrect on the spot, restoring 100% health and mana. A resurrection skill. Gui was momentarily stunned, looking incredulously at Zhao Shui. Last night, when discussing professions, they only mentioned the broad categories they belonged to without going into specific details, as it involved their privacy. But typically, support professions wouldn't get resurrection skills until around level 40. Zhao Shui throwing out a resurrection skill at just over level 20 surely indicated a rare profession. Thanks, Gui thought, feeling incredibly secure with the resurrection and the spiritual fortress shield effect. He resolved to help Jiangling level up when they returned. The goddess of light was recognized as the strongest support, and with her by his side he would continuously enjoy this profound sense of security. Those who had previously teamed up with Zhao Shui in dungeons instantly recognized her cherished resurrection skill. Looking at Gui with undeniable envy, Zhao Shui usually kept her trump card hidden only to be used in dire circumstances to save someone. No amount of pleading would make her reveal it early. It's unlike now, where even before the battle starts she's already worriedly preparing others. So sour, too sour, you don't need to go in. If something unexpected happens, it would be difficult for me to explain to Sister Chu. As they neared the boss's alert range, Gui once again stopped everyone. The team halted, exchanging glances, feeling somewhat rejected. These individuals, regarded as geniuses by ordinary people, were now treated as burdens. However, thinking of Gui's ability to kill monsters with a single move quickly reassured them. At least they had the privilege of being considered burdensome. Others might not even get the chance to team up with Gui. Brother E, are you sure we're not needed? This boss is immune to elemental attacks, Wei Jiaqing said, his face a mix of eagerness and flattery, which amused Gui. It seemed this guy had figured something out, otherwise his attitude wouldn't have changed so drastically. No need, Gui replied. Wei Jiaqing wasn't the least bit disappointed. Instead, he was thrilled. His idol was clearly gearing up for a show. Could he actually witness his idol taking on the boss solo? After settling the team, Gui walked directly towards the boss. The robotic spider emitted a mechanical roar upon detecting an outsider. It raised its sharp forelegs, ready to strike. Gui looked up, smiled faintly, and said, "You should feel honored. You're the first boss to experience the effect of my special equipment, Forbidden Curse, Elemental Storm Sword." Before the boss could react, Gui summoned the 6 elements to form a kilometer-long giant sword. He gripped the hilt and swept it towards the robotic spider. Minus 986,243. Although the robotic spider was immune to elemental attacks, it couldn't withstand the 60% ignore effect from Gui, receiving over 900,000 damage. The machine's body emitted squeaking electrical noises and started smoking. Not dead. Gui suddenly became more interested. This was the first time he encountered a boss that could withstand his initial attack. It was somewhat unaccustomed to him. Although the spider-like robot managed to survive the initial attack thanks to its immunity element feature, it was clearly dealt a severe blow. At that moment, the robot raised its forelimbs and thrust them down towards Gui, who used a forbidden spell to transform into wind to dodge the attack. As he reappeared, he summoned the Thunder Dragon King, and a purple thunderbolt struck directly at the spider-like robot. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew from the joints of the robot as it swayed and then collapsed onto the ground. Spider-like robot defeated, experience gained plus 35,000, the system announced. The onlookers outside rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They had anticipated that Gui would defeat the boss, though they assumed it would require some effort. Moreover, this robot boasted a 100% resistance to all elements. Even with Gui's ability to ignore resistances, the battle seemed unfavorable to him, yet to their astonishment he had used merely 2 moves. They couldn't help but wonder if the boss lacked elemental resistance, would it have been obliterated by Gui in one strike like a common monster? The mere thought was terrifying. Stepping forward, Gui collected the items dropped by the boss into his backpack. He acquired a fragment of the ice jade amulet, a fiery spear, and glinting shoes, exactly as expected. The fragment of the ice jade amulet emitting a purple glow was clearly a key item for this dungeon, appearing to be 1/4 of a whole. It seemed likely that the other fragments were held by other bosses, suggesting that the Snow Ruins dungeon had at least 5 bosses. 4 others. This might be akin to a nightmare, but for Gui were these bosses? Obviously, they were experienced treasures and wealth givers. The 2 pieces of equipment, the fiery spear, a blue-graded weapon, was fed directly to his weapon spirit Shen. The glinting shoes, an upgrade for Gui's vacant equipment slot, boasted properties that would command hundreds of thousands of adventure points at the Adventurers Association and would certainly be highly sought after. The glinting shoes, advanced 2-star, required level 20 to wear and provided plus 10% movement speed, plus 45 vitality and plus 30 spirit. Gui immediately donned them, feeling his steps lighten instantly. He hoped this group dungeon would be potent enough to fulfill his dream of being fully equipped. Last time he had intended to purchase a full set of high-grade gear but was thwarted when Shen devoured over 5 million adventure points. Luckily he was about to fulfill this wish by defeating monsters. Gui made a quick round to inspect the surroundings. There was no path behind the spider-like robot, clearly indicating a dead end. It was good that they had come here first. Otherwise, they would have had to travel a long way back to summon the final boss. Activating the forbidden spell of wind transformation, Gui appeared in front of everyone with a swoosh. He was immediately surrounded by the group. They had witnessed the entire fight, which had lasted only a few seconds. Gui had effortlessly taken down a boss from a hell-level group dungeon. "Wowie, you're amazing. You can one-shot bosses," someone exclaimed. Moments earlier they had worried about how he would handle this boss, but he had slapped their concerns away. Tell us, is there anything you can't do?" Wu Jiachang was especially thrilled, dancing around as if he were the one who had defeated the boss. Gui simply smiled, letting everyone speak before gesturing for them to follow him. "Let's head back. This way is a dead end." The boss dropped a fragment, and without surprise there are 3 more like him to defeat. "Let's move quickly and try to get out of this dungeon before dark." After returning to the intersection, the group continued along another path. Along the way the levels of the monsters increased, with even the minor ones boasting strengths of level 27. However, there was not a trace of worry on anyone's faces. They had quickly realized that no matter the number of monsters, Gui could kill them in one strike. It hardly fell upon them to be concerned. Their only task was to scurry and collect items after Gui's attacks. The loot from this dungeon was indeed substantial, roughly amounting to 1 million adventure points from ordinary materials alone. Additionally, there were numerous blue materials, which Gui had never heard of before, but he surmised they must be valuable. Looking at the densely packed materials in his backpack, Gui couldn't help but sigh in relief that his bracelet provided an extra 500 slots of space, or else it would have been impossible to carry everything. Soon the group encountered another fork in the road. Gui instantly understood the dungeon's layout and couldn't help but complain. If someone was lucky enough to take the direct route to the final boss only to realize they needed to backtrack to explore other paths, wouldn't they curse out loud? Fortunately, they already knew the correct path and didn't need to endure such a hassle. Before Gui could say anything, the man with glasses broke away from the group to scout ahead. The others took this time to rest. Being college students, they naturally gravitated towards discussing their university experiences. Gui, however, sat quietly to one side, unable to join in. The topics were all about university life, something he who hadn't even started his college entrance exams couldn't contribute to. Zhao Shui, noticing Gui's silence, approached him curiously. "Gui, which school do you attend?" The others also looked over, their curiosity piqued. Given Gui's extraordinary abilities, it was unlikely that he was a nobody. Their universities covered most of the top schools, yet none had heard anything about Gui. Wei Jiaqing, seeing everyone's curious expressions, couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. He already knew about Gui's background. Just ask him. He fought and watch as everyone goes silent, then starts questioning their own lives. He could already imagine their reactions once Gui shared his circumstances. "If you're asking which university I attend," Gui finally spoke, "I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm not enrolled in any." The group was stunned, their minds ceasing to function for a moment. "What does it mean not to be at any university?" A voice rang out, followed quickly by a headshake. "Note, that can't be right. With Yi's abilities, it would be unthinkable for him not to be the top scholar in the national exam." Another voice chimed in, "I know. It must be that Yi's score was so good he got the top spot nationally and someone manipulated the system using his name to enroll instead." "Give me a break," someone retorted. "Last year's top scholar was Lin Xiaoxing, who is now a leading candidate for the 12 pillars at Kyoto University, a level above us even within the Dragon Fong hierarchy." Another added, "Exactly, and as for shadowy manipulations, every school closely monitors the national exams now. Once the top scholar is announced, universities are watching. They can't just change the scores." As their speculations grew wilder, Gui chuckled and shook his head. All right, you guys are thinking too magically. My situation isn't that complicated." This made everyone around him even more curious and desperate, scratching their heads. "Come on, E, stop keeping us in suspense. What's really going on?" "Yes, just tell us," they pressed. Gui scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "Actually, the reason I'm not at any university is because I only took the national exam this year." This light statement exploded like thunder among them. They had never expected this reason. A person of such caliber was still just a student who hadn't taken the national exam. The Pathfinder with glasses quickly returned. As Gui had guessed, one path led to a boss and the other to a group of minor monsters. After leading the team towards the boss area, Gui encountered a new type of monster. It resembled a snow monster, seemingly the leader of all snow monsters. As for its combat style, Gui hadn't seen much before he dispatched it with a single skill. Another piece he noted, confirming his speculation. After obtaining the second fragment, Gui and his team continued pushing forward. Similar events happened twice more, and they collected all 4 fragments of the Ice Jade charm. "Damn, we've only been here for 4 hours, and we're about to face the final boss," someone remarked. "It's all thanks to Yi's incredible strength. Aside from the initial boss, no creature has withstood a single move from him." Laughter filled the air as they approached the final area of the instance. Before them lay a palace buried under white snow. At the entrance, 2 enormous figures, taller than the palace itself and indistinct in form, knelt on either side. As the team drew near, the sound of a heartbeat emanated from the figures. They instinctively stepped back. Could it be the boss? Then the 2 figures slowly rose, shaking off the snow. "Outsiders, you seek to take the treasures of our Snow Kingdom," intoned one. "State Guardian General, the Tiger Blade King, danger level, boss energy level 29, declared the other. State Guardian General, Dragon Spear King, danger level, boss energy level 29. Both were once renowned generals of the Snow Kingdom. 2 bosses? The team gasped, daunted by the prospect of facing 2 level 29 bosses in this hellishly difficult instance. "Fall back, I'll handle this," Gui announced, and his teammates hurriedly retreated, knowing they were not yet qualified to join such a battle. As Zhao Shui and another girl were preparing to leave, they applied every skill they had on Gui, hoping to provide him the greatest assistance possible. No sooner had they retreated to a safe distance than 2 generals raised their weapons high. The roar of the tiger blade and the shattering force of the dragon strike manifested as a ferocious tiger and a soaring dragon, 1 yellow and 1 green, materializing behind the generals. An overwhelming pressure descended upon everyone instantly. Even from a distance, they all felt an unusual heaviness in their bodies, making even the simplest movement of their feet exceedingly difficult. Despite knowing that Gui possessed a resurrection buff, worry was inevitable. Boom! Both generals' skills struck Gui simultaneously. The massive energy blast sent the surrounding snow flying back into the sky before it slowly drifted down. The onlookers clenched their fists, their faces filled with concern as they stared at the spot where Gui had been. When they saw no sign of him, their faces turned pale with shock. "What happened? Where is Brothery?" they exclaimed. Gui had the resurrection buff. Surely he couldn't have been overwhelmed by those 2 attacks. They hurriedly looked around, trying to spot Gui. Just then, a figure appeared behind the generals like a breeze. In his left hand, he held a massive sword interwoven with 6 colors, and his right hand slowly raised, forming a purple magical array. Forbidden spell, Elemental Stormblade, forbidden spell, Thunder Dragon King, Breath of Extinction, Purple Lightning, and a sword shadow imbued with 6 colors flashed simultaneously. 1643750, 2375684. The two generals were instantly drained of all life, falling to their knees with a thud before their bodies slowly dissipated, leaving only two streaks of golden light floating in the air. Reflecting on the recent ordeal, even Gui couldn't help but curse loudly, starting with such heavy attacks. Damn, no decency at all. It was fortunate he had the mental fortress. He had just used two fortress talismans to withstand the attacks of the two generals. Otherwise, even with his resurrection skills, he might have been doomed. Successfully killed the National General, the Tiger Blade King, plus 50,000 experience points. Successfully killed the National General, Dragon Spear King, plus 50,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leading your team to clear the Snow Country ruins. Hell! Difficulty, plus 80,000 experience points. The notification sound that echoed in his ears made Gui pause. These two generals were the final bosses of the dungeon. What about the ice jade charms he had collected? Gui looked up at the two streaks of golden light in the sky. Typically, the final bosses of common dungeons would only leave behind a treasure chest, nothing else. Could it be related to the jade charms? Gui took out 4 fragments from his backpack. Guided by a golden light, the fragments assembled in midair into a complete ice jade amulet, with even the cracks vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, a vortex-like entrance leading to an unknown destination appeared before Gui. Ding! You have successfully activated the hidden area of the snow ruins. Warning: this area is extremely dangerous and the rewards are unknown. Please proceed with caution. A hidden area? Could it be that this dungeon also contains a hidden boss? Gui looked at the entrance with excitement. Not all dungeons have hidden areas, but whenever there is one, the rewards are undoubtedly substantial. As for the extreme danger mentioned in the announcement, Gui still had a resurrection buff on him, plus the 10-time death shield from the Fortress of Spirit, so he felt nothing could pose a real threat to him. Enter. A flash of white light passed, and when his sight restored, Gui found himself in a strange space. Beneath his feet was a solid ice surface glowing with a pale blue light, and above him was pitch darkness, with occasional twinkles that resembled stars. Where is this? Gui wondered curiously. Suddenly, a strong cold wind carrying a flurry of snow blew towards him. The temperature around plummeted, and even Gui's body started to develop a layer of white frost. Tap, tap, tap. Crisp footsteps approached from the darkness. A figure in a light blue long dress, wearing an ice crystal crown, emerged from the darkness. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with a face so stunning it could cause the downfall of a nation and an icy coldness that could repel others from 1,000 miles away. Her snow-white hair fell to her chest, and the slits on either side of her dress occasionally revealed legs whiter than suet jade. Her feet, visible beneath the hem of her dress, were clad in high heels made of ice crystals. Gui was momentarily mesmerized. He could swear she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. You have come in, which means there are no more people outside, she said with a voice clear and cold, authoritative yet devoid of any emotion, leaving Gui unsure whether she was angry or merely narrating something completely unrelated to him. I remember when I was little, a horde of abyssal demons destroyed my homeland. My parents were brutally killed before my eyes, and I, still a child, could only hide under the bed, too scared to even cry. A tear rolled down her cheek, landing in her palm and instantly turning into an ice crystal. Her slender fingers clenched, suddenly crushing the ice crystal in her hand. Now, have you come back again? Her gaze turned piercingly cold as she flung the ice shards from her hand, which instantly transformed into a barrage of ice arrows shooting towards Gui. No, I was just about to compliment your beauty. Why the sudden attack? Gui spoke, dodging the ice arrows with remarkable agility. At that moment, the ring on his hand displayed information about the woman: Snow Country Princess, danger level, boss energy level, 30 remarks, the last bloodline of the Kingdom of Snow. Her outward coldness is her greatest disguise for revenge and a sacrifice. Snow Country Princess level 30. Gui was taken aback. This hidden area seemed a bit over the top. The dungeon was meant for levels 20 to 25, yet here was a level 30 hidden boss. That's equivalent to a second-tier combat profession in human terms. You just mentioned abyssal demons. Perhaps we are not enemies. My world is also being invaded by abyssal demons. Gui spoke these words because he suddenly had a feeling. The Snow Country Princess before him didn't seem like the other monsters who could constantly regenerate. She was a real living person. Ignoring Gui, the princess summoned an ice crystal staff. With a raised hand, ice spikes fell from the sky, chasing after Gui. It seemed that in order to have a proper conversation, he first needed to make her stop. Sometimes strength isn't for bullying others, it's for showing it off so others can talk to you calmly. With this thought, Gui no longer dodged, taking the brunt of the falling ice spikes. After all, with a spiritual shield, he could withstand it long enough to cast a spell. Forbidden spell, Elemental Storm Sword. With one slash, he sent the Snow Country princess flying. Her ice crystal crown fell off, rolling along the icy surface. She sat helplessly on the ice, her long white hair spread out, covering her face that could bring disaster to a nation. Added to her somewhat chaotic aura, she looked particularly miserable. If you listen carefully, you could hear a very faint sobbing. Gui bent down to pick up the crown from the ground and walked over to the Snow Country princess. Squatting down, he carefully placed the crown back on her head, tucking her scattered white hair behind her ears. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gui from a country called Disya. My world is currently being invaded by demons from the abyss, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the same one you just mentioned. Gui deliberately slowed his speech, trying to make his voice as gentle as possible. The place you are in is known as a dungeon in our world, a separate space of sorts. I'm not sure about the mechanism, but in these dungeons, the monsters reset every time someone re-enters, which has become a way for us to strengthen ourselves. I don't know if it's just my feeling, but I think you're different from everything else here. To me, they appear as data that can be reset continuously, but I feel like you and I are both living beings. Perhaps it's because you've been here too long, or it's too oppressive. Hearing Gui speak sincerely, tears started to flow from the corners of the Snow Country princess's eyes, dripping onto the icy surface. Gui rummaged through his belongings, and after some thought, he could only take out some fur dropped by a snow monster from his backpack and handed over to her. Thank you, she said in a voice as faint as a mosquito, but it made Gui smile. We can talk. He simply sat on the ice and started telling his own stories to the Snow Country princess. How he used to climb trees to raid bird nests as a child, or how he used a slingshot to break a neighbor's window glass and was chased around the streets. He told his stories in the most fun way he could. The effect was obvious, as from time to time a bell-like laughter could be heard. We've talked for so long, yet I still don't know your name. The Snow Country princess hesitated for a moment, as if mustering courage, then raised her hand to look at Gui. My name is Ling Shui, a fitting name, it suits you well, Gui replied. The two struck up a conversation and soon they were chatting one sentence after another. Gui quickly understood the whole story. Ling Shui was from the Snow Kingdom, a realm in another world. Her father was a highly competent and benevolent ruler under whose governance the country flourished peacefully and prosperously. But a sudden spatial rift shattered this idyllic life. Hordes of abyssal demons invaded through the rift, and the imbalance of power tipped overwhelmingly in their favor. Within just a few days, the entire kingdom was utterly destroyed. Later, two gravely wounded national generals managed to send her to this space, preserving the last trace of the Snow Kingdom's bloodline. Those bosses outside, she explained, were also left behind by the two national generals. It's getting late, I should be going now. I have friends waiting for me outside, Gui said as he stood up, brushing off the ice flakes from his clothes. You know how to let me out, right? Ling Shui nodded, wiping her tears and reverting to her usual frosty demeanor. I can let you out, but I have a condition. Take me with you. Rather than eking out an existence here, I'd rather go out with you and perhaps gain the strength to avenge my parents. Gui scratched his head, looking troubled. It was easy enough to take her out, but explaining her origin, suggesting she was a boss from a game, could lead to her being secretly taken away for research. That could be tricky. Gui voiced his concerns. Unexpectedly, Ling Shui handed him a pale blue ice crystal ring. As long as I stay in this ring most of the time, it should work. Gui thought it over. Indeed, this was a solution. If anyone asked, he could brazenly claim he had accidentally acquired a humanoid pet. After all, Ling Shui could enter the ring at any time, and no one would be the wiser. After summoning the exit to the outside world, Ling Shui transformed into specks of ice crystals and entered the ring. With a flash of white light, Gui successfully returned to the dungeon. Ran into a bit of a situation. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said upon re-entry. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, his companions looked at each other, utterly confused. Brothery, what are you talking about? Didn't you just step in and come right back out? Startled, Gui quickly looked at the pale blue ice crystal ring. The ring flickered briefly, as if Ling Shui was responding. So it wasn't an illusion. It all really happened. He had actually brought a level 30 boss back with him. Gui chuckled and shook his head, realizing that there were still many mysteries unknown in this world. Just kidding, let's hurry up and open the treasure chest. Our clearing speed will definitely give initial sister a big shock when we get out. With a casual response, Gui turned his attention to the two treasure chests in front of him. One was the first clear reward from the ruins of the Snow Country, available to each of them. The other was his own MVP reward. Gui walked up to the first clear chest and opened it directly. Gui received a first clear experience reward of 100,000. He obtained 1 Hampa Ice Crystal Sword, 1 Extreme Cold Wrist Guard, 1 Ice Crystal Arm Guard, and 1 skill book, Frost Condensation Technique. A white light of leveling up burst forth from his body. He had now advanced from level 20 before entering the dungeon to level 23. No wonder everyone coveted the first clear rewards, they were indeed generous. Just the experience points alone added an extra 100,000 more than what one would earn from completing a dungeon on hell difficulty. The other members of his team also had white lights bursting from them, their faces beaming with joy. Clearly they had all gained substantial benefits from this first clear treasure chest. Gui did not rush to check the items in his backpack but instead opened another MVP treasure chest. Given how generous the first clear rewards were, this one couldn't be inferior. He obtained 1 Ice Marrow Necklace, 1 Attribute Enhancement Fruit, and 1 Level Up Scroll for levels 20 to 29. The moment the chest opened, Gui clearly saw a purple light flash across the Ice Marrow Necklace. Rare equipment. He hurriedly opened his backpack to check. The Ice Marrow Necklace, rare 1 star, had a wearing requirement of level 20 with attributes, Spirit plus 70, Constitution plus 50, and the effect, Clear Mind and Heart when affected by control skills reduces the control duration by 30%. What a great item. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the light but hard to avoid an arrow in the dark. Whether it's monsters or some unscrupulous professionals, they like to stealthily throw a control skill to immobilize you, then rush up for a burst of output. With the Ice Marrow Necklace, Gui could break free from control states faster, catching his enemies off guard. Another item, the Extreme Cold Wrist Guard, was also equipment Gui could wear, replacing the Nikomata wrist guard he had obtained in the beginner dungeon. Now Gui had finally fulfilled his wish to replace his entire set of equipment except for his lower body gear, which remained empty. Every other part was now starting with high-level equipment. The remaining 2 blue weapons that he couldn't use were directly thrown to Shin Nyen Yom Nye for devouring. After dealing with the equipment, Gui turned his attention to the other 3 items. Frost Condensation Technique, common 1 star, had a use restriction for water elemental magicians with the effect of consuming 5 points of spirit to release cold air in front, briefly slowing the enemy's movement and continuously causing ice elemental damage. The Attribute Enhancement Fruit, with no usage restriction, permanently increased all attributes by 50 points upon consumption. The Level Up Scroll for levels 20 to 29 with a use restriction for levels 20 to 29 directly increased one's level without the need for experience. These items were outrageously good. This MVP treasure chest was even more powerful than Gui had imagined. He examined each of the 3 items in turn, his surprise almost making it impossible to keep his smirk under control. The Frost Condensation Technique needed no further discussion. His own talent for a hundredfold enhancement was prepared for various skills. He could immediately upgrade it to the level of a forbidden spell. The 50-point increase in all attributes from the Attribute Enhancement Fruit was equivalent to what a typical combat profession would gain from leveling up 5 times. The greatest surprise came in the form of a Level Up Scroll. Once Gui reached level 29, he could use this scroll to instantly upgrade to level 30, a prerequisite for the second job transition. This would save countless hours typically spent grinding for experience. Gui pulled a stat-boosting fruit from his backpack and wiped it before taking a crisp, sweet bite. The fruit was delicious and even lacked a core. After finishing it, Gui instantly felt all his attributes enhanced. Next, he was eager to see what kind of forbidden spell he would obtain. With 8 enhancement opportunities at his disposal, he had enough to elevate his newly acquired skill to the legendary forbidden spell tier. Gui decided to learn the Frost Condensation Technique, investing 6 enhancement chances in one go based on his previous experiences. Ding! The skill enhancement was successful. Frost Condensation, common 1 star, was upgraded to Forbidden Spell, Extreme Cold Freeze, legendary 1 star. The effects of Extreme Cold Freeze allowed him to emit a freezing chill capable of instantly immobilizing an enemy, interrupting their actions and continuously dealing ice elemental damage. Gui quickly understood the true utility of this skill. It was a game changer. The enemies he faced were often far beyond his level. If they released a wind spell that couldn't be dodged quickly or any skill that could threaten his mental fortitude, he could rely on the Extreme Cold Freeze to forcibly interrupt it. After all, he only had 1 life. In any situation where he could either dodge or break an attack, he certainly needed to minimize the times he had to endure hits with his shield. With the remaining 2 enhancement opportunities, Gui thought it best to invest them all into the Storm Sword. Ding! Skill enhancement successful. Storm Sword, epic 3 star, was upgraded to Elemental Annihilation / Legendary 1-star. Indeed, enhancing a skill that started at a higher initial grade was more straightforward. From the original green grade Elemental Blade to the legendary Elemental Annihilation / it only took 3 enhancement chances, a savings of half the efforts compared to enhancing a common skill. It seemed that prioritizing higher grade skills would be wise moving forward. Seeing there was nothing left, the group exited the dungeon. Upon returning to the outside world, the sky was just beginning to darken, presenting a beautiful sunset that bathed the earth in a golden hue. What happened? Did the strategy fail? Xu Wenxuan instinctively thought they had failed to clear the dungeon. Seeing everyone exiting so early, she quickly counted the group inside in relief, finding no one missing. Failing wasn't a big deal. No one could guarantee success every time. The real luck was that there were no casualties. But soon Xu Wenxuan noticed something was off. Everyone wore a satisfied smile, hardly the expression of a failed attempt. Instead, it resembled the triumphant return of victors. Pushed forward by his peers, Gu Yi approached Xu Wenxuan. Sister Chu, mission accomplished. We've successfully cleared the Snow Country Ruins dungeon and I brought everyone back safe and sound. What? Xu Wenxuan was somewhat perplexed. According to the usual duration for a raid, it would take at least 3 days to clear it. That's why they were all asked to bring food before setting off. But now, in less than a day, barely 6 hours, they were telling her they had cleared the raid. As the others saw Xu Wenxuan's incredulous expression, they started to show their levels. Sister Chu, we're not lying. Look for yourself. As Xu Wenxuan's gaze swept over each person's head, her disbelief gradually turned into shock. Completing a raid in 6 hours, even if it was on normal difficulty, was an achievement worth boasting about for a lifetime in the Dragon Fang Guild. When she saw Gu Yi's level above his head, the unprepared Xu Wenxuan was startled. Level 23. She clearly remembered that Gu Yi was level 20 before entering the raid. Advancing 3 levels in one go, even as a main damage dealer, was not something achievable on normal difficulty. Can you tell me, what difficulty did you choose? Xu Wenxuan stared intently at Gu Yi, her voice trembling without her even realizing it. It was too much for her to take in, just when she thought they had failed. They told her they had succeeded. When she was shocked that they had cleared a normal difficulty raid in 6 hours, she found out that the value of this achievement was still rising, moving beyond what she could have imagined. Before Gu Yi could speak, Gui Jiaqing, eager like a cyber eunuch, moved closer, barely containing his excitement to boast about his idol's strength. But before he could even speak, he saw Gu Yi motioning him to be silent and immediately stood quietly behind him. Xu Wenxuan was taken aback. She knew Gui Jiaqing's character all too well, arrogant and disdainful towards anyone weaker than him, yet now he stood behind Gu Yi like a subdued follower, not daring to breathe heavily. Gu Yi, tell me, what difficulty did you choose? Gu Yi's lips curved up and his eyes met Xu Wenxuan's. Sister Chu, we chose Hell Mode. Xu Wenxuan felt the world spin and her legs nearly gave out. The others were prepared, and a few girls immediately stepped forward to support her from falling. 6 hours. Hell Mode, Xu Wenxuan murmured to herself. She felt that all the emotional turmoil she had experienced from childhood to now didn't compare to this moment. Her gaze towards Gu Yi became especially complex. She was well aware of everyone else's capabilities. Under well-prepared circumstances, they might even solo a wilderness boss. In the hellish levels of team dungeons, she was no help at all. That meant the 6-hour completion of the Hell Dungeon could essentially be seen as Gu Yi's solo achievement. Initially, when the higher-ups briefed her, they only mentioned that Gu Yi was very capable and could be entrusted with important tasks for grooming. Now, she really wanted to make a call and ask in earnest, you call this very capable? This is beyond powerful. She had truly underestimated him. The group returned to their residence in the frigid winter city. Xu Wenxuan immediately reported the situation to the Dragon Fang organization, and it quickly garnered significant attention within it. Wasn't long before a message came back. Gu Yi, after internal discussions, Dragon Fang decided to upgrade your medal to blue. Xu Wenxuan felt a bit dazed as he spoke. He had left as a newbie with the standard white medal, and in the blink of an eye it had turned blue just like his own. It had taken him over 3 years to reach this level. In contrast, Gu Yi hadn't even been with Dragon Fang for 2 days. Xu Wenxuan chuckled at himself ruefully. Sometimes the gap between people was just enormous. The award ceremony would take place once you arrive in Kyoto at the Dragon Fang headquarters, Xu Wenxuan added, hearing that Commander Fang Jie would personally bestow the honor. Xu Wenxuan couldn't help but feel envious. To be personally awarded by a district commander was an extremely rare honor indeed. Gu Yi, holding a bottle of Coke, took several big gulps. He discovered a wonderful use for Ling Shui, he could get a delicious chilled drink anytime he wanted. Sister Chu, what did you just say? Uncle Fong is going to award me personally. Chu Wenchuan turned sharply, cautiously asking, what did you just call Commander Fong? Uncle Fong, Gui replied, twisting the cap back on the bottle and casually placing it on a nearby table while idly playing with the ice crystal ring in his hand. He's my dad's sworn brother. He was the one who went to Qinghai City to pull me into Dragon Fong. Chu Wenchuan was stunned. So this kid was not only incredibly powerful but also had an outrageously influential background. The next morning everyone headed to the station to return to their own cities. As they were leaving, Gui Jiaqing, crying and shouting, insisted on getting Gui's autograph before he left. Fortunately, the others managed to intervene just in time to save the face of the Dragon Fong prodigy. Idle. We'll wait for you at Kyoto University. Thinking of this statement made Gui feel particularly vexed. For the first time in his life, he felt averse to the idea of attending Kyoto University. He was somewhat reluctant to apply there. A few hours later, back in Qinghai City, Gui couldn't help but reflect that the city where he had grown up was best suited for him. But he also knew that from now until the days before the big exam might be his last days in Qinghai City, possibly even the last bit of tranquility before the abyss was thoroughly annihilated. Walking along the familiar roads, Gui quickly returned home. He pushed open the door and tiptoed in like a thief. Finding that his uncle was not at home, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Shui, come on out. The ice crystal ring flashed and Ling Shui appeared instantly by Gui's side. She curiously surveyed the surroundings. All this was far too novel for her. So this is your world, looks pretty interesting. Before Ling Shui had her fill of looking around, Gui pushed her towards his room. Now too scared that his uncle might suddenly return home. Stop looking, let's go to my room, he said. After removing Ling Shui's crown, Gui rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a short-sleeved shirt that was not quite masculine. After more searching, he finally found a pair of black shorts. He had thought about finding shoes too, but his size would definitely not fit Ling Shui. Take off the long dress and put these two on. Your pale blue crystal dress is too eye-catching, someone said. Ling Shui held the clothes tightly, hesitating for a long moment, which made Gui curious. What's the matter? Just put them on for now and I'll take you to buy suitable clothes tomorrow. Ling Shui shook her head, her cheeks slightly reddening as she looked up. Could you step out for a moment? To Gui, taken aback, then embarrassedly smiled. Sorry, I was too hasty and forgot. He quickly exited the room and gently closed the door behind him. You can come in now, Ling Shui's voice came through the crack of the door. After a moment, when Gui pushed the door open, he felt something stirring in his nose. His own clothes did not just fail to conceal Ling Shui's figure. They accentuated it in a different way. The long legs that were previously hidden by the hem of her skirt were now glaringly exposed. Seeing Gui's reaction, Ling Shui, both bold and shy, took a few steps forward. Gui regretted his choice of shorts. Damn it, silver hair, a slender waist, long legs, and Ling Shui's devastatingly beautiful face, it was a dangerously stunning combination. Having her by his side in the future would be a constant torment. The next morning, as soon as Gui opened his eyes, he saw Ling Shui standing by the window peering out at the scenery. The sunlight draped over her, making her look like a celestial fairy descended to earth. You're finally awake, he said, rubbing his sleepy eyes. What's up, do you need something? Ling Shui shook her head, pointing at the sun outside the window. You said yesterday that you would take me to buy clothes. I might not understand the specific times in your world, but the sun has already moved to the west. Gui sighed. Women indeed were the same in every world. After a quick wash, Gui began to choose his outfit for the day. I need to wear a hat. This one won't do. The brim is too short. This one's better. It can cover the face well. After examining himself from different angles, Gui ran to his uncle's room and grabbed a pair of sunglasses. Still not reassured, he also picked up a black face mask. Watching Gui wrap himself up tightly as if he wanted to hide in a sack, Ling Shui grew curious. Do people in your world need to wear so much when they go out? Casually, Gui placed a hat on Ling Shui's head. I'm afraid of the sun. I don't want to dress like this, wrapped up like a dumpling in the heat, but taking Ling Shui out, I have no choice. What if we run into someone I know? It's better to be safe than sorry. Alright, let's go. Finally stepping into the outside world, Ling Shui looked around with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Whether it was food items or entertainment, she wanted to check everything out. Gui quickly realized he had underestimated the extent of Ling Shui's ability to cause a stir. Even with a hat partially covering her face, her figure still drew curious glances from many passers-by. Some were even so distracted that they accidentally bumped into stone bollards. When they finally arrived at the mall, Gui felt as though he had completed a journey fraught with 81 difficulties. he let Ling Shui choose clothes on her own while he sat down on a chair by the fitting room to rest. Soon Ling Shui entered the fitting room with an armful of clothes. She would try on an outfit and step out to show Gui, asking for his opinion. After more than an hour, Gui had lost count of how many times he had uttered the words "looks good." Ling Shui was a natural when it came to clothes. Her enchanting figure, combined with her inherent charisma, made him suspect that she could wear a sack and still look stunning. "I think these outfits are pretty good, let's go with them," Ling Shui said, picking out several pieces she was particularly pleased with. Gui stepped forward, selected a low-cut V-neck skirt and a few camisoles from the leftovers. "Don't worry about choosing, just remember what you like. After all, it's your money, why not enjoy spending it?" "Thank you," she replied. Though new to this world, Ling Shui knew that buying so many clothes would definitely not be cheap. "It's fine, no need to be formal with me," Gui said as he packed the clothes into his backpack space. Turning his head, he noticed a slight softening in Ling Shui's usually cold demeanor. In the following days, Gui first made a trip to the Adventurers Association to list the materials and equipment they had obtained from a dungeon raid. He then visited Lin Miaowei at the hotel to check on her recovery. After finally catching his breath, Jiang Ling dragged him out for shopping again. Adding to this, Ling Shui's curiosity about the world meant she wanted Gui to take her out daily. After several days, Gui felt his dark circles had deepened and his face had grown thinner. Despite doing hardly anything strenuous, he looked as though he had indulged excessively. Time flew by, and after seeing off Lin Miaowei, Gui finally awaited the grand examination. Along with all eligible students from Qinghai City, he boarded the train heading to Fengshui City. The national examination was organized like a war zone, divided into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west, with Fengshui City being the exam venue for the eastern region. Gui reclined in his train seat, covering his face with a hat. Jiang Ling sat quietly next to him, playing with her phone and occasionally adjusting his clothes to keep him comfortable. Gui wasn't tired, but he wanted to rest for a while. With Jiang Ling by his side and Ling Shui secured in a ring, these two demanding ladies were finally together, sparing him further hassle. The train soon reached its station and the school principals began gathering their students. "Classmates, the exam site is almost upon us. Don't be nervous. The exam is tomorrow, show your best strength." Soon an air vehicle designated for reception picked everyone up. The students, grouped by schools, followed a staff member to familiarize themselves with the venue. "Dear candidates, I am your guide, Su Lingling. Please follow me." As you all might know, the annual grand examination takes place within a replica. Let me first introduce you to the facilities outside and briefly explain the rules of the exam. Su Lingling, along with the group Gui was part of, began their walkthrough of the examination venue. She meticulously explained every detail, from how to walk from the lodging buildings, where to buy medical supplies, to what to do if one wished to change their equipment before the big exam. Gui, yawning and listless, followed the group without much interest. He didn't really want to come, none of this seemed meaningful to him, but he couldn't resist Jiang Ling's insistence on having him accompany her. "Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our introduction to the peripheral facilities. Next, please follow me to the entrance of the instance," Su Lingling announced. "The exam instance is set for levels 10 to 20 and I believe everyone here is qualified to enter." Gui, half awake, listened and even nodded absent-mindedly. Levels 10 to 20, that's a reasonable range, quite broad, he thought. Suddenly something struck him, jolting him to full alertness. "Damn, I'm level 23, way over the limit. I can't have worked this hard only to miss out on even entering the instance," he thought, possibly making him the first student in history too advanced to participate in the exam. With this realization, Gui could no longer care about protocol. He quickly informed Jiang Ling and broke away from the group. On his way, he spotted 2 important figures: Principal Jiang Ninghai and Wang Hao. Finding either of them might solve his problem. After some inquiries, Gui finally located Wang Hao. "Brother Wang, there's a big problem." Seeing Gui's anxious appearance, Wang Hao felt a twinge of concern. It must be something serious to affect Gui this way. "Junior brother, what happened?" Wang Hao asked. "Brother, the exam instance requires levels 10 to 20 and I'm already level 23, way over the limit," Gui blurted out. "What?" Wang Hao exclaimed, instantly alarmed. He was counting on his junior to earn the national title and bring honor to Qinghai City. "Don't worry bro, I'll find someone for you." With that, Wang Hao vanished on the spot, heading straight for the exam management room. He pushed open the door without checking if anyone was inside. "Hello, is anyone managing here?" he called out repeatedly without response. Just as he was about to leave for another location, a withered hand emerged from behind the central screen. "Stop yelling, you're giving me a heart attack," came a voice. Wang Hao quickly moved forward, rounded the screen, and saw it was Gui Yue, an old acquaintance. Old Gui, it turns out you're in charge this year, so this matter should be easy to handle. Gui Yue slowly turned his head, revealing dark circles under his eyes that were heavier than those of a panda. If you need something, please turn right when you exit the door and close it on your way out. Thank you. I'm not receiving any visitors these days. Come on, old Gui, this is serious business. Gui Yue, having pulled several all-nighters, was clearly struggling to control his emotions. He suddenly yelled at Wang Hao, "Scram! I'm busy with serious matters, 2 matters that the higher-ups have ordered to be completed before the big exam tomorrow." Wang Hao chuckled, quickly crouching down, lowering his stance. "Old Gui, here's the thing, there's a student from my city taking the big exam this year, but his level isn't quite up to par. You want me to bend the rules, let someone whose level isn't sufficient to take the big exam get out, and don't say you know me." No, Wang Hao quickly waved his hand, his face also wearing a bitter smile. "It's not that his level isn't enough, it's actually too much. He's 3 levels above the highest requirement for the exam. Old Gui, do you realize what level of talent that is? He's a genius among geniuses. Would you really let such a talent miss out on the big exam over something so trivial?" Gui Yue sighed, very adeptly pulling a pack of cigarettes from Wang Hao's pocket, lighting one for himself. "This person you're talking about, his name is Gui, right?" "Huh?" Wang Hao looked at Gui Yue, surprised. "How do you know? You're the data expert, not a clairvoyant." Gui Yue took a deep drag, exhaling a white puff of smoke. "Because I've been up for several days and nights working on this very issue. Commander Fang Jia has given me a strict order to adjust the exam levels so Gui can participate. Do you have any idea how tough that is?" Wang Hao let out a long breath, gracefully standing up and stretching lazily. "I've gotten old and forgetful. How could I forget this? Gui is actually Fang Jia's nephew. They obviously care more about this than I do. It's really not for me to worry about. Old Gui, keep it up." Wang Hao patted Gui Yue on the shoulder, making an encouraging gesture. As he was about to leave, he turned back, took the previously forgotten pack of cigarettes from the table and pocketed it. Then from another pocket he took out a more exquisitely packaged pack and slapped it onto the table. "The one before was cheap stuff. If you want to smoke, smoke these." Upon leaving the management office, Wang Hao went directly to find Gui. He had to relay the news immediately to ease Gui's worries. "Junior brother, Brother Wang, how did it go?" Wang Hao chuckled. "Don't worry, I just found out your Uncle Fang had arranged everything for you several days ago. Tomorrow when the big exam starts you're guaranteed to get in." Hearing this, Gui immediately felt relieved. Fang Jia was indeed the last person he intended to ask for help, thinking that unless it was absolutely necessary he did not want to trouble his uncle. "Uncle Fang is really good to me. Having arranged everything several days in advance shows he's always watching over me. But this kind of attention doesn't make you shiver. Instead, it warms you up. If I dared treat you poorly, my own conscience wouldn't forgive me." The next morning, before the candidates even entered, media from all over the country had already arrived. Several city lords from the Eastern District were seated on the high platform, and even the Eastern District Commander Fang Jia came to the scene of the big exam. For the entire nation of Dashaxia, the Grand Examination is an annual national event of paramount importance. As the day approaches, a mighty procession of students makes its way to the examination site. They enter in the sequence dictated by their admission tickets. First batch, Zhenjiang City Schools, please prepare for teleportation, the examiner announces. At his command, a group of students vanishes in a flash of white light. Second batch, Qinghai City Schools, please prepare for teleportation. Jianling squeezes Gui's hand. "Good luck, see you at Jingdu University." "You too, good luck." Gui replies. In a blink he is surrounded by primitive jungle, his vision returning after a flash of white light. Beside him stand 3 semi-transparent NPCs, or rather robot teammates arranged by the examination authorities. "Welcome to the National Grand Examination instance. This instance has been artificially modified. You will not die from severe injuries but will be automatically ejected from the instance and receive your final score. Please proceed with caution and we wish you the best of luck in achieving outstanding results." Gui had reviewed the material with Jianling the night before. Candidates can spend up to 24 hours in the instance. The final score of the Grand Examination is tied to the points accumulated in the instance, which can only be obtained by defeating monsters. The level and danger posed by the monsters affect the scoring multiplier. However, for Gui there was only one strategy: kill. The level or danger of the monsters made no difference to him. All were dispatched with a single strike and he hardly distinguished between them. Taking a few steps forward, Gui encounters his first monster, a goblin danger level, ordinary energy level 10. He muses, if it weren't for the National Grand Examination, I might never have bothered with creatures weaker than myself in my lifetime. Shaking his head with a smile, he raises his hand and a fiery meteor explodes. All goblins within a kilometer radius are instantly annihilated. Killing goblins earn instance points *1. Killing giant axe goblins earn instance points *5. Killing bow goblins earn instance points *3. A series of notifications pops up and Gui's instance points skyrocket to 236. This is too easy, he thinks to himself. Given my strength, there's no challenge in this grand examination instance. Perhaps I won't even need to wait for the 24 hours to end. I might clear out all the monsters in the instance well before. Meanwhile, outside the instance, a huge semi-transparent screen floats above the examination venue. At the top of the leaderboard, only the top 100 contestants' scores are displayed, while everyone else's scores were still at zero. Gui's score of 236 points was the only one shining boldly on the screen. Attentive media members quickly aimed their cameras at the display, but just as they finished focusing, Gui's score surged to 1089 points in the blink of an eye. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest from the East China Grand Examination site. The reporter, visibly excited, stumbled over his words. Believe it or not, we're only 3 minutes into the examination and we already have a student scoring points that would usually take an hour to accumulate in previous years. Could this student from Qinghai No. 1 Middle School be this year's top scholar in East China, or perhaps even the whole country? Zhang Ninghai watched as Gui's score soared, unchallenged on the screen, dancing with joy. The other principals around him looked on with envy. What a brilliant performance! The student's name was accompanied by the name of the school, making this an unparalleled advertisement for Qinghai No. 1 Middle School, and a national one at that. If he could become the national top scholar, he would elevate his school to an unprecedented status. Meanwhile, on another platform, Wang Hao stroked his chin, his gaze complex. He pondered, this junior of mine might just set a record that leaves everyone else far behind. In the history of the national examination, the highest score ever recorded was 35,600 points. But here was Gui barely into the examination, already amassing over 1,000 points. By the end of the examination, he might leave everyone else far behind. Turning his head, Wang Hao looked towards Feng Jie, who sat in the central seat. Feng Jie's reaction wasn't as pronounced as the others, but he nodded in approval, clearly pleased. As elders, it was natural for them to feel joy at the achievements of their younger kin. At that moment, the person sitting next to Feng Jie focused on the screen high above. The placard in front of him revealed his identity as the vice commander of East China, Ji Lianchang. After pondering for a moment, Ji Lianchang exclaimed with a hint of awe, "Are all the gusts this strong?" He then turned to Feng Jie and said, "Back in our day, we didn't have these grand examinations, but tell me, with second brother skills, could he have been a national top scholar too?" Feng Jie smiled subtly and whispered in Ji Lianchang's ear, "A tiger doesn't father a dog." Startled, Ji Lianchang looked up at Gui's name, then turned back to Feng Jie. He was about to exclaim loudly, but then felt something amiss and quickly pulled Feng Jie aside. "Hold on, fifth brother, don't joke with me. Didn't our eldest brother say that the child unfortunately died when he went looking after second brother's incident? How could there suddenly be a son?" And Feng Jie remained silent, nearly pointing upwards. "I only found out recently myself. It was our eldest brother who told me. The child has always been under his care, hidden from the abyss and those who harbor suspicions, so he never told us." Ji Lianchang chuckled bitterly and shook his head. "Eldest brother really kept us in the dark." Well, Feng Jie nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I doubt he would have revealed this if our nephew hadn't shown such potential. But now, as the saying goes, the dragon will soar when it meets the storm." Eldest brother had no choice but to reveal it. Realizing this, Ji Lianchang chuckled, "So he's basically asking us to watch over him together, huh?" After all, genius attracts more than just the admiration and awe of others. Gui strolled through the game instance as if he were walking through the streets, earning points effortlessly. 8 points for defeating a berserker goblin, 5 for a wizard goblin, and another 5 for a shield goblin. He felt none of the tension usually associated with major tests. He simply couldn't muster any anxiety. While others might worry about the strength of the monsters and their own score, for Gui, monsters were as easy as swiping them away in one move. Unaware his score was already approaching 10,000. The NPC teammates assigned by the instance barely had a chance to act. Out of sheer boredom, Gui looked at the ring in his hand and called out, "Ling Shui, can you come out? Since this instance isn't very interesting, let's create something interesting ourselves." No sooner had Gui spoken than Ling Shui appeared beside him instantaneously. She wore a white dress and blended seamlessly into the world, indistinguishable from its inhabitants. "So this is the instance you were talking about?" Ling Shui asked curiously, quickly encountering a goblin wielding a long sword roaring fiercely. Before Gui could act, she raised her hand and shot an ice arrow, instantly killing the long sword goblin and earning 5 experience points for the instance. "Does that count?" Gui was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Ling Shui's actions could also earn him points. Could this possibly speed up his point accumulation? Seeing that the instance was artificially controlled and considering that Ling Shui was a level 30 boss herself, there was no threat to her in this environment. "Ling Shui, help me out," Gui began. Before he could state his need, Ling Shui nodded without hesitation. "Just say it, I'll definitely help you." This made Gui chuckle. Her readiness was so swift. Didn't she fear he might ask for something unreasonable? Sensing Gui's gaze wandering mischievously over her, Ling Shui swiftly pulled out her ice crystal staff, crossing her arms in front of her chest defensively. "You don't overthink it, I only meant normal things." Inside, Ling Shui felt a rush of panic. If Gui really insisted, she wouldn't be able to stop him. And what was more fatal was the realization that she didn't seem to have much resistance, perhaps even a faint sense of anticipation. She had met countless people before, many of whom were outstanding, but this feeling was a first for her. Seeing Ling Shui's flustered eyes and blushing cheeks, Gui was greatly amused. Even the princess couldn't help but be teased. He took a bold step forward, observing her more daringly. As Ling Shui took small steps back, her eyes filled with confusion. Gui pointed at her forehead and teased, "What are you thinking about? A princess should be pure of heart." Ling Shui instantly realized that Gui was just teasing her. "It's your gaze that was off first. I was just, alright, let's talk business." Gui took a step back and gestured around. "I need to kill the monsters in here to complete something very important to me. Can you help me out? If we split up, we can be more efficient. Once this is over, I'll take you to some new places." Ling Shui nodded eagerly. No problem. The monster she had previously killed made this area no threat to her, and since she could help Gui, she saw no reason to refuse. "Alright, if we come across a fork in the road, we'll split up," Gui said, but then paused abruptly, a new thought crossing his mind. "Wait, how will I find you after we split up? If I have to leave and can't find you, wouldn't I be leaving you behind in the instance?" Ling Shui raised her left hand and Gui noticed for the first time that on her slender finger was a ring identical to his own. "The rings can sense each other, so even if we part ways, you'll know which direction I'm in, soon." They reached a crossroad and parted ways to tackle the monsters. Watching his score rise steadily even without lifting a finger, Gui felt an indescribable thrill. This must be what it feels like to be a capitalist, he thought. If only leveling up could always be this easy. He resolved that once the major exam was over, he would definitely find an instance to explore with Ling Shui. Walking forward, Gui raised his hand and cast an explosive starfall spell. Instantly his score increased by several hundred points. However, among the notifications, Gui spotted an unusually high reward, over 150 points from a single entry, much higher than any previous monsters. A goblin general. It seemed like a boss-level creature. Regrettably, he didn't even catch a glimpse of it before it was annihilated by the heat wave from his spell, likely dying in utter confusion, surrounded only by its lesser minions, wondering where such a deadly heat wave had come from. Outside in the real world, after more than an hour of combat, the students were finally beginning to show their true capabilities. The top 100 spots on the scoreboard were all filled, the lowest scores being over 800 points. Gui in first place had an astonishing score of 15,994 points, making the second place's score seem trivial by comparison. Normally, this would be the time for speculation about who might ultimately win or if a dark horse could emerge. But now, there was no need for guesses. Even if Gui stopped now and didn't touch another monster, his score was high enough that it would take others hours to catch up, if they could at all. The focus of speculation had shifted to who might clinch the second place in the Eastern District's major exam. As for the first place, it was clearly displayed already: Gui. Some media outlets, sensing a scoop, began to compare scores from other districts. It is reported that the top scorers from the other 3 major exam regions all scored between 900 and 1,000 points, which undoubtedly points to a candidate named Gui becoming the top scholar of this national exam. After the exam, we will also conduct an exclusive interview with Gui, so please stay tuned. Meanwhile, all the teachers at Qin High No. 1 Middle School are faced with a situation that is giving them a major headache. From the moment Gui's leading scores were announced, their phones haven't stopped buzzing incessantly. People, whether they know them or not, have been contacting them relentlessly. Even distant relatives with whom they barely have any connection have come forward trying to cozy up and inquiring whether they could send their children to Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. The news eventually reached Jiang Ninghai's ears. In the past, he might have been furious about such situations and would sternly warn all teachers that no backdoor admissions would be allowed and that everything must proceed according to the rules. However, now he is laughing joyfully. The more such messages he receives, the happier he becomes. He even cheerfully told all the teachers at the school not to bother with these people and just let them come and try to pass the school's assessments when the time comes. Unlike Jiang Ninghai's happiness, Ji Lianshan looked at the scoreboard with a worried expression. He tugged at Fang Jia's sleeve and whispered into his ear, "Brother, should we keep this quiet, maybe suppress the news a bit? Our nephew is shining too brightly." Fang Jia, unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively. "It's good to shine. The brighter he shines, the more it will calm some people's intentions. When it's time to act, they will have to seriously consider the consequences. Besides, aren't we brothers still here to back Gui up? Even if we are not enough, our elder brother's sword is exceptionally sharp." Ji Lianshan, clearly intimidated, shrank back a bit as he had often been beaten in the past. His worried expression completely disappeared, replaced only by joy for Gui's achievements. Among their siblings, Gui's father might be the second eldest, but he is indeed the strongest. This eldest brother of theirs was once able to hold off tens of thousands of enemies from the abyss with just his sword. That abyssal demon had to send his proudest general, and after fighting for 3 days, the eldest brother returned with the general's head bearing only minor injuries. Moreover, this brother is extremely protective. Anyone who even jokes about his loved ones might find a sword at his throat, forcing an apology. Indeed, given the temperament of Gui's elder brother, anyone who dares to lay a hand on Gui would not only be minced into pieces, but their ancestral grave would be split open with a single sword strike. At this time, top universities were also closely monitoring this major examination. Initially, designated teachers were responsible for observing to identify outstanding candidates early and prepare to compete for them. However, Gui's leading performance had caught the attention of all the school principals. They even convened a special meeting to discuss what terms could be offered to persuade Gui to attend their schools. Some principals had already dispatched teachers to the examination site in the Eastern District, instructing them to deliver the admission notice to Gui as soon as possible. There was no choice. The scores were too dazzling, and being slow meant missing the cue. In the simulation with Ling Shue's help, Gui enjoyed a more leisurely experience akin to touring mountains and waters. He took pleasure in the surrounding scenery. However, often he had hardly glanced around before needing to use the exploding flame meteor, turning everything into charred remains. It seemed necessary to find a group attack skill that wouldn't destroy the scenery. He couldn't always rely on exploding flame meteor. With eyes closed, all was pitch black. With them open, everything was scorched black. His eyes almost recognized no other color but black. Just as Gui planned to continue forward, a dazzling shard of ice crystal flew swiftly from a distance, transforming into Ling Shui upon landing beside him. "I've cleared all the monsters on that path. It was tough, but I've gathered over 4,000 points for you," Ling Shui reported. "Since it's all clear, let's move forward together. It's rather boring alone." Ling Shui nodded happily in agreement, but then suddenly remembered something. "Right, I rushed back because I found a place I couldn't enter. There seems to be something formidable inside." Gui looked at Ling Shui with a hint of confusion. The examination simulation was artificially adjusted, so there shouldn't be anything unexpected. "Can you tell what it is?" Ling Shui blinked, recalling carefully. "There are a few monsters stronger than the rest here but weaker than me. Also, there seems to be an item that feels similar to some of the equipment you have." Gui thought for a moment. If it felt like his equipment, there could only be one possibility. He removed the elemental fury ring from his finger and placed it in Ling Shui's palm. "Like this feeling?" Ling Shui held the ring, closed her eyes to feel it, and then suddenly opened her eyes wide. "Yes, that's it." Gui's expression turned ecstatic. If that was the case, then what Ling Shui sensed might be the fourth piece of the elemental nightmare gear. "Where is it? Lead me there." Seeing Gui's excitement, Ling Shui knew how crucial this was for him. She prepared to transform into an ice crystal to lead the way, but Gui grabbed her arm. "That's too slow. Come into the ring and just direct me." Though puzzled, Ling Shui nodded and returned to the ring, following Ling Shui's directions. Gui used the forbidden wind spell, casting it repeatedly until they finally reached the spot Ling Shui mentioned. Upon landing, Gui surveyed the area. Surrounding him were moss-covered stone walls that looked no different from a dead end. Could Ling Shui have been mistaken? No matter how Gui looked, he felt nothing else could be hidden here. At that moment, Ling Shui appeared beside him. She walked gracefully towards a stone wall and placed her hand upon it. Yes, this was the place. Ling Shui removed her hand and turned to look at Gu Yi. It seemed to be a kind of seal, but the conditions to unlock it were extremely stringent, requiring the power of various elements. I possess only the power of water, clearly insufficient to meet its demands, but you could try, she suggested. From their first encounter where they battled, Ling Shui had clearly sensed that Gu Yi could manipulate all elemental powers. Perhaps the seal was designed specifically for him. Gu Yi nodded, stepped beside Ling Shui and placed his hand on the stone wall before them. At that moment he felt the elemental powers within him surge forth uncontrollably. They flowed from the palm of his hand into an indistinct part of the stone wall. Moreover, his mental energy also plummeted dramatically, dropping over 200 points within a few seconds. Fortunately, Gu Yi's mental attributes were high enough that such consumption was relatively negligible for him. Feeling the wall cease to draw more elemental power, Gu Yi removed his hand. Following a thunderous roar, the wall rippled like the surface of water. Gu Yi reached out and touched it, discovering that his hand could now pass through the wall. Clearly, the space hidden behind it had been completely unlocked. I didn't expect it to actually work, he muttered. Ling Shui, curious, reached her hand through the wall to feel around and quickly withdrew it. It seemed to be a secret realm space, a secret realm space. Gu Yi was puzzled, as he had never heard of such a thing. What is that? When I was a child, I read in books that a secret realm space is created by the powerful using their own strength or other artifacts existing outside of reality. It's somewhat like the instances you speak of, but completely different, explained Ling Shui. The place you were looking for is actually the Snow Kingdom's secret realm space. Gu Yi nodded, understanding now that it was essentially a hidden area. Let's go and take a look. After fortifying himself with a new mental bastion, Gu Yi stepped forward into the space. As the two passed through the wall, they emerged onto an expansive grassland. Directly ahead, a half-human-height emerald-green chibi dragon was intently and cautiously stepping around, evidently searching for something. Laughter and playful noises occasionally drifted from a distant thicket. Suddenly the little green dragon seemed to have found its target. Its round eyes sparkled, and it pounced to the ground. Got you, it exclaimed, lifting its hands and blowing off the dirt to reveal a grass-green grasshopper. Suddenly something caught his eye from the corner of his vision, and he sharply turned his head to look. Upon spotting Gu Yi and Ling Shui, he was so startled that he jumped up, allowing the grasshopper he was holding to seize the opportunity to leap away. A stranger, he slowly backed away a few steps, baring his teeth and putting on a fierce display. Then he immediately turned and ran, shouting as he did so, "Trouble! Someone's here!" The little green dragon hadn't run far when it thudded into a small red dragon. The two dragons tumbled over his legs, flailing in the air. The red dragon got up, slapped the green dragon on the head and scolded, "After all these years, you still haven't learned." The green dragon, touching the bump on its head that was barely noticeable, looked wronged and murmured, "But I really saw someone." The red dragon slapped him again. "You must be seeing things. Nobody can open this space left by our master except him. How could anyone else get in?" With tears welling up, the little green dragon covered his head. "But I really did see them." Just as he spoke, a rustling of footsteps came from afar. Turning his head, the red dragon saw Gu Yi and Ling Shui approaching. He quickly dragged the green dragon behind him, watching the newcomers warily. After observing for a moment, he found Gu Yi's face somewhat familiar, yet couldn't recall ever seeing him before. Indeed, the faces were strangers, so the red dragon whispered to the green one, "Go find big brother and sister, I'll handle this." Nodding, the green dragon dashed off in a flash. "Humans, I don't know how you got in here, but this isn't a place you should be," the red dragon said, his mouth glowing with fire, clearly ready to fight. Gu Yi, understanding the little dragon's information through his ring, learned it was a fire demon dragon with a question mark under the danger level and an energy level of 25, an anomaly he hadn't encountered before. As Gu Yi showed no signs of leaving, the dragon attacked, spewing a breath of fiery blaze. In the outside world, Gu Yi had been leading in points within a very short time, drawing everyone's attention. However, in the last few minutes something odd happened. Gu Yi's points stopped increasing. It was as if his score was frozen while others began to catch up. Although Gu Yi had amassed over 20,000 points, if this continued, being overtaken was only a matter of time. Ji Lianshan looked at the stagnant score and couldn't help feeling anxious. "Brother, could something have happened to our nephew?" Feng Jie shook his head. "The exam scenario has been thoroughly tested, ensuring no danger to the students, and there's a mechanism for forced withdrawal in case of serious injury. Moreover, even if this were a real scenario, it wouldn't pose any threat to Gu Yi." That kid once soloed the hell difficulty of a team dungeon in Lengdong City without letting his teammates lift a finger. Ji Lianchan was shocked to solo a hell-level dungeon. Even the fully equipped Dragon Tooth squad finds that level challenging. Does that mean Gui alone has the strength of a genius team? With this, Ji Lianchan became even more perplexed. What exactly was happening? Fang Jie thought for a moment, then looked up again at the leaderboard. It might be that Gui was resting, or perhaps he felt he had competed too much and it was time to hold back. Don't worry, it's definitely not because he's in any danger, Fang Jie reassured. However, others did not share this sentiment. Gui's stagnant score was a blow to the media that had previously reported on him. They had just declared him a shoo-in for the national champion, yet now there was no movement at all. It was as if he had exhausted all his strength and now couldn't even defeat a minor monster. It was no wonder his score hadn't increased even after several minutes. Some media outlets even began to entertain another line of thought. What kind of news generates the most heat? Clearly stories that involve twists, controversy, and topicality. Ideally, they should also stir up public emotions. The current situation presented a perfect opportunity for such reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, the previously leading candidate Gui has now hit a standstill, the media broadcasted, prompting viewers to question his real capabilities. If this is his true level, then his earlier surge in points must have been aided by some props not indicative of his true strength. This raised questions about fairness for other candidates who worked hard and relied solely on their abilities. This provocative media narrative sparked a massive national outcry. Some argued that Gui was cheating by using external aids in the examination and that his results should be nullified. Others believed that acquiring such powerful props, whether personally or through family, was itself a demonstration of capability. Meanwhile, some insisted that Gui's capabilities were as initially displayed and that he merely needed a brief rest, regardless of the truth. Diverse and vehement opinions erupted across major websites. Damn it, these guys really know how to stir trouble, Ji Lianchan cursed as he saw Gui being thrust into controversy. Brother, we must inform everyone now. We can't let our nephew suffer this unwarranted injustice. Fang Jie nodded, issuing orders to restrict the spread of such reports and discussions. After speaking, his gaze coldly swept over the assembled media. Mark down these troublemakers. Send someone to ask if they still want to keep their jobs. Soon after, the command was issued. No matter where their headquarters were located in the Great Daxia, these media outlets stirring debate were surrounded by a small squad of armed and mysterious troops. In the office building of Fengshui City, Lin Huaihui, the head of Fresh News, was dancing with joy as she watched the data skyrocketing. Even the layers of fat on her body trembled with excitement. Sister Lin, you really are amazing. A few words from you and these brainless folks follow us blindly, her colleagues remarked. Lin Huaihui grinned, her face caked with makeup creasing into folds as she laughed. Check if there are any sisters whose scores were cancelled in the past exams. During the reports, subtly highlight the gender of this Gui. Get what I mean? Understood, understood. Lin Huaihui nodded happily, knowing that this would stir up even more trouble and bring another wave of attention to her team. At that moment, the door to Fresh News was violently kicked open. A fully armed squad with loaded guns stormed in, pointing their weapons at everyone present. Lin Huaihui cautiously approached them. Despite her disdain for these men, the dark muzzles of their guns still frightened her. Who are you people? She demanded. Without hesitation, the leader of the squad flashed a document with bold red characters. Lin Huaihui, you are under arrest for disrupting the online atmosphere, deliberately inciting conflict and slandering a key national figure. What right do you have? What right? Lin Huaihui suddenly began to scream hysterically. I was only speaking up for many sisters. Why are you arresting me? The leader looked at Lin Huaihui with disdain and kicked her. Don't think we don't know about all the things you've been up to. We've been wanting to deal with you for a long time. After kicking her, he noticed some commotion behind him. Turning his head, he saw the fiery anger in the eyes of his subordinates. Lin Huaihui resisted national law enforcement and attempted suicide to avoid prosecution. We had to forcefully intervene to ensure her safety, yet she still ended up injured. The leader stepped aside, creating space around them. Go easy, don't actually kill her, he said, pulling out a handgun, cocking it with a click and shaking the official document in his hand. The document stated that apart from the main culprit, anyone else who dared to resist would be killed on the spot. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Gui had just used his elemental annihilation slash, causing the fire demon dragon's pupils to dilate in surprise and delight. It had been a long time since it had seen such a skill. The familiar sensation gradually merged with a figure from its memory. However, the immediate danger snapped it back to reality, prompting it to quickly wrap its wings around itself as Gui's skill struck like a blow on impregnable steel, shattering into a myriad of elemental fragments. Thank goodness I have a life-saving skill, or I would have been done for, the fire demon dragon sighed in relief. But suddenly it noticed Gui gathering new elemental power in his hands. Frightened, it quickly covered its head with its hands and threw itself at Gui's feet. Stop, please stop, young master. Gui narrowed his eyes, puzzled, and halted his actions, but he still held the elemental sword in his hand. Realizing it was unharmed, the fire demon dragon cautiously opened one eye and reassessed Gui, finding him increasingly similar to the master from its memories. The resemblance was uncanny, even his cautious nature was exactly the same. No matter where he went, those scrutinizing eyes followed him, and he tightly gripped his skills in his hands, ready to unleash them at the slightest sign of trouble. As the fire dragon circled him, continuously making clicking noises, Gui waved his elemental sword and placed it directly on the fire dragon's neck. You've watched for long enough, it's about time you had your fill. Tell me, why do you call me young master? I've never seen you before. He pressed the elemental sword harder against the fire dragon's neck, ready to execute the elemental annihilation slash without hesitation if he found the response even slightly unsatisfactory. The fire dragon quickly raised its claws in defense. Because you resemble the master greatly, not just in appearance but also the energy within your body is identical. Gui looked at the fire dragon skeptically. What's your master's name? He already had a bold suspicion forming in his mind. Master's surname is Gu, named Gu Fengsheng. Gui was startled. Gu Fengsheng? That was the name of his father as mentioned by Uncle Feng. Could it be that this secret realm was left by his father whom he had never met, and this fire dragon and the other creatures were his father's pets? Another thing that particularly concerned Gui was the fire dragon's claim that the energy within him was identical to that of his father. Does that mean his father Gu Fengsheng was also an elemental mage? You better have evidence to back up your claims, or I might just see what it feels like to kill a dragon. The fire dragon gave a sly grin, its eyes surprisingly sincere. Just follow me, young master. I might not have it, but the elder brother and sister might know something. Gui nodded, gave Ling Shui a cautious look, and followed the fire dragon deeper into the area. Being able to name his father outright made him somewhat believe the fire dragon's words. Moreover, the earlier confrontation made him realize that these creatures posed no threat to him. He might as well follow and see. Even if something happened, he could handle it comfortably. Young master, let me tell you, we've been here for over a decade. The fire dragon started, chattier than someone who hadn't spoken to anyone in years, detailing their life over the past decade. Master said he would come to pick us up in a few days, but it's been over 10 years and we've almost forgotten what the master looks like. Just then Gui heard a faint sobbing sound. Looking down, he saw the fire dragon back turned to him, quietly wiping something with its claw. Can you tell me what kind of person my father was? The fire dragon turned around, its round eyes still misty with tears. The master, he was a man of few words, but very charismatic. He recalled having several brothers, each one respectfully called second brother, both outwardly and sincerely from the heart. The 6 siblings, including himself, were brought out from a certain dungeon by him. He mentioned that they were still 6 dragon eggs at that time, nurtured for several days with different elemental forces before they hatched. He remembered how his fiery temper as a child often caused trouble for their master, and it was always second brother who would intervene to save him from further mischief, a fact that brought a mischievous grin to his face, quickly followed by a tear that fell to the corner of his mouth. Ugh, salty, he exclaimed. Listening to Fire Dragon's continuous storytelling, Gui's suspicions were greatly alleviated. One reason was that the Fire Dragon's expressions did not seem fabricated. Another was that some details coincided highly with the information revealed by Feng Jie. Those brothers he kept referring to as second brother likely included Feng Jie. However, Fire Dragon's descriptions also made Gui's image of his own father even more blurred. He felt there were many mysteries waiting to be unraveled. As they walked further, they suddenly heard rustling footsteps ahead, fast and urgent. Soon after, 5 small dragons appeared in Gui's view: gold, black, purple, blue, green, and with the addition of the red one by his side, they perfectly corresponded to the 6 major elements. Upon seeing Gui, the 5 dragons immediately stopped, wary but with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Clearly, like Fire Dragon, they sensed something but were unsure of it. The previously escaped green dragon hid behind the others, poking its head out to shout loudly, "Fire bro, why are you bringing outsiders here? You didn't betray our master in such a short time, did you?" Fire Dragon's temper flared instantly. He dashed over, grabbed the green dragon by the horn and smacked it right in the face with a big forced fight. The green dragon felt its head buzzing, vision blurring. What are you shouting for? You're spouting nonsense without understanding the situation. Fire Dragon, feeling that one slap was not enough and about to deliver another, was stopped by the golden dragon's voice. Stop it, let's first clarify what's going on. Its voice was gentle, like a touch of spring sunshine on one's face. Fire Dragon withdrew his raised claw, scampered over to the golden dragon and said, "Big sister." Then he turned his gaze to the dark dragon beside him. "Big brother, he's not an outsider." Fire Dragon extended a claw towards Gui. "He's our young master." At this revelation, all the dragons curiously examined Gui. No wonder they had felt something familiar yet strange about him. Fire Dragon quickly ran to Gui's side, gestured a sword with his hand, and urged, "Young master, show them that skill you used on me earlier." Nodding, Gui activated the elemental annihilation slash and swung it towards a nearby tree. The lush trees that once thrived seemed suddenly drained of their vital essence, wilting and drying up within moments. With a gentle breeze, they vanished from this world entirely. "Young master, it really is the young master." Excitement and surprise shone in everyone's eyes. This power to control the 6 fundamental elements had only been seen in the master before, coupled with Gui's appearance, which was a spitting image of the master's. Who else could it be but the young master? However, unlike the other dragons, the golden dragon and the dark dragon showed a hint of sadness after their brief moment of joy. "If you could enter, it means the master cannot return, right?" Gui nodded, not fully understanding what the golden dragon meant, but knowing his father indeed would not return. His uncle had long told him that his father had heroically fallen in battle against the abyss. The other dragons, upon hearing this, saw their excitement vanish instantly. They looked at the golden dragon with a mix of fear and confusion. "Big sister, what do you mean by that?" The golden dragon opened its mouth, seemingly reluctant to reveal the harsh truth. Knowing the nature of their elder sister, the dragons turned their gaze towards the small shadowy dragon standing by. Sighed the dark dragon, looked around at its siblings. "After the master left us here, he told just the 2 of us. The battle he was heading to was perilous, with slim chances of survival, so he left us behind on the pretext of recuperating. He said if nothing went wrong, he'd personally lift the seal and take us out in a few days. If something happened to him, we might have to wait for years until his son, the young master, would come to release us." No sooner had these words been spoken than the dragon's eyes dimmed with sorrow. They had waited over a decade only to be told that the person they awaited would not return. The golden dragon consoled its younger siblings while the dark dragon approached Gui. "Young master, follow me. The master left something for you." Following the dark dragon's lead, Gui arrived at a circular platform. At its center stood a podium with an inconspicuous box on top. Gui stepped forward and opened the box. Inside, he found an item resembling a belt, underneath which lay a piece of paper and a yellowed contract. Ignoring the other items, Gui first picked up the paper. "Gui, I regret meeting you in this manner. Though I've never seen my father." Gui felt a rush of warmth from the words. "This battle is hard to win and I had no assurance of surviving. An elemental mage is a legacy profession. If I perish, it will manifest in you. Do not underestimate it. Though it may seem weak initially, it is key to combating the abyss. By chance, I once acquired an item that, combined with an elemental mage, might be our only chance to defeat the abyss completely. Sadly, I was not destined to collect them all, but I hope you have better luck. Additionally, trust your uncles, but do not fully trust the authorities. Always remember that." As his father's words lingered, a silent tear fell, dampening the note. Gui quickly wiped away the moisture and carefully folded the note, placing it into his backpack. The other 2 items left behind included an elemental belt, its properties not much different from the elemental gear he had acquired before. The contract, however, was the key item that would allow Gui to form a pact with 6 elemental dragons. Although his father did not explicitly mention it, the implication was clear. Holding the contract, Gui approached the 6 dragons. "Would you like to go with me?" Without hesitation, all 6 dragons nodded in agreement. The presence of a contract indicated it was the master's will before his passing. Moreover, Gui was their young master. Following him was only natural. "Then let us make a pact," Gui said, biting his finger and pressing it against the contract. Following suit, the dragons each made a cut with their claws and pressed it onto the contract. Ding! "Congratulations on obtaining your pets, 6 elemental dragons." Instantly, Gui felt a mysterious connection with the dragons. Furthermore, it seemed that the 6 dragons could merge into one formidable entity. He envisioned a terrifying dragon with 6 heads whose breath could obliterate an entire continent in an instant. However, the dragons were currently in a weakened state, seemingly from prolonged hunger, which considerably reduced their power. The food that could restore their strength was those monsters. Let's go, Gooey said, passing through the stone wall and returning to the dungeon. The dragons, having been trapped for a long time, felt an indescribable joy upon seeing the outside world again. Soon after, Gooey returned to where he started. A few steps forward, new monsters appeared, and the 6 dragons pounced on them, clamoring, "It's been years since we've exercised our limbs." Gooey smiled faintly, allowing them to frolic as they wished, while he and Ling Shui teleported a distance forward. Regardless of whether there were monsters around, he raised his hand and cast a forbidden spell, causing his long stagnant points to surge rapidly. Now, with the 6 dragons assisting, and soon with Ling Shui's help, his rate of point acquisition was set to increase significantly. Outside the dungeon, although official reports had been deleted, speculation about the reasons behind Gui's stagnant points continued. Yet before any conclusions could be drawn, they saw Gui's points skyrocket, adding several hundred points at once. The voices accusing Gui of cheating with the aid of tools were silenced. Those supporting Gui were extremely excited, knowing that such powerful items couldn't be used repeatedly in a short period. What they saw was Gui's true strength. Those media outlets that had earlier accused Gui of cheating without real abilities deeply regretted their words. They not only received warnings from the authorities, but at that moment completely lost their audience's trust. The audience, once manipulated by them, now turned back and showered them with scathing criticism. Truly a case of reaping what one sows. Time swiftly passed, and 6 hours had elapsed since the commencement of the major examination, bringing darkness over the sky. Yet the spectators of the examination remained glued to the scoreboard. The reason was that Gui's score was inching closer and closer to the highest scores in the history of this examination. In the next moment, his score surged again, shattering past records with a new high of 36,542 points. The media outlets that had not destroyed Gui's reputation were now ecstatically jumping around. They had made the right bet, considering that it was only 6 hours into the examination. Gui had already broken the record for the highest score in history. Even if he just put in a minimal effort for the remainder of the time, becoming the national top scorer was a nailed-on certainty. Senior executives from major media companies personally made calls instructing their reporters at the East China examination area to interview Gui the moment he stepped out. This was a historic moment. It could even become a milestone in the history of the Great Xia, one that might never be surpassed. Gui's uncle Ji Lianchong watched the continuously refreshing scores on the leaderboard with a face full of satisfaction. Were it not for the setting, he would have laughed out loud in joy. Feng Jie appeared more composed, but the emotions in his eyes clearly showed his inner excitement. Gui's performance was bound to leave a significant mark in the history of this examination. He would stand like a mountain, unattainable to all, and his achievement would make him the center of attention. Even if his identity were to be exposed one day, it would deter those with ill intentions from acting openly. As for those who might attack from behind, he and his brothers were no pushovers. As the sun set in the west and rose again in the east, the crowd at the Eastern District examination venue had grown several times larger than the previous day. The reason was simple: it was the final day of the examination, the day all candidates would emerge from the simulation. The target of the gathered crowd was unified. They were all waiting for Gui to appear. Among them, the most anxious were the media outlets awaiting their chance to interview Gui. "Hurry, check your microphones and cameras again, we can't afford any mistakes later," barked a leader to his team. "Boss, we just checked everything 5 minutes ago. Do you even want to keep your job? Just check it again, and if there's any issue during the interview, we'll all be in trouble." Moreover, university teachers who usually didn't see eye to eye were now gathered together, greeting each other warmly, trying to appear amiable, but each harbored their own hidden agendas, sizing up the situation in each other. At your school, you've actually put up tens of millions in adventure points and a full set of advanced gear. Compared to what our school is offering, doesn't that seem a bit stingy? Commands of death, who isn't under one? Our principal told me that if I couldn't persuade Gui to enroll, I shouldn't bother coming back to work. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the teachers who had specifically come to deliver the admission notice found excuses to disperse one by one, but to an outsider, it seemed as if they had coordinated perfectly as they simultaneously took out their phones. "Hello principal, there's a problem. The offers from other universities are quite substantial. Adding to the conditions, you say? Just give the word." I remember. When they met again, their eyes were clearly filled with caution. The warmth they had shown earlier had vanished, and they even deliberately kept their distance. In the game instance, after Gui cleared the monsters in front of him, he turned to check his own score. 125,425. he had cleared all the monsters in the entire instance. Finding more monsters to defeat was now more difficult than ever, otherwise his score would have been even higher. Perhaps the designers of the big exam instance never anticipated a candidate clearing the area within 24 hours. After getting out, I'll have to report back that this was not well considered. However, this level of points was already enough for me to get into Kyoto University. Gui bit off a piece of dried meat and savored it deliciously. While others were desperately trying to boost their scores as high as possible, he had no more monsters to kill. The remaining time was truly just for him to enjoy traveling through mountains and waters with Ling Shui. Fortunately, Ling Shui was very understanding and wore a white camisole as Gui had strongly requested. Paired with her exquisite figure, it immediately brightened his mood and he delighted in the sight. Waiting for the instance to end wasn't so boring after all. The only downside was that it was somewhat uncomfortable. Finally, it was noon. Surrounded by a bright light, Gui was transported out. His vision had just returned, and before he could adjust, he vaguely saw a large crowd rushing towards him like mad. They were holding dark objects in their hands, pushing them towards him. Following this was the continuous clicking sound of cameras. His vision, which had barely recovered, was blurred again by flashes of white light. Gui, as the national top scorer in this big exam, do you have anything to say? How did you achieve such a score? Can you reveal that? Which university will you choose? Is a score of 120,000 really your limit? Gui felt a cacophony around his ears as various sounds mixed together. By the time his vision finally cleared, he looked around and exclaimed in shock. He was tightly surrounded by media of all sizes. Microphones were thrust at him in layers. Every notable media outlet in the Great Xia country was present. Even official media like the Great Xia Daily had joined in. Those pairs of eyes were very eager for Gui to say something. Even if it was just one word, they could turn it into a full-blown report. Gui was somewhat dazed. He had never expected that participating in a big exam would lead to this. Just as Gui was unsure of what to say, the crowd surged again. Several university teachers holding documents finally managed to squeeze through to Gui. Student Gui, I am a teacher from Mota University. If you come to study at our school, not only will your tuition be completely waived, but you will also receive a monthly subsidy of 5 million adventure points. Don't listen to him, student Gui. Our principal has said that as long as you are willing to come, we will provide you with a full set of advanced equipment every 5 levels. Look at our school. We can offer you the best resources, and if you are willing, we can even arrange for a senior student to accompany your studies. The environment, already noisy, was further stirred by the shouts of several teachers resting nearby, suddenly making Gui's head buzz with pain. Suddenly surrounded by 2 groups of people, even if Gui wasn't afraid of such a scene, he was somewhat at a loss at this moment. More importantly, it was just too noisy and chaotic, and he couldn't clearly hear what they were saying. Other candidates who were watching initially did not understand what was happening, but after learning about Gui's score, they were shocked. 120,000 in the big exam points. How did he achieve that? I struggled hard just to get over 20,000 points, and that's just a tiny fraction of his. Mota University, Huadong University, even Jingdu University came over. They looked at Gui, who was surrounded by a crowd with indescribable envy. Just being interviewed by national media first is a treatment they would never have in their lifetimes, not to mention being coveted by various top universities afterward. If I'm not mistaken, all the top ranking schools in the country are rushing over, and the kind of treatments being offered, it's not just about recruiting anymore, they are practically begging Gui to attend. In contrast, they had to wait until the final exam results were completely out before they could apply to schools that met their qualifications. While he gets to choose his school, they are chosen by schools. The gap between them could really be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Caught in the crowd, Gui was quite annoyed by various noises. He could only stretch out his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, then said helplessly, "Can we go one at a time?" The 2 groups surrounding Gui looked at each other, seemingly realizing they had been too hasty. They couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. I have limited time, I will only answer a few questions. Gui looked around, his gaze landing on the reporter from Daxia Daily. You go first. The reporter, feeling immensely honored, carefully extended the microphone towards Gui. Student Gui, how did you manage to score so high? It's simple, just kill all the monsters in the instance to succeed. The answer caused a shock among everyone present. It was known that a previous statistic had indicated the vast number of monsters in the major instance was outrageous. Clearing them all within 24 hours was deemed impossible, even if one could kill a monster with a single strike. Could it be that Gui not only could kill monsters in seconds but also possessed a powerful area of effect skill? Otherwise, it was hard to explain his high score, but to have such a powerful skill at this level, wasn't that a bit too incredible? Next question, student Gui, could you share your feelings after becoming the national top scorer? After answering several questions, Gui felt completely drained. Using the excuse of needing rest, he disappeared in front of everyone with his wind escape skill. Once it was clear that Gui had vanished without a trace, the journalists who hadn't been called upon felt a bit disappointed. However, they quickly realized that although they didn't have exclusive questions, they had captured plenty of material for an incredibly lavish report. Unlike the journalists, several teachers who had specifically come for Gui exploded in frustration when they saw he was gone. They waved the admission notices in their hands and shouted in different directions, "Student Gui, you haven't chosen a school yet." These teachers had been sent specifically to deliver admission notices to Gui. If they returned having lost him, they would surely face a severe reprimand from the principal. Gui reappeared from a corner, unfazed by the earlier scene but admittedly inexperienced and unsure how to handle it. Wait, did I forget something? He pondered, realizing he had been too hasty in leaving, possibly forgetting something important, before he could remember what it was. He received a message from Feng Jie asking him to come to a nearby command center. Upon entering the room, Gui saw at least a dozen people inside smiling at him as if he were a rare treasure, which made him shiver. The documents they held in their hands reminded Gui of what he had forgotten. In his rush to leave, he had forgotten to choose a school. Feng Jie walked over to Gui with a grin, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You sure ran fast, but I had them all brought over when I saw them shouting." He then turned to the waiting college representatives, releasing an aura of authority. "Speak freely, but don't exaggerate just to snatch this opportunity, or don't blame me, Feng Jie, for being unsympathetic." The teachers nodded without hesitation, their actions reflecting the high regard in which Feng Jie, the commander of the Eastern Military Region, held this young man. They wouldn't dare cross him. Feng Jie nodded in satisfaction and gestured to Gui. "Go on, choose the one you like." Although Gui had planned to attend Kyoto University, the current situation clearly offered him a chance to gain much more. This was far better than simply applying and waiting for an acceptance. Moreover, his situation was precarious, with the abyss always looming over him. Only by securing substantial resources could he quickly enhance his strength. The more the abyss feared his growth, the more urgently he needed to become stronger to ensure his safety. "Teachers, please discuss what your schools can offer," Gui said, inviting the teachers to sit firmly, taking control of the situation. Gui, a student, was approached by a teacher from the Great Summer Mage Academy who heard of his profession as a mage. The academy, known for its specialized training for mages, offers unique advantages. As soon as the teacher sat down, he couldn't contain his excitement and handed the admission letter to Gui. The teacher promised that if Gui decided to attend their school, they would provide the most suitable resources for a mage's growth. Additionally, they would equip him with a full set of advanced gear every time he leveled up 5 times. Gui nodded in acknowledgement. The Mage Academy was indeed a nationally renowned specialized institution that many mages opted for. However, Gui felt that these resources were of little use to him. He thought to himself, no matter how abundant a school's resources are, can they really compare to Dragon Fawn? Moreover, while the equipment rewards might be tempting for others, they held no allure for him. The lowest grade equipment he owned was already of high quality, not to mention a piece of epic grade clothing he possessed. He expressed his concerns to the teacher. "I feel that your school's sincerity might not be sufficient." Seeing Gui's emotionless face as he tucked away the admission letter, the teacher realized he had no chance and quietly returned to his seat. Soon after, another teacher stood up, vividly presenting the conditions their school could offer. A few of these proposals indeed caught Gui's attention. These included a fixed monthly provision of millions of adventure points and the freedom to choose his own instructors. However, these offers were still not compelling enough for him to make an immediate decision. Then a young female teacher from Kyoto University stepped forward, adjusting her glasses as she handed over their admission letter. "Gui, consider our proposal. Our university has consistently been ranked #1 in the nation," she continued. "The President has stated that if you choose to attend Kyoto University, we will provide you with a monthly stipend of 10 million adventure points as a special student subsidy. Furthermore, you will enjoy the treatment of the Kyoto 12 Pillars, which includes a special dormitory that boosts attributes, the choice of your own personal tutor, priority access to various limited edition copies of school resources, and even an annual ticket to the ancient ruins." Gui's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the ancient ruins ticket, a reward he had seen listed with the Dragon Feng squad. While the previous offers from other schools were similar, this last condition from Kyoto University significantly widened the gap, making it much more appealing. This ancient and secret land is said to be an extremely rich special instance. It opens once a year, allowing only 50 entrants. Regardless of their level, those who enter always come out with at least a full set of rare equipment. Because of this, the entry slots are fiercely contested every year, with the exchange demand in Lanya reaching 1 million bounty points. Moreover, as he knows, Kyoto University only has 5 slots to allocate each year. To ensure his own admission there, considerable effort and resources were spent. Gui composedly put away the admission notice, while the other teachers hadn't thought about imposing any additional conditions. Hearing this, all the teachers shook their heads. Not all schools could afford to be as generous as Kyoto University. "Teacher, how should I address you?" "Gui, just call me Teacher Lu," said the young female teacher from Kyoto University, standing up with a smile as she looked at Gui. Clearly, they had secured the top national scholar for their institution. "Gui, the academic year at Kyoto University starts in 10 days, she continued, handing him her business card. "If anything delays you by a few days, feel free to let me know." With the matter settled, everyone began to disperse. However, as Gui was about to leave, he was stopped by Feng Jia. "Come to Kyoto a few days early. Don't forget you also have the Longya Award ceremony. Moreover, your other uncles are clamoring to meet you as well." Other uncles. Although through notes left by his father, Gui had long known that Feng Jia was not his only uncle, he still wanted to ask his father about it. "Dad, just how powerful were you to have such sworn brothers?" After leaving the command center, Gui joined the team from Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. Along the way, everyone looked at him with awe. Even some teachers he had never met before smiled and nodded at him. Being the national top scholar was not just a title. His unprecedented exam results were proof enough that he was destined to reach the pinnacle of the great Daxia. "Gui, you are truly amazing, the national top scholar. From now on, can't I boast that I was in the same class as the national top scholar? Gui, could you sign something for me? Although we might not see each other again, it would be a nice keepsake." Over the years, Gui had focused solely on his studies and had not deliberately cultivated relationships with his classmates. But now, they gathered around him as if they had been friends for years, brimming with enthusiasm. "You jerk, how much have you secretly hidden away?" Jiang Ling approached Gui and quietly pinched his arm. Although she didn't use much force, Gui still pretended to be in great pain. "Isn't this all to get into Kyoto University and complete the young lady's mission?" Jiang Ling huffed lightly, a hint of pride flashing across her face as her heart swelled with joy. Her choice in men had not disappointed her. "You know what's good for you." Just then, Zhang Ninghai came over, beaming. The moment the results were finally confirmed, he was so thrilled he almost passed out on the spot. Fortunately, the exam hall was equipped with high-level healers who pulled him back from the brink. My dear boy, you really surprised me." Jiang Ninghai stared at Gui, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye, never tiring of looking at him. On the day of the job transfer, he thought having a student with a hidden job was the peak of his teaching career, but he never imagined Gui would actually become the national top scholar. Now even Qinghai No. 1 Middle School was riding high on the tide, gaining resources hand over fist. On the journey back to Qinghai City, Jiang Ninghai purposefully arranged a private room and called both Gui and Jiang Ling over. As their elder, he took the initiative to stand up and pour tea for the two. "I've really struck gold in my life to have taught you two youngsters," he remarked. Jiang Ninghai's gaze continuously shifted between Gui and Jiang Ling, half-jokingly lamenting that his body was foolish for not having grown a second pair of eyes. He downed his cup of tea in one gulp and then pulled out 2 black cards, handing them over. "In your future endeavors, I'm afraid I, as a principal, might not be of much help. Each card contains 20 million adventure points, consider it a reward from the school." Gui was momentarily stunned and hurriedly pushed the black card back. "Principal, this isn't right, this money is meant for training students at the school." Jiang Ninghai waved his hand dismissively and insisted, "If I give it to you, you take it. The outside world is not like home. There are many places to spend money. The school has benefited from your status as the national top scholar. It won't run short of resources because of this. If it wasn't for the official resources allocated specifically for students who are just starting their careers, I would have split half of it with you." Seeing Jiang Ninghai pushing the black card towards him again, Gui had no choice but to accept it. "Thank you, Principal." Upon returning home, Gui began to pack his luggage. In his plans, he was already scheduled to head to Kyoto University in advance and divide his time into 2 halves. one half to spend with Jiang Ling and the other with Ling Shui. With the awards ceremony also requiring his time, he needed to travel earlier. It was already autumn, so he thought of packing fewer short sleeves. There's no need to bring winter clothes so early since I'll be coming back anyway. Just a few autumn outfits should suffice, he murmured to himself as he busied around. After a busy session, Gui couldn't help but sigh. He shouldn't have had to rush like this. Where did things go wrong? Fortunately, as a young man, he didn't need to pack much. After sorting through his belongings, he managed to pick out just enough for one suitcase, but what puzzled him was that it was already midnight and he was ready to go to bed, yet his uncle hadn't returned home. Such a grown man and still not keeping regular hours, he muttered to himself. Nonetheless, Gui took out his phone and sent a message to his uncle informing him of his plans to leave the next day. Surprisingly, right after sending the message, he received a reply from his uncle. I've been busy with some things on my end, so you'll have to head out on your own. In a few days, I'll be going to Kyoto for some business and I can see you then. Gui couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to living independently from a young age. After getting up early, he casually bought a breakfast and ate it heartily before rushing to the train station. After several transfers, Gui finally arrived at Kyoto University, situated in the most bustling area of the Dacia capital. It could be said that this bustling scene was entirely facilitated by the university itself. After all, everyone who studied here was seen as a genius in the eyes of ordinary people. At least half of Dacia's top talents were graduates from Kyoto University. Various conveniences were also strategically planned by the officials to be as close to Kyoto University as possible. Is this Kyoto University? As soon as he got off the train, the splendid and imposing gate of Kyoto University instantly captured Gui's attention. The entire gate seemed to be carved out of white jade, standing as tall as a 6-story building. It was also entwined with several fierce Dacia dragons, their glaring eyes instilling a sense of awe. Under the watchful eyes of these dragons, one felt as insignificant as an ant. Truly worthy of being the top-ranked university in the nation, even the grandeur of this gate was unmatched by other schools, Gui remarked to himself, and then proceeded toward the gate of Kyoto University. After showing his admission notice, he smoothly entered the school. Along the way, he took note of the security guards patrolling the campus, each emitting a strong aura, clearly close to breaking through to a higher level of strength. In any other place, this would be a formidable city guard force, yet here, they were merely university security. After a while, Gui realized an embarrassing fact: he seemed to be lost. Kyoto University was simply too large, with too many intersections that were dizzying. Unintentionally, he didn't even know where he had walked to. Maybe he should ask for help. He actually knew quite a few people at Kyoto University. Lin Miaowei was here, and a few members from the Longya team he had recently cleared a dungeon with were also students here. Gui took a photo of his nearby surroundings and sent it out. Soon after, 2 figures hurried over. Upon finding Gui, they waved and shouted eagerly, "Gui, our idol." Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Shui and Gui Jiaqing from the Longya team. Gui Jiaqing quickly came over and took Gui's luggage with great enthusiasm. "Idol, let me handle this." Zhao Shui approached Gui with a smile and teased, "Our national top scorer is quite early, isn't he?" They had originally thought Gui would only come during the official registration and had even discussed how to organize a welcome ceremony. Since the other team members were at nearby schools, it would have been easy for them to come over, but they were completely caught off guard by Gui's early arrival. "Gui, do you know where the dormitory is?" Gui picked up his notice and looked at it carefully. It stated that his dormitory was in the 12 Pillars District, Building 1. Gui put down his admission notice and was about to ask the two if they knew how to get there. However, he found them looking at him in shock. The emotion in their eyes was even stronger than when they saw him solo a hell-level dungeon. "What's wrong?" Gui waved his hand in front of their eyes. "It's just the name of a dormitory area. Although it sounds a bit strange, it shouldn't be such a big deal." "Idol, are you sure you're supposed to go to the 12 Pillars District?" Gui directly showed them the admission notice, pointing to a line of inconspicuous text. "It's written right here, isn't it? The residence is located in building number 1 of the 12 Pillars District. Surely you two know where that is?" The two looked at each other, each seeing the same emotion reflected in the other's eyes. Of course, they knew where it was. Although they had never been inside, it was a goal shared by all students at Kyoto University. The 12 pillars represent the top 12 strongest students at the university. It's not just a title, but also a symbol of access to superior resources. The 12 Pillars District is the accommodation area for the current 12 pillars and all potential candidates at Kyoto University. The district consists of 12 buildings, each with 6 floors and each floor housing only one person. Although many spots in the 12 Pillars district had become available due to the graduation of seniors, the places were traditionally contested through an annual university-wide competition. It was unprecedented to hear that the school was directly assigning these spots. Moreover, Gui was heading to building number 1, a place reserved only for the top pillar and those who might become the top pillar. Zhao Shui blinked, looking at Gui Jiaqing in disbelief. Did last year's national top scorer receive such treatment? Impossible. Last year's top scorer Lin Xiaoxing, who was eligible to compete for a spot among the 12 pillars, was still living in a regular dormitory. Both felt that despite having much to say, the only word that could capture their feelings was envy. The privileges afforded to Gui were simply on a different level from theirs. They even began to doubt if they, being the same age as Gui, had any right to stand beside him. His brilliance was almost too dazzling. Idle. No, boss, I'll take you to the 12 Pillars district right now. Gui Jiaqing, dragging his suitcase, eagerly took the lead, playing the role of guide. Gui touched his nose, noting from their reactions that the conditions offered by Kyoto University seemed even more generous than he had imagined. The three of them made their way to the 12 Pillars district. Staring up at the 12 towering buildings, Zhao Shui and Gui Jiaqing's eyes were filled with longing. With their capabilities, they would only qualify to compete for a spot next year, but now they could bask in Gui's light and experience the aura of the 12 Pillars district ahead of time. Standing beneath building number 1, Zhao Shui pointed to an old lady bending over to water the plants. Brother Gui, that's Mrs. Zhang, the caretaker of building number 1. Gui nodded, holding his admission notice as he approached her without disturbing her, simply watching quietly. Mrs. Zhang shook the watering can in her hand, about to refill it with water, when she turned and saw Gui standing nearby. Here to check in. Gui handed over his admission notice. Hello, Mrs. Zhang, I'm Gui. The notice says I should stay here. Mrs. Zhang wiped her hands on her clothes, took the admission notice, and examined it. You've arrived quite early, young man. Luckily, I've just finished cleaning the room. Follow me. A few people came to a small room on the ground floor where Grandma Zhang put on her reading glasses and, after examining carefully, took out a card from the drawer and placed it in Gui's palm. Before Gui could grasp it, the card transformed into data particles and entered his communication ring. Alright, your room is on the 6th floor, you can go up now. But I must warn you, once you move into the 12 Pillars district, the grand school competition won't care whether you are a freshman or not. Someone will challenge you. If you want to live peacefully, you'll need to find a way to keep your room, she said. Thank you, Grandma. Gui nodded, determined not to easily give up the room he was settling into. If anyone dares to challenge me, they will taste the power of my forbidden spell. But to be safer, I still need to hurry and enhance my strength. He thought it would be best to acquire a more advanced skill book. With the help of his innate ability slightly strengthened, his power could quickly double. As soon as Gui opened the door to his room on the 6th floor, he felt more like he was on vacation than at school. The whole floor was equipped with every conceivable household item one might need. Even the entrance had an item teleportation array similar to those used by adventurers' guilds. Ding. Entered a special area identity automatically bound, receive +1 to all attributes after 86 hours, the system notification rang out. Initially, Gui was puzzled, as gaining 1 point every 86 hours didn't seem impressive, but after a quick calculation he was astounded. Gaining 1 point every 86 hours meant an increase of over 90 points in a year. Staying in the 12 Pillars district for a year without doing anything else could match the strength gained from 9 levels in a typical profession. After escorting Gui to the dormitory building, Zhao Shui and Gui Jiaqing turned and left. Once Gui was thoroughly familiar with the area, he summoned Ling Shui out of the ring. There won't be strangers here besides me in the future. You don't have to stay in the ring all the time, he told her. Really? Ling Shui was overwhelmed with joy. Although there was a small space inside the ring, it was nowhere as comfortable as the outside world. If given the choice, she would prefer not to stay inside the ring. Of course it's true, Gui nodded and pointed around the spacious area. I think you can pick a place you like and I'll buy a bed for you later. That way you won't need to return to the ring at night. After Ling Shui chose a spot, Gui promptly bought a bed from the trade screen and set it up. The space was more than enough for 2 people. You start setting up the room, I need to step out for a bit. He briefly taught Ling Shui how to use the trade screen before tidying up and leaving Kyoto University. Following the coordinates provided by Feng Jie, he used the wind transformation technique to travel quickly, soon arriving at a heavily guarded military center, the central hub for Dacia's military intelligence and the headquarters of the Dragon Feng. With the dragon tooth medal in hand, Gui faced no obstacles as he entered the building. Instead, a guard kindly escorted him to Feng Jie's room. As Gui knocked on the door and entered, he noticed three middle-aged men frowning at a map, clearly deep in discussion. "You're quite fast, kid," Fong Jie said with a chuckle, guiding Gui further into the room. "Let me introduce you. This is Deputy Commander Ji Lianchong from the East Military Region, the youngest among us. Just call him Uncle Ji." Gui quickly greeted him as Uncle Ji, which made Ji Lianchong laugh heartily, his mouth stretching ear to ear. Fong Jie then led Gui to another man who sported a full beard. "This is Su Qingyi, the greatest formation master in all of Daxia," he announced. Hearing the name, Gui looked up abruptly, hardly believing that this seemingly ordinary, even scruffy man could be the most formidable formation master in Daxia. It was said that the career change formations now used in all schools across Daxia were designed by him. He was essentially the founder of all current formations in Daxia. Though not a combatant, his status was extraordinary, commanding respect even from top masters. "Uncle Fong." "Master Su is also," Gui stuttered, "your third uncle." Gui's expression twitched as he processed this information. He had thought himself just an ordinary student, but now his father's true capabilities were unclear, but these uncles seemed more formidable by the minute. "Uncle Su," Gui greeted. Su Qingyi nodded, scrutinizing Gui. "When old Five mentioned this to me a few days ago, I thought he was joking. It turns out to be true. Fortune really does favor us." As he finished speaking, Su Qingyi produced a large stack of scrolls, flicking them effortlessly in front of Gui. "I don't have much to offer, but consider these teleportation scrolls a welcome gift." Gui thanked him and stowed the scrolls in his backpack. Upon checking, he was astonished by the quantity: 1,000 scrolls, each worth 100,000, totaling 1 billion in adventure points. Su truly treated these homemade items generously without a hint of reluctance. Unfortunately, these teleportation scrolls, being life-saving items, would bind to a person after being transferred once to prevent hoarding. Otherwise, selling them might have raised Gui's spiritual power to nearly legendary levels. "Nephew, I also have a welcome gift for you, but you'll need to fetch it yourself." Ji Lianchong handed Gui a token-like object. This was a one-time trial-type instance that required level 25 to unlock. As long as you can pass this trial, you will definitely obtain a rare skill book. Gui was first shocked, then overjoyed internally. His current strength relied on a talent that amplified various skills 100-fold. The higher the initial grade of the skill, the greater the enhancement effect. However, the highest grade skill he had obtained so far was the Elemental Blade, a reward from his first-class advancement. If he could get this rare skill book, he might be able to enhance it into a divine level forbidden spell. Level 25 wasn't too difficult, Gui thought to himself. He was already level 23, and just one more instance run might allow him to claim the rare skill book. "It's about time for your awarding ceremony." Fong Jie's voice brought Gui back to reality, leading him and a few others to a huge square with uniformed troops standing armed on both sides. In the middle, there were young faces in civilian clothes, among whom Gui spotted quite a few acquaintances. Had all the Dragon Fong members in the capital been called here? He had thought the awards ceremony would be a simple procedure, but the event was quite grand. As Gui stepped onto the stage, the troops on both sides saluted in unison. However, the Dragon Fong squad members in the middle stirred at the sight of Gui's exceptionally young face. "Who is this guy? Is today's ceremony really for him? He must be a newbie. I've been in Dragon Fong for a year and never seen him before. A newbie getting promoted, what a joke. Does he even have the strength?" But then a moment of recognition flashed. "Wait, he looks familiar." Meanwhile, Fong Jie approached Gui with a red square box. He personally pinned a green Dragon Fong medal onto Gui's chest. "Gui, considering your outstanding performance in the Winter City instance, the bronze medal symbolizing a newcomer no longer represents your strength. On behalf of the Dragon Fong headquarters, I officially promote your medal level." In Fong Jie's heart, Gui's abilities warranted an even higher medal, but elevating him too quickly could attract unnecessary trouble. When Fong Jie called out Gui's name, the previously murmuring Dragon Fong members instantly went wide-eyed. This name had been resonating throughout Daxia since yesterday. Gui. Was he the national top scorer of this year's grand exam with 120,000 points? Hadn't there been a few Dragon Fong members who recently cleared a newly discovered hell difficulty group instance under the leadership of a newcomer? No wonder he was being promoted. His level of strength was completely out of our league. After the ceremony, Gui returned to Kyoto University. The moment he pushed open his room door, he found that Ling Shui was not inside. Just as he was about to use his ring to sense Ling Shui's location, he heard sparse sounds of water from the bathroom. Taking a bath in broad daylight? Gui had barely finished speaking when Ling Shui, wrapped in a bathrobe, emerged and sat down on the couch nearby. Her dazzlingly white legs were exposed and water droplets slowly trickled down her calves. Gui casually buttoned up a few buttons in front of his shirt, managing to cover most of the exposed skin, yet there was still a hint of something peeking through. He quickly touched his nose and then sighed in relief. Fortunately, he hadn't embarrassed himself. Ling Shui noticed Gui's unusual gaze. Even though her heart was pounding under his stare and her cheeks felt hot, she realized she didn't mind it. In fact, she somewhat enjoyed the attention that seemed to captivate Gui. Her movements as she wiped down her body became bolder. Gui had already finished all his tasks for the day and was planning to spend the day holed up in his dorm room. On a nearby bed, Ling Shui was deep in sleep, showing no signs of waking up. One of her legs stretched out from under the blanket, catching a thin layer of golden morning light. After all, with such a beautiful scene, who would want to go out? At that moment, Gui suddenly understood why emperors in ancient times might skip the morning court. However, his enjoyment was short-lived as his communication ring suddenly began to beep insistently. Upon checking, he saw a message from the young female teacher who had delivered his notification letter. He realized he had forgotten to choose his exclusive mentor. Never mind, I'll have plenty of opportunities to see her since we'll be living in the same area, Gui thought to himself. Reluctantly, he changed his clothes, quietly closed the door, and left for the administrative office where Lutong was based. Upon reaching the door, he knocked. "Teacher Lu, sorry to keep you waiting," he said as he entered. Lutong smiled at Gui, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a delicate earring. It was then that Gui noticed Lutong, when dressed up, was quite stunning. "No worries, I just arrived myself," she replied. Bringing Gui to Kyoto University was a significant achievement for her, a newcomer who had only been on the job for just over a year. This could even hasten her first promotion. "Don't worry, even if it takes all day, I'm willing to wait," she said. Lutong tapped on her ring a few times and sent some information about potential mentors to Gui. Normally, freshmen at Kyoto University undergo a trial in the afternoon and then mentors choose their students. But you are different, you have the chance to choose first, and you have a wider selection than other students. Here are a few of the mage department teachers I've selected for you. Take a look and see if any suit you. Gui nodded and began to carefully read through the information. Lutong had pre-selected mentors suitable for his career, which saved him the trouble of having to sift through a pile of mentors on his own. However, after looking for a while, Gui's brow furrowed slightly. Each mentor listed was a high-level mage, and their personal information seemed quite similar. Even the most specialized professions among them didn't make much of a difference to Gui. "Teacher Lu, could you tell me more about these mentors, or do you have any recommendations? Choosing a mentor will affect how I spend the next 4 years, and I don't want to randomly pick one and waste this valuable opportunity." "Maybe I should listen to what you suggest." Lutong pondered for a moment and began to give a more detailed introduction to the advantages of each mentor. However, when she spoke of an old man with a long beard, she suddenly choked up and quickly moved on. "I wouldn't recommend that one. Although he's the strongest among all the teachers, he likes to research some strange things that don't really help students, and he has a very odd personality." Gui's interest was piqued. There was such a teacher at Kyoto University? "Teacher Lu, what's so strange about him?" Lutong sighed. "He's trying to research elemental fusion. Isn't that odd? There hasn't been a mage profession in this world that can master multiple types of elemental magic simultaneously. Researching such things not only fails to help in teaching students but also seriously delays his own time. So, over the past few years, it has become well known, and no students want to choose him as a mentor anymore." Hearing this, a spark of interest flashed in Gui's eyes. He could manipulate the 6 major elements at will. If this teacher really managed to research elemental fusion skills, it might not be helpful to others, but for him it would be a divine skill. "Teacher Lu, I want to meet this mentor." Lutong panicked immediately and quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, you can look at other teachers. There's no need to choose such a non-helpful mentor out of curiosity. It would waste your entire college time. I don't really want to choose him as a mentor. I just want to see this interesting old man." Lutong breathed a sigh of relief. At least seeing him once might dissuade him due to his odd temperament. "Alright, I don't have other things to do, so I'll take you there." Under Lutong's guidance, Gui arrived at a shabby little courtyard. The lingering magical aura around them made Gui realize that the yard wasn't just falling apart due to age, but rather it had been blasted into this state by spells. As to why it wasn't repaired, it likely was because even if it was fixed, it would continue to be destroyed, so the school had simply given up on it. In front of them, an old man in white, his clothes covered with dust and dirt, was staring at two balls of energy in his hands, lost in thought. Strange, theoretically wind should aid fire, so why can't these two energies combine? He wondered aloud. What was the problem? Curious, Gu Yi couldn't help but lean over to whisper to Lu Tong. What is he holding? Lu Tong spread her hands helplessly. He designed a device that can temporarily store energy. He ran around to all the mage friends he knows and borrowed these different elemental energies. But how could energy from different people possibly fuse together? I heard he's been researching for several years now with no results. The dilapidated state of the courtyard was also his own doing. Whitebeard was just about to experiment again when he suddenly saw two people standing at the door. He immediately put on a stern face and began to wave them away. Off you go, he grumbled. Don't disturb my research. You complain about how I teach students, yet I complain that the students you send me waste my time. Lu Tong sighed upon seeing this. The old man's temper had worsened again. Let's go, you've seen it now. His research isn't going to be of any help. Better we hurry back and choose another mentor. Gu Yi, however, smiled faintly and did not turn to leave. Instead, he walked straight towards the old man Whitebeard. Sir, I am very interested in your research. May I have a chat with you? Without waiting for Whitebeard to respond, he raised his hand and gathered the 6 major elements wandering around into his palm. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you. Initially, Whitebeard didn't take him seriously and was even ready to use his own power to force Gu Yi to leave. However, the clear visibility of the 6 major elements in his hand instantly made Whitebeard abandon that thought. You can control all 6 elements at once. In most people's understanding, a mage could only control one element in battle. Whitebeard had lived for many years and had never seen someone who could simultaneously control different elements, especially someone who possessed all 6 major elements. Gu Yi waved his hand, dispersing the gathered elemental forces. Your research is not worthless. It's just that you haven't met the right person yet. These words struck directly at Whitebeard's heart. He knew very well that his experiment was not entirely fruitless. There had been one time he had succeeded. Although it was only a brief fusion before the 2 different sources of power exploded, it had given him a clear vision of his goal. And now, this young fellow in front of him, able to master all 6 elements, might indeed help him achieve his research objectives. Seeing Whitebeard appearing contemplative, Gu Yi knew there was a chance. Teacher Lu, thank you for bringing me here. I might have things to discuss with the old sir. Perhaps you could go back first. Gu Yi, don't be foolish. Lu Tong instantly became anxious, knowing she would regret it for a lifetime if Gu Yi chose this mentor. Don't worry, Teacher Lu, I'm just chatting with the old man. I won't make a hasty decision regarding the choice of mentor. With Gu Yi's repeated assurances, Lu Tong finally felt relieved. In the dilapidated courtyard, only Gu Yi and the white-bearded old man were left. Gu Yi, curious and respectful, asked, Old Master, could you tell me why you're researching this? The white-bearded old man sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting years of pursuit. I once witnessed 2 monsters from the abyss conjure a spell of ice and flame together. Separately, their strength was just at the threshold of high-level beings, but together, their bizarre combined abilities instantly annihilated a group of our top professionals. The powers of the abyss in some ways are identical to ours. If they can harness them, so should we be able to. Gu Yi nodded silently, finally understanding the root of the old man's obsession. Have you made any progress in your research? He inquired. The old man shook his head, then nodded slightly. Long ago I succeeded once by chance, but no matter what I tried afterward, I couldn't replicate the result. His eyes filled with a fervent gleam, turned to Gu Yi. But with your arrival, I feel we can attempt it again now. The old man expertly activated a ring on his finger, pulling up data from his previous experiments. Little fellow, do you possess any sustained ice or fire magic? The old man asked. Gu Yi replied hesitantly, for sustained magic, I only have one with a vast range, which might not be suitable for use here. With my current mental strength, if I were to cast the legendary curse Extreme Cold Freeze, the entire courtyard, including some things outside, might instantly turn into ice sculptures. It would be a massive experimental disaster if students happen to pass by. As for fire magic, I control a spell that causes an instantaneous explosion of meteoric fire, which also doesn't meet your requirements. The old man nodded understandingly, continuing his calculations, turning the palm of his hand. The old man revealed a skill book and a strange-looking accessory. I happen to have a skill book here and this special piece of equipment I'll lend you for now. Gu Yi took them and felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The skill book, Wildfire, excellent 1 star, required the user to be a fire mage and allowed casting a fierce fire that continuously scorched the targets within its range after a chant of 5 seconds. The magic controller, a special earring, had a use restriction for mages, enabling the wearer to freely control the size of the skill's effect area. Wildfire needs no further explanation. It was the second green tier skill Gui had acquired. With just 2 enhancements, it could transform into a legendary curse, elevating his power once again. The impact of the magic controller was even more significant. Gui's skill releases were earth-shattering, manageable in dungeons where he could behave freely but problematic outdoors due to their conspicuousness. With this accessory, he could manipulate the skill's range at will, keeping it always within his desired limits. Although borrowed, contemplating being accepted as the old man's apprentice and perhaps earning a welcome gift, Gui thought it wouldn't be too much to eventually keep the magic controller. After all, a student sparing the teacher expense and taking the accessory as a gift seemed quite reasonable, so from now on it was his. As Gui prepared himself, the white-bearded old man also took out a device to observe the data for this experiment. It might be demanding for you alone. You'll need to release 2 skills simultaneously, he explained. Gui nodded, undaunted. With his current mental strength and a professional effect that have chant time, he had never tried casting 2 spells at once but felt it wasn't too challenging. Under the old man's direction, Gui began to release his skills towards the designated area. The first attempt was a failure. The elderly man with the white beard informed Gui of the adjustments needed after reviewing the results from the device. The second attempt failed as well. However, the white-bearded old man was not disheartened, for the results were very close to his previous successful attempt. Quick, keep the momentum going. Encouraged by this, Gui held his breath and concentrated his mental powers to their highest. Following the old man's instructions, he released 2 skills at the same time. As the frost covered the area, a faint blue flame flickered momentarily. Though it was just a flash, both of their eyes lit up with surprise. Gui looked towards the area covered by his skills and discovered something terribly horrifying. The area that should have been frozen was empty, leaving behind just an empty shell of ice. When Gui dispersed the frost, the bare ground appeared as if nothing had ever been there. His pupils shrank as he instantly realized the terrifying nature of this skill. It could completely erase objects from existence without leaving a trace. Gui believed that once he truly mastered this fusion of ice and fire, he could kill invisibly. And this was just one of the fusion methods developed by the white-bearded old man. There must be many different ways to combine the 6 fundamental elements. Without any hesitation, Gui approached the white-bearded old man. Sir, I would like to request you to be my mentor for my 4 years of university. The old man, still reveling in the joy of success, didn't really pay attention to what Gui was saying and nodded in agreement. Then take that magic controller with you as a gift for your student, Gui thought as he saw the old man nodding. With it, he swiftly left the scene. Returning to his dormitory, his face still flushed with excitement. His outing today had not only secured him a green skill book and a basic grasp of elemental fusion, but he had also snagged a special piece of equipment for free. As he pushed open the door, he found Ling Shui still lying in bed, the only difference being she had turned over. She really can sleep, Gui thought as he walked over and carefully covered her with the blanket that was about to slip off the bed. Meanwhile, Lutong sent him a message. Gui, are you participating in the freshman instance this afternoon? What level? 15 to 25. Although this instance was meant to assess new students and allow various mentors to select students, Gui pondered for a moment and decided that it could still be somewhat beneficial for him. Perhaps with this copy I could boost my level a bit faster to tackle the trial instance sent by Ji Lianchong and get that rare skill book. Sure, I'll join. Remember, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, come to the school's instance plaza. I'll send you the relevant instance information. After receiving the information with nothing else to do, Gui began to read through it immediately. The name of the novice instance was the Land of Cold Shadows. It seemed that the place and the snow country ruins had some similarities. Both were environments of icy skies and snowy lands. The main monster was a beast called the polar tiger. Just as Gui was checking the boss information, he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze sweep over him and a chill followed along his arm. Turning his head, he saw Ling Shui, who had woken up at some unknown time, sitting beside him, tilting her head to look at the image displayed by the ring. Ling Shui was wearing a white low-cut nightgown. The difference in their heights, even though they were both sitting on the bed, meant that all it took was for Gui to lower his head to get an unobstructed view of the scene below. With the thought of propriety in mind, he quickly shifted his gaze away and tugged at the blanket on his body. Is that the polar tiger and the ice crystal beast? Gui was surprised. Ling Shui actually recognized the monsters from the instance. How come have you Seen them before, Ling Shue poked Gui's arm and looked at him somewhat sheepishly. Before the abyssal invasion, these monsters surrounded the Snow Kingdom and our royal family relied on the ice cores they dropped to enhance our strength. Are you going to this instance? Could you do me a favor or perhaps take me with you? Are you after their ice cores? Gui asked. Ling Shue nodded. I'm currently stuck at level 30-inch and I need their ice cores to advance. If you could take me, I might agree to a reasonable request. As she spoke, a blush immediately spread across Ling Xue's pale cheeks. She turned her head away, flustered, unable to meet Gui's gaze, but soon a hand was on her face, forcibly turning her back to face him. Anything at all? Their eyes met. In her panic, Ling Xue instinctively nodded, but she quickly realized what she had agreed to and hurriedly shook her head, saying, "Not that. I'm not ready for that, but other things should be fine." Living together day and night, she could feel her strange emotions towards Gui growing stronger. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such things. Gui leaned back against the headboard, staring at the ceiling in contemplation. Nothing too excessive. It seems that the black silk I bought back hasn't been worn yet. Alright, this instance starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll take you. When the time came, Gui headed straight for the instance plaza. Looking at the over 30 instance entrances there, Gui couldn't help but marvel at the abundant resources of Kyoto University. From level 15 to 50, there were all types of instances available. Students could reach level 50 without ever leaving the school, instantly becoming indispensable pillars of the dasha upon graduation. If it wasn't for today being the day of the freshman trial closing the other instance entrances, he couldn't even imagine how bustling it would be here. Soon a steady stream of newcomers gathered, all eager to try their hands. After all, the outcome of this instance was crucial as it determined the level of mentor they would be assigned. Gui, so you're here. Jiang Ling patted Gui's shoulder, leaning close to him, followed by several women of the same age who appeared to be her dorm mates. The moment Gui saw Jiang Ling, his heart skipped a beat and he internally groaned. Foreseeing trouble? Oh no, this is going to be a disaster. He suddenly remembered how he had promised Jiang Ling before the major exams that once they were at Kyoto University he would team up with her for dungeon raids. Knowing her personality, she would likely insist on teaming up this time. Just as Gui's brain was frantically trying to figure out how to resolve the crisis in a way that would satisfy both women, an older female teacher approached the dungeon entrance. "Attention students," she announced, "to boost your competitive spirit, the school has decided that the first team to clear the dungeon will receive a piece of purple equipment for the member who contributes the most." As soon as the announcement was made, it stirred a commotion among the crowd. Purple equipment was attractive to players of all levels, and not everyone was as exceptionally skilled and lucky as Gui. At that moment, Jiang Ling leaned closer to Gui and whispered in his ear, "How can you clear it the fastest?" Gui twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering what kind of question that was. To those in the know, it seemed she was asking about his dungeon clearing speed, but to others, it might seem like something else entirely. Gui thought for a moment. He possessed the Banish Wind spell, a rapid movement skill. Soloing the dungeon, he could wipe out a group of enemies and teleport to the next area instantly. However, teaming up could slow him down, especially at boss fights where he couldn't enter the boss area alone. "Soloing would be quicker for me," he responded. "Alright then, just remember you owe me a team up," Jiang Ling said. If they teamed up and won first place, the purple gear would undoubtedly be awarded to Gui. Considering this, she decided it was safer to team up with her roommates instead. "I'll go join my roommates then, bye." After Jiang Ling returned to her roommates, they immediately surrounded her. "Jiang Ling, was that your boyfriend just now? He looks so handsome. Is he that national top scholar? He looks familiar. Why don't you team up with your boyfriend and let him help you level up?" Jiang Ling glanced back at Gui and they shared a knowing smile. "Soloing is slightly more advantageous for him," she replied. "Alright, the dungeon is about to start, let's hurry up and go in." As Jiang Ling and her group turned into a flash of light and entered the dungeon, Gui withdrew his gaze and walked straight to the dungeon entrance. "Ding, you are about to enter the Land of Cold Shadows dungeon. Please select the difficulty you wish to challenge." Unlike previous dungeons, Gui noticed that the difficulty choices were linked to player levels this time, with normal difficulty marked for levels 15 to 20 and hell difficulty for levels 15 to 25. For myself, I would definitely choose the highest difficulty level, as that would yield the most experience rewards. Hell difficulty it is. We've entered the dungeon called Land of Cold Shadows. The moment we stepped into the dungeon, Ling Shui immediately emerged from the ring. Having grown up in the Kingdom of Snow, she felt right at home upon seeing the familiar icy and snowy environment. However, her demeanor this time was different from when she had previously followed Gui into a dungeon. This time Ling Xue's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and a hint of excitement. It was very likely that she could break through the second tier limitation in this dungeon and significantly enhance her strength. We need to fight quickly. I'll take care of killing the monsters and you'll be in charge of picking up the items. Gu Yi quickly divided the tasks before using his wind transformation skill to dash forward swiftly. Not wanting to fall behind, Ling Xue lightly tapped her toes and transformed into ice crystals to follow him. It wasn't long before they encountered a large group of monsters. Without hesitation, Gu Yi unleashed his skill, the forbidden spell, Blazing Meteor. A massive fiery meteorite fell from the sky, instantly clearing all the monsters in the area. On the scorched ground, a pale blue light flickered as ice crystals swiftly moved about, picking up all the dropped items. Gu Yi here. Ling Xue handed him a pile of equipment and materials. Gu Yi didn't even look at them, simply storing them directly into his backpack. Did you find the ice soul you needed? Ling Xue nodded, holding up a crystal-like object in her palm. This item has a low drop rate. It took dozens of monsters just to drop this one, she explained. Gu Yi examined the item closely. According to the information displayed on the communication ring, the ice soul was a high-grade forging material capable of adding a certain level of ice attribute to a weapon. It was surprising that such an item, seemingly trivial for them, turned out to be the key material needed for Ling Xue to break through her limits. No worries, the dungeon is just beginning and there are plenty more monsters ahead, Gu Yi reassured her. Ling Xue responded softly, gripping the ice soul tightly in her delicate hand. A strand of blue energy flowed from her hand into her body and the ice soul instantly dissolved, turning into a puddle of clear water on the ground. Ling Xue opened her eyes, filled with surprise. Although the world was different, the effect of the item was the same. It seems to work well, Gu Yi commented with a light smile. Remember to perform well tonight. Outside the dungeon, besides a few instructors, more and more upperclassmen had gathered. Although they couldn't enter the dungeon today, this annual freshman trial was a rare spectacle to behold. What's more, many college teams were scouting for promising new members today. Do you think today's dungeon record will be broken by a newcomer? It's hard to say. The fastest record is 5 hours and 27 minutes set by Lin Fengsheng, and that's already very close to the limit. But isn't there a top scorer with a perfect score among the new students? Maybe they could break the record. Damn, I almost forgot about that prodigy among the new students. It looks like Lin Fengsheng's record is likely not safe. As people were busily discussing, someone who had gone earlier to check the dungeon records came running back. The new top student surprisingly chose the hardest difficulty level. What? Everyone gasped in shock. The senior students knew that the school had specially offered 2 rare pieces of equipment as rewards to motivate the newcomers. One was for the first freshman to clear the challenge and the other for breaking the existing record of the dungeon. Gu Yi must have known about this, or perhaps he simply didn't care about these 2 items. But why would he think like this? He was clearly the person most likely to win the rewards, possibly even getting both rare items, yet he chose to tackle the hardest difficulty. At this moment, some quick thinkers had a terrifying guess. A person who could become the national top scorer and the strongest in history at that surely wasn't someone with a flawed mind. There could only be one possibility. Could it be that he thought he could complete the hell difficulty faster than anyone else? After all, this was the guy who scored 120,000 points in the national exams. His strength couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. As this daunting thought spread, everyone secretly swallowed their saliva. If that was the case, today's freshman trial would be extremely exciting to watch. Killed the polar tiger, gained plus 2,000 experience points. Killed the frost penguin, gained plus 2,100 experience points. Killed the ice armor polar tiger, gained plus 3,000 experience points. With the aid of the wind transformation for high-speed movement and skills that allowed instant kills in just a few minutes, Gu Yi had already progressed through a third of the dungeon. The higher the level of the monsters, the more substantial the experience points he gained. Some monsters even offered more experience than the previous group dungeons. Soloing was indeed thrilling. No matter how much experience the monsters offered, it was all his alone. Moreover, as he continued to advance, Ling Xue also gained 10 ice souls. Gu Yi could feel Ling Xue's aura gradually becoming stronger. His own experience level at 23 was already more than half full. When the time came, including the experience reward for clearing the level, he might just jump straight to level 25. How much more do we need? Gu Yi asked. Ling Xue closed her eyes, carefully sensing her own internal energy fluctuations. I can't say exactly how many, but it feels like we could complete it before exiting the dungeon. Gu Yi nodded, realizing the immense value of clearing this dungeon. Not only could it elevate him to level 25, but it would also enable Ling Shui to achieve a breakthrough in her abilities. Plus, they would acquire 2 rare pieces of equipment. Barely 10 minutes had passed and Gui had already progressed through 1/3 of the area, far outpacing anyone else. For Gui, the most time-consuming part of clearing a dungeon was not slaying monsters or traveling, but collecting the loot. However, these items were as good as cash once sold, and no one would turn down money. As they moved forward, their path was blocked by a wall of ice, atop it paced a giant tiger, its body enveloped in frost. It was clear this was the first boss. Gui stepped forward, entering the boss's alert range. The tiger stopped immediately, turned its head, and let out a deep growl. With a forceful swipe of its paw, it splashed up a flurry of ice shards and lunged forward. The frost armor tiger, a dangerous boss with an energy level of 23, possessed skills like freezing roar and ice burst. Its speed was incredible. As soon as it landed, it charged straight at Gui. Gui swiftly dodged to the side, an elemental greatsword appearing in his hand. He struck at the frost armor tiger as their forms crossed, but unexpectedly no kill prompt appeared. Instead, strange sounds came from behind him. Turning around, Gui saw large pieces of the tiger's ice armor fall off. Its aura didn't weaken but grew stronger. "Be careful!" Ling Shui shouted as she flashed beside Gui, summoning an ice wall between them and the frost armor tiger. Just then the tiger let out an earth-shattering roar and the snow-covered ground quickly sprouted ice spikes. The tiger leaped high and the impact of its landing sent all the ice spikes flying into the air. Another roar followed and the airborne ice spikes shot out like a rain of arrows, bombarding the ice wall. The continuous explosions created cracks in the wall, but ultimately it held up against the attack. Gui, this frost armor tiger is different from other bosses you've faced. Its frost armor must be broken before it can be killed. But we must be careful, each piece of armor we remove triggers a widespread damaging skill, Ling Shui explained as she removed the ice wall, revealing the frost armor tiger once more. After a careful inspection, Gui noticed that 1/3 of the tiger's ice armor was gone. A special boss with a lock-on health ability he used. It's not uncommon, many bosses require the right strategy and appropriate defensive tactics. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a girl who seemed new to the team quietly split from the group. She looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching before pulling out a black crystal from her backpack. It occasionally emitted purple glows resembling the beating of a heart. "My family told me to do this but didn't explain what it was for." Still, completing the task is what matters, she thought, crushing the crystal. The sky in that space instantly turned a crimson red, but it quickly faded as if it were all an illusion. After straightening her clothes, she walked back to her team as if nothing had happened. "Hanlu, where did you go? I just saw the sky turn red for a moment. Could something be about to happen? I saw it too, really strange." Hanlu remained calm and detached, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. It might be better to focus on hunting the dungeon monsters given the unusual phenomena in this world. With the effect of the Spirit Fortress and Ling Shui's ice wall defense, the two of them were fearless against the wide-range attack skills of the cold armor magic tiger. They quickly shattered all the icy armor on the cold armor magic tiger. At the right moment, Gui ended the life of the cold armor magic tiger, earning plus 33,000 experience points. The massive body of the cold armor magic tiger thunderously fell to the ground, dropping a pile of items. To Gui's surprise, among the loot was a translucent ice crystal which seemed to shine brighter than any they had found before. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared eagerly at it. Seeing Ling Shui's reaction, Gui knew this must be an ice soul, possibly of a higher quality than those previously found. "This is yours," Gui said as he picked up the ice soul and placed it in Ling Shui's hands. As he withdrew his hand, he accidentally brushed against the palm of her hand. "I hope next time you look at me you have that same look in your eyes." Ling Shui hurriedly pulled her hand back, a blush spreading quickly across her cheeks. If they were to meet again, wouldn't it be later that evening when she returned? Should she wear the clothes that Gui wanted to see and look at him with that same expression? Gui watched Ling Shui's reactions and smiled faintly. The princess still couldn't resist being teased. While Ling Shui was absorbing the energy from the ice soul, Gui walked over to the ice wall that had previously blocked their path. Following the death of the cold armor magic tiger, the ice wall had completely disappeared, revealing a path that led to an unknown destination. Just as Gui turned his gaze away, he suddenly noticed the sky change color. The clear blue sky, which had been dotted with a few white clouds, turned blood red in the blink of an eye. A sound of space shattering came from the depths. Gui's pupils contracted as he looked around vigilantly. This familiar scene made him instantly realize what was happening: an abyssal invasion. but he hadn't used the Abyss Stone. Ling Shui was still with her eyes closed, absorbing the energy from the Ice Soul, so it couldn't have been her summoning. So how had the Abyss come to be here? Hey, why has the sky turned red? Gui, what just happened? Ling Shui's voice broke through his thoughts. Turning to look at her, Gui noticed that her aura had changed significantly from before. Even as she approached, one could distinctly feel the temperature around them dropping. Did it work? Gui asked. Ling Shui nodded, her face breaking into a genuine smile. I didn't expect the Ice Soul to be this effective. According to the ranking system of your world, I would now be considered a second-tier professional. After saying this, she looked up again, curiously surveying the sky. Why does this feel so familiar? You find it familiar because this is a manifestation of the abyssal power. There are abyssal demons coming into this space, Gui explained. Ling Shui seemed surprised, but a moment later a fierce killing intent surged in her eyes. Ice crystals quietly appeared around her. Abyssal demons, they killed my parents and destroyed the kingdom of snow. My hatred for them knows no bounds. Calm down, Gui said, placing his hand on Ling Shui's shoulder to steady her. As we move forward, we're bound to encounter them. Abyssal demons trying to invade this instance must strictly adhere to the level restrictions of the instance. Both of us now possess strength surpassing the instance's level. Whatever kind of creature comes our way, challenging us would be akin to seeking death. Besides, Gui felt a certain anticipation. Defeating an abyssal demon under these circumstances might result in rare loot. They hadn't walked much further when the frequency of spatial rifts began to increase, which made Gui ponder if something was amiss. This doesn't seem like a typical abyssal invasion. What are these creatures up to? Ling Shui also sensed that something was off. The path they were taking didn't seem to lead deeper into the instance, but rather appeared to be a dead end leading to a crimson hell. Gui, these abyssal demons seem more complex than you described. Gui nodded, fully aware that the situation was beginning to exceed their expectations. Clearly, this was another plot targeting him. Let's keep moving forward. Now that the abyssal power has corrupted the instance, we can't retreat. We'll just have to face whatever comes our way. Both of them continued with caution, sticking close together. For utmost safety, Gui released a psychic fortress every few seconds to ensure his protective shield was at its most durable. Ling Shui occasionally summoned several ice crystals that could block damage to orbit around her body. There were no traces of any creatures along the way. It was as though they were hiding in fear, leaving only their panicked footprints on the ground. After what felt like an eternity under this tense atmosphere, they finally saw vague figures standing ahead, as if waiting for them. Gui halted, counting them carefully. 10. There were 10 abyssal demons. They were in various poses, some squatting on the ground idly playing with the snow, others sharpening their claws, and some swinging their weapons through the air. Yet the moment they saw Gui, regardless of what they were doing, all their gazes turned toward him. One abyssal demon sporting a single horn glanced at Gui disdainfully. You're slow. We thought you'd be too scared to show up after seeing the disturbances. As soon as these words were spoken, laughter erupted among the other abyssal demons. Gui looked at them coldly. His communication ring did not display any information about these 10 abyssal demons, but he felt Ling Shui might sense something. Leaning in, he whispered in Ling Shui's ear, as you mentioned, there's no exceeding the level cap for replicas. Hearing this, Gui immediately felt relieved. The 10 demons before him could be easily dealt with. They weren't here to hunt him. Instead, they were unwittingly delivering him equipment and props. The abyssal demons thought Gui had frozen in place out of fear. After all, deploying such a formidable lineup to hunt a mere level 20-something human was rather extravagant. Even if he was a human prodigy, they believed he wouldn't leave alive. 10 versus 1, the advantage is ours. Our Lord Demon God has taken special interest in you, sending so many of us to hunt down just one human. Why not kneel down and let me end you with one stroke, saving you the agony to come? They mused. Perhaps it's better not to end it with one stroke. Let us savor the feeling of throttling a human genius. They thought there was little chance of anything going awry. The abyssal demons started mocking him, each adding their taunts. A female demon with a tongue like a snake licked her claws. I'm looking forward to seeing you torn into pieces. It will be a spectacular and beautiful sight. After killing you, I'll take your form and go kill all those close to you. Gui's eyes instantly turned icy. He could ignore their previous statements. Nobody argues with the dead, but the female demon's last remark touched a nerve. Whether it was his uncle or Jiangling, they were among his few relatives. Threatening them was a death wish. Oh, you seem upset just as I finished speaking. How about this? We'll spare your life so you can watch your loved ones being torn apart before your eyes. As soon as the female demon finished her taunt, she suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep across her face, followed by thick blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. you talk too much. It's really annoying, Gui said emotionlessly, not even bothering to look up. He clenched his fist and the power of elemental annihilation burst forth. In this world, elements existed within every creature, including abyssal demons. Gui kicked forcefully, sending the female demon flying. The other demons hurried to catch her, but as they touched her, they were shocked to find her body pass through theirs as if she were intangible. She then crashed heavily to the ground, turning into a cluster of elemental particles and completely dissipating from the world. The remaining demons looked at Gui in horror. The reduction in their numbers was not what terrified them. They were all prepared to sacrifice themselves to eliminate the threat before them for the abyss. However, the instantaneous killing power displayed by their opponent had stripped them of any glimpse of hope for victory. Could they really defeat this human before all of them perished? Don't panic, they reassured themselves. Surely, the human must have used his strongest ability in a moment of desperation? The abyssal demons swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the fear in their hearts. At this point, they clung to that reasoning for comfort. 9 demons quickly dispersed, encircling Gui tightly. Human, you are indeed powerful, but now we are 9, they declared. No matter whom you attack, the other 8 will strike at you simultaneously. Gui appeared unruffled, even glancing at them nonchalantly. Does having more fighters always guarantee usefulness? He questioned. Irritated by his demeanor, the 9 abyssal demons simultaneously unleashed their most powerful skills at Gui. At the same moment, a disc-like object floated out from among them, quickly positioning itself above Gui's head. Bathed in the disc's luminescence, Gui felt as if he were nailed in place, unable to move even as much as a breeze would allow. The powerful clash of skills kicked up a blizzard around them. When the snow settled, they were shocked to find Gui standing unscathed. Your demon god is really something, Gui remarked, looking at the shattered protective amulets beside him and conjuring a new shield around him. Unfortunately, none of these tricks are truly tailored to me. He mused on how the demon god had targeted him specifically twice, finding the situation somewhat amusing. If only the demon god had used these 2 tools in the same battle, perhaps I would have actually fallen. Just as Gui prepared to strike back and finish off the abyssal demons, a large rift tore open in the sky. A desiccated finger skin stretched tight over bone emerged, squeezing out a drop of black blood that transformed into several streams of dark light falling upon the 9 demons. It is our demon god. The demon god has linked our lives together, they realized. As the eerie black light entered their bodies, the demons screamed out. A black line emerged from within each of them, connecting all 9 like a rope. This power. Gui watched the sudden change with a cold gaze. Just after he had cursed the demon god, the entity had responded with this curveball. Seeing the demon's stance, it was clear that things were about to get more complicated. Gui narrowed his eyes and casually unleashed a Thunder Dragon King's breath to test the waters. His skill should have been lethal, yet the demon that should have died was standing perfectly fine. Human, today is your day to die, the demons declared, not wasting any time and attacking Gui once more. Their enhanced strength shattered Gui's 9 shields in an instant. Your attacks can't touch us anymore. Can they? This is the power of the demon god. He has linked our lives together, the abyssal demons taunted as they continued to launch attacks, steadily wearing down Gui's defenses. During this period, Gui also continuously attempted to attack, but to no avail. He simply couldn't kill them. Fortunately, his shield's recharge time was short enough that he could fully restore it just as it was about to shatter. At the same moment, Ling Shui broke through the blockade of the abyssal demons and rushed to Gui's side. Gui, this is tricky. It seems like they've used some strange skill. Do you recognize it? Gui inquired. Ling Shui shook her head. I don't recognize it, but I feel that the lives of these 9 have been completely linked together. It's useless to kill them individually. We must eliminate all 9 at once. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Gui's mind. If he had faced this situation before, it indeed would have posed a great challenge, as his area damage skills were not sufficient for such an effect. But now, perhaps a newly learned technique could be tested. Ling Shui, cover me for a while, I have a plan, Gui stated confidently. Without any hesitation, Ling Shui positioned herself in front of Gui, casting a skill buff on him that could transfer damage. The 9 abyssal demons were extremely smug at the moment. The power bestowed upon them by the demon god was beyond their imagination. Although in the future the 9 would become an inseparable entity, they could completely eliminate the current threat today. Human, why push this girl forward? Have you lost the courage to confront us? Gui ignored their taunts. He closed his eyes slightly, trying to recall the sensation he felt that morning in the ruined courtyard. A chill emanated from his body, instantly freezing the 9 abyssal demons into blocks of ice. However, it didn't take long for the 9 abyssal demons to shake their bodies and break free from the ice. You think this skill will work? You might as well just wait for death. The demons launched another attack. To prevent Gu Yi from being disturbed, Ling Shui moved continuously around him, actively absorbing all the skills. Unlike Gu Yi, who had an extremely powerful shield, she had to rely on her own health to endure the attacks. After this round, she could clearly feel her life energy continuously depleting. Gu Yi focused on finding the feeling of elemental fusion. Although the previous attempt had failed, it had given him a glimmer of hope. If he could just eliminate these 9 abyssal demons in one go, he could break the current deadlock. As a new wave of attacks was about to arrive, Ling Shui glanced at Gu Yi with a look of reluctance in her eyes. Ling Shui might have died before Gu Yi if she had continued to bear the burden alone for another round. She suddenly regretted not being more proactive in the past days. When the abyssal demon attacked, Ling Shui didn't hesitate to use her body to block the damage. As her life hung by a thread, a chilling cold capable of freezing thousands of miles radiated from Gu Yi's body. In addition to that, Ling Shui also sensed a hint of flame. It seemed there was truly no other way left. Such a level of skill wouldn't harm them now. The abyssal demons faced the spreading frost without a trace of fear, only scorn and mockery. Gu Yi's actions seemed like those of a man driven to a dead end. At that moment, Gu Yi, who had his eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened them. Red and pale blue lights flickered in his pupils. "Try this now," he said. "Ice flame." As Gu Yi's voice fell, the abyssal demons suddenly noticed that the spreading frost was tinged with flames. The flames, blue like the frost, were hardly noticeable unless looked at closely, but it was this inconspicuous detail that made the 9 demons' hair stand on end. Danger! They felt a threat to their lives with just one glance. The dancing blue flames spread rapidly with the frost, and in the blink of an eye, all 9 abyssal demons were frozen. As the ice sculptures formed, Gu Yi saw that the abyssal demons had completely disappeared, leaving only empty shells of ice. He sighed in relief. Thank goodness, the crisis was averted, and Gu Yi exhaled deeply. The disc above his head clanged as it fell. Once he regained his mobility, Gu Yi quickly stepped forward to support the staggering Ling Shui, whose life force was extremely weak. It was fortunate that he had achieved a breakthrough earlier. Otherwise, she might not have survived even the first round of attacks. "Thank you," Gu Yi said as he took out a life-restoring potion from his backpack, carefully feeding it to Ling Shui. Thankfully, the potion was effective, and he could feel Ling Shui's chaotic life force beginning to stabilize. "Just now, I almost thought I'd never see you again. I regret," Ling Shui said weakly, her slender hand gently touching Gu Yi's face. Gu Yi grabbed her wrist and impulsively pressed his face against her hand. "Don't talk, rest well, sleep for a while in the ring, and we'll be able to get out soon," he said, handing her several potions to try and quickly restore her condition. After Ling Shui entered the space inside the ring, Gu Yi slowly stood up and walked to one of the ice sculptures, punching it into pieces. Initially, he just wanted to vent his anger through violence, but to his surprise, a purple light flashed as the sculpture shattered. Did something actually drop? Picking it up, Gu Yi found a rare weapon. Not bad, perfect fodder for the god of annihilation. His mood improved. He turned his attention to the remaining 8 ice sculptures. After all, there had been 10 abyssal demons. Surely there was more to gain. Gu Yi approached a new ice sculpture like opening a blind box. One punch, empty, no matter 7 to go. Another punch, a purple light twinkled, a rare piece of clothing. Unfortunately, it was for a Battle Earth profession not suitable for him, but it could sell for several million adventure points at the Adventurers Association. After gaining 2 more rare weapons, Gu Yi walked up to the last ice sculpture. Upon breaking it, golden light burst forth. Epic equipment. Gu Yi's eyes shone and he was visibly excited. "I never expected to obtain a second epic item from the abyssal demon. The sorcerer's pants, epic 1 star. Require a minimum level of 25 to wear, boasting attributes of plus 150 spirit and plus 50 constitution, with a 10% chance for magical attacks to inflict double damage. This is exactly the lower body gear I've been missing. Once I clear this dungeon, I'll be able to wear it at level 25. Gu Yi's eyes gleamed even brighter upon discovering this. Originally, he had planned to choose a pair of lower body gear from the 2 rare equipment rewards after exiting the dungeon to fill the only gap in his gear, but this unexpected joy solved that issue in one fell swoop. Now he could consider looking for a rare ring instead to replace the low-level ring he had won from Zhang Yuxian. Although this abyss-targeted mission was perilous, the rewards turned out to be extremely rich. 1 epic pair of pants, 1 rare battle garment, and 3 rare weapons. It truly embodied the saying, "What doesn't kill me makes me stronger." With the 3 rare weapons, if all were fed to the Eternal Mind weapon, it would likely reach full rare star status. Gooey winced a bit as he watched the Eternal Mind absorb the 3 weapons from his backpack, vanishing what amounted to over 15 million adventure points in the blink of an eye. Success. The Eternal Mind, rare 2-star, was upgraded to Eternal Mind, rare 4-star, excellent. Soon he could wield an epic grade weapon. Gooey joyfully stored the now enhanced Eternal Mind back into the ring. With about 3 more rare weapons fed to it, the Eternal Mind was expected to upgrade to epic grade. Not only would it gain stronger attributes, but he would also unlock a new equipment effect. After clearing the battlefield, Gooey turned his focus towards the deeper parts of the dungeon. It was time to deal with the dungeon boss and level up to 25. Outside the dungeon, the seniors sat on small stools, cracking sunflower seeds leisurely and occasionally glancing towards the dungeon entrance. It seemed this year's freshmen were quite stable. Over 10 minutes had passed and none had exited the dungeon early. In previous years, many had encountered mishaps during the freshman trial dungeon and had to leave early, becoming the subject of jokes for some time. As the seniors continued chatting to stave off boredom, suddenly a flash of white light appeared at the dungeon entrance. All eyes turned eagerly towards it. Someone had come out, marking the emergence of today's first person to be expelled from the dungeon. Look who's the lucky little guy, huh? It's only interesting if someone famous comes out. The fun is much greater than with those unknowns. The white light quickly converged and a figure in white appeared in everyone's view. Everyone was shocked and immediately recognized the identity of this young man in white. Huh, isn't this guy the national top scorer of this year? Damn, it really is him. How did he come out? Did he encounter any problems in the hell difficulty? Gooey finally regained his vision and found that not only had many people gathered around, but they were all looking at him with strange expressions. Just as he was wondering what had happened, the instant's entrance behind him suddenly burst into dazzling light, forming several lines of shining golden text in the air. Record refresh. For the instance of chilling shadows, new record creator, Gooey challenge difficulty, hell mode, instance completion time, 11 minutes 32 seconds. The old students who were initially puzzled and ready to enjoy Gooey's misfortune had their eyes widen in disbelief. The instance record refreshed, 11 minutes 32 seconds. Realizing what had happened, everyone gasped in shock. They looked at the golden text in the sky, then incredulously rubbed their eyes. The entire instance plaza fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, someone finally spoke up to break the quiet. Damn, who can tell me if this is real? Can the instance clearance record be this short? Not to mention the time to kill monsters and the boss. Just walking through the instance takes more than 11 minutes. Damn it, he chose the hell difficulty. How on earth did he do this? Others' instance records still held hope of being broken, but this 11 minutes 32 seconds is insanely fast. The instance plaza suddenly became extremely lively. All the seniors were frantically shouting and discussing. If the previous record still made them feel merely outclassed, this 11 minutes 32 seconds was practically calling them trash. Quiet, everyone quiet down. The female teacher who had earlier announced the school rewards walked over. As a high-rank professional, she exuded her power and immediately subdued all the noisy students. You are all students of Kyoto University. What are you shouting about? What do you think this place is? Despite her words, the shock that hadn't faded from her eyes and her slightly trembling fingers showed that her reaction was no better than that of the students. After all, this score was almost inhuman. Even if high-rank professionals could enter the instance and one-shot everything including the boss, they probably couldn't achieve this score. Gooey smacked his lips somewhat helplessly. If they knew this score also included the lives of 10 abyssal demons, what would their reaction be? They would probably think about reinventing themselves on the spot. Madam Teacher, you said earlier today that the first one to clear gets a purple gear, and breaking the record also earns a purple gear. Can I have these 2 pieces of purple equipment now? Gooey walked up to the female teacher, Ms. Lu Xiaoling, and asked politely. Lu Xiaoling turned to look at Gooey, her eyes complex. This student, who set the record for the highest score in the national exam, is a dazzling presence wherever he goes. Whether it is fortunate or sad for his peers to be in the same cohort as him is a question up for debate. Come with me, Lu Xiaoling said as she led Gooey towards the school's administrative office. The urgency to collect his reward was because he had already reached level 25. All he wanted now was to quickly get his reward and find a place to tackle his personal trial instance to acquire a rare skill book. This was what mattered most to him. He had even deliberately saved his enhancement opportunities from his last 2 level-ups, hoping to see if this rare skill could break through the legendary limit and grant him a divine-level curse. Upon entering the administrative office, Gui saw an older female teacher organizing something with her head down. Hearing their footsteps, she looked up. "Miss Lu is back," she said. "I was just telling you that the students spend too much time on instances. Instead of waiting for the first one to come out, it's better to sit in the office for a while." Lu Xiaoling glanced at the teacher with slight annoyance. "Good thing I didn't listen to you," she said, pointing at Gui. "This is Ms. Wang, the teacher in charge of resource management. Just tell her what you need for your 2 rare items." Upon hearing she was being approached, Wang Suqin took off her glasses and sized up Gui. "Oh, aren't you this year's top national scholar? Didn't you participate in the freshman trial? Well, with your strength you probably don't need to." Just as she finished speaking, something seemed to occur to Wang Suqin, leaving her somewhat puzzled as she turned to Lu Xiaoling. "You just said, what is he here for?" "To pick 2 rare items." As someone in charge of the school's resource management, she was well aware of the benefits promised to Gui, but they did not include rare equipment. The rare equipment as a reward had just started less than 20 minutes ago with the freshman trial. Connecting Lu Xiaoling's earlier words, a terrifying thought suddenly crossed her mind. "Don't tell me, he..." Lu Xiaoling nodded. "He participated in the freshman trial and cleared the instance solo in 11 minutes. "What?" Wang Suqin's face was a picture of disbelief. She had seen many individuals clear solo instances. This was Kyoto University, after all, a gathering place for geniuses from across the country. Every year saw a handful of particularly strong students. She had seen instances cleared in just over 10 minutes. But to hear of someone so casually defeating the instance, potentially due to underestimating their opponents or other reasons, only to be thrashed by monsters and hastily retreat, was something else entirely. But a dungeon clear in 11 minutes, that was truly unprecedented. Was this even a dungeon run or just a stroll around the block? After some time, Wang Suqin managed to calm her emotions. It seemed this kid was really something else. The best record others had with normal difficulty was 5 hours and 27 minutes, but here you are, completely shattering it. Lu Xiaoling opened her mouth, feeling that Wang Suqin might have misunderstood something. "Teacher Wang, Gui completed the dungeon in 11 minutes on hell difficulty." Wang Suqin felt the world spin around her, her mind slightly dazed. A new record, 11 minutes hell difficulty. She had never imagined these 3 phrases could be combined. Moments later, Wang Suqin finally regained her composure, her eyes filled with shock and a hint of excitement. They had struck gold. Kyoto University really had struck gold this time. "So your name is Gui, right? Very good, you are impressive. I think the resources allocated to you before were too few. I will apply to the principal, as someone with your abilities should have access to more resources." Gui was surprised, not expecting this pleasant turn of events. "Thank you, Teacher Wang." More resources meant faster improvement in strength, which was perfect for someone constantly under the threat of the abyss. "Teacher Wang, may I choose some equipment first? I might have other matters to attend to later." Wang Suqin immediately listed all the rare equipment available for Gui to choose from. It didn't take long for Gui to make his selections. The obsidian ring, rare 1 star. Required level 25, attributes, spirit plus 90, constitution plus 60, effect, summons obsidian protection when casting spells, providing a certain level of interruption resistance. The magic pattern bracers, rare 1 star, required level 25, attributes, constitution plus 100, spirit plus 50, effect, increases mage skill damage by 5%. Both items were perfect for Gui's level and especially suited for a mage. Wearing these 2 pieces of equipment, Gui not only fulfilled his wish for a complete set of gear but also possessed equipment of incredibly high quality. Apart from the shoes, which were of superior quality, the rest were rare bases, including 2 golden pieces of epic equipment. This level of gear was something many high-level professionals might not achieve without a bit of luck. After collecting his rewards, Gui directly returned to his dormitory. He summoned Ling Xue and carefully helped her onto the bed. He hadn't noticed during the dungeon run, but now he realized Ling Xue was breathing weakly with several wounds on her body, all inflicted while defending him from attacks. "Just lie down and don't move." Gui rushed to the trading screen to buy several bottles of high-level healing potions, then took out bandages and carefully dressed Ling Xue's wounds. Watching Gui busy himself, Ling Xue felt a warm sensation in her heart despite the sting from the healing potion. "I'm sorry, I might not be able to wear the dress you wanted to see tonight. Let's sew it then, we'll talk about it once you're healed." After finishing the last dressing, Gui stepped forward and gently stroked Ling Xue's hair. "Get some sleep, the healing potion is very effective." You should be much better by tomorrow, Ling Shue shyly nodded, then. I'll wear it for you tomorrow. Not long after they settled and Ling Shue fell asleep, Gu Yi made sure she was covered with a blanket, then he checked the room to ensure there were no dangers. After confirming everything was safe, he took out the token given to him by Ji Lianchang from his backpack. As he played with it in his hands, his eyes filled with anticipation. A rare skill, I hope you won't disappoint me, he murmured. With a firm grip, Gu Yi crushed the token and a vortex-shaped portal. Unlike any regular portal appeared before him, the portal revealed an entrance to a trial called Duel Challenge, level 25. The objective was straightforward: kill all monsters, with the reward being a rare skill book for his profession. Without any hesitation, Gu Yi stepped into the portal. Welcome to the Duel Challenge. Please stand on the platform once you are ready, a voice announced. As the blinding white light faded, Gu Yi looked around and found himself in an arena-like setting with spectator seats all around, eerily empty. Am I supposed to engage in some kind of 1v1 battles here? He wondered, walking towards the platform as instructed, feeling no need for preparation at this level. Ding, the duel challenge is about to begin. Survive 3 rounds undefeated to claim victory. As soon as the announcement ended, a monster appeared before Gu Yi. It had a faint white glow, and its ethereal form slowly solidified, approaching from the opposite side of the platform. Curiously, Gu Yi raised his hand and used his communication ring to check the monster's information. Furious Axe Goblin, danger level, boss energy level, 20. It seemed he was up against a boss-level creature right away. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yi noticed that this boss seemed weaker than those typically found in dungeons, as if its power had been diminished. So does this mean all 3 rounds involved boss-level fights? He thought, realizing the challenge wasn't going to be straightforward even if these weren't bosses at their peak. Despite the apparent difficulty, Gu Yi couldn't help but feel that the rare skill book was indeed not easy to acquire. However, for him, killing 3 bosses in succession was no different than dealing with minor foes. He slightly lifted his right hand and purple lightning began to surge around his ring, his eyes locked on the boss, watching intently as its form fully solidified and the white glow completely vanished. The first round challenge begins now. As soon as the prompt sounded, Gu Yi moved. Raising his right hand, he unleashed a skill he had been preparing directly at the approaching enemy. A massive purple lightning breath burst forth from the mouth of the dragon, striking the monster before it. It was completely submerged. The first round of the challenge was a success, taking only 1.32 seconds. With a flash of white light, Gu Yi was teleported back to where he first entered the dueling trial. A strange energy entered his body, making him feel healed all over. Clearly, this was something in the trial that replenished the contestant's condition. Please stand on the platform after the rest period is over. Gu Yi smiled slightly, finding this trial copy quite humane. Although it was a series of 3 battles, there was ample time provided to rest. However, what he needed was a quick battle to quickly obtain that rare skill. Resting was important for others, but for Gu Yi it was just a waste of time. Without any pause, Gu Yi stepped back onto the platform. A new monster quickly spawned. Seconds later, Gu Yi was back at the starting position. This trial is not challenging at all for me. As he spoke, Gu Yi stepped back onto the platform, his eyes fixed on the opposite side. The final monster was next. As long as he defeated it, he would obtain the rare skill book he coveted. At the same time, the temperature in the space dropped suddenly. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a huge tiger covered in ice crystals emerged. The moment he saw the monster, Gu Yi smiled. An old friend indeed. I just killed it about half an hour ago in a freshman trial at Kyoto University, and here we meet again. With a tap of his foot, Gu Yi's figure shot out rapidly. Knowing the mechanism of the cold armor magic tiger, he did not hesitate to attack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, a large piece of ice crystal armor fell off. The aura on the cold armor magic tiger surged instantly and familiar ice spikes formed underfoot. Gu Yi shielded himself with a mental fortress barrier, walking slowly to the side of the cold armor magic tiger, calmly watching it unleash its deadly attack. For others, this would be a moment to frantically look for a way to dodge the attack. But for Gu Yi, there was no need. Even if he took all the attacks, it was just about losing a layer of the shield. With 1 layer down, he still had 9 more waiting. Observing from such a close distance, Gu Yi also noticed that the cold armor magic tiger was weakened. Its ice armor seemed to only need stripping twice. Soon all the ice arrows had fallen and the aura of the cold armor magic tiger also dwindled. Your turn is over, now it's mine. Gu Yi's eyes turned cold, and with a raise of his hand, a bolt of lightning struck off the last piece of ice armor. The body of the cold armor magic tiger was completely exposed. Without waiting for it to release its ultimate skill, Gui counterattacked with an elemental annihilation slash. At that moment, the body of the cold armor magic tiger became ethereal again, eventually turning into light particles and disappearing. The third round of the challenge was successful. Time: 12.86 seconds. Congratulations on successfully completing the duel trial. A chest flickering with bright purple light appeared before Gui. He stepped forward and opened the chest directly. He obtained a rare skill, Night Enshroudment *1. Gui quickly checked it. It was a skill book for dark elemental mages. Excellent, just the elemental skill I've never mastered before. Delighted, Gui immediately learned it. Then he opened the panel and without hesitation injected 2 enhancement opportunities. As a rare skill, it definitely couldn't be worse than Elemental Blade. Gui stared intently at the notification popping up on his screen, feeling his heart skip a beat the moment the new message appeared. His skill had been upgraded from a mere rare tier to the legendary and mythical level. Ding, skill enhancement successful. Darkness Enshroud, rare 1 star, has been enhanced to Great Dark Sky, mythical 1 star. At that moment, an indescribable joy surged through him as the corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously. In the grand realm of Dacia, where he was counted among the high-ranking mages, possessing an epic-level curse was already a rarity. Legendary curses were few and far between, described best as countable on one's fingers, and as for a mythical-level curse like the one he had just acquired, it was unheard of. Although Gui had always known that with the continuous enhancement of his innate skills he would one day wield this mythical-level curse, he hadn't expected that day to come so soon. Even though he had been prepared for this, witnessing it firsthand still left him unable to contain his excitement. Mythical level, it was indeed a mythical level curse. At level 25, still considered a mere student by many, he had grasped something that even lifelong mages might never encounter. But for Gui, this was just the beginning. He could already envision a future where his skill bar was filled exclusively with mythical level curses. When that time came, every single one of his skills would be capable of upending the world. Curious about the effects of this god-level skill, Gui quickly accessed his panel to check. Great Dark Sky, mythical 1 star, effect, consumes 150 spirit points, chance for 10 seconds, and then at the cost of 1 spirit point per second drags everything within the spiritual range into boundless darkness. The user can freely choose the time to trigger the dark burst to end control and bombard all targets within range. As he pondered the implications, Gui's brows furrowed slightly, and then it dawned on him just how terrifying this god-level curse was. It offered unconditional control regardless of level. If one day his spiritual power was strong enough, could he potentially envelop an entire planet in its grasp, indefinitely trapping all beings within the darkness? A chill ran down his spine as he considered this. This mythical level curse surpassed all other skills in various aspects, verging on something only divine beings of legend might wield. At that moment, the world around Gui rapidly faded away. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his dormitory. Ling Shui was still deep in her beautiful dream. The second hand on the wall clock hadn't even completed a full circle. This left Gui feeling somewhat bewildered. In just a few seconds, he had acquired an extremely terrifying power. However, for someone who had always been targeted by the abyss, this was a powerful trump card. Gui left the room and moved to a corner. He retrieved Fong Jie's number from his communicator ring and dialed it. "Uncle Fong, do you have a moment? There's something I need to discuss with you. The preparations for the school-wide competition have been completed, so now it's time to address the incidents that occurred in the freshman trial instance." Gui couldn't believe that the abyss could break through spatial barriers with such precision to locate him. If that were truly possible, he would have been ambushed by the abyss countless times by now. So he was certain that someone was playing tricks. Someone wearing the guise of a human was secretly aiding the abyss. "What? You were attacked by the abyss in the Kyoto University instance?" Upon hearing Gui's description, Fong Jie slammed his hand on the table, his eyes nearly spewing flames. "Uncle Fong, please calm down. Aren't I here safe and sound in front of you?" Gui stood up and gently pushed Fong Jie back into his seat. "I've used an abyssal stone once before, and after knowing I'd be targeted by the abyss, I never used it again. This situation is somewhat beyond my understanding," Gui explained as he poured a cup of tea and gently pushed it towards Fong Jie. "So, I suspect someone is helping the abyss, and it's very likely from among the new students at Kyoto University." Fong Jie leaned back in his chair, continuously tapping his fingers on the table. "Your suspicions aren't unfounded. It seems that some people just can't sit still and have summoned an abyssal demon using the abyssal stone, then sneaked into your instant space. In any era, there are always cowards who kneel the moment the enemy reaches their doorstep only to turn around and betray their own people. We need to find a way to root out these rats. If left unchecked, a second or third incident is inevitable. The consequences of their success are unimaginable, Feng Jie said, pondering how to root out the saboteur. As Feng Jie considered how to expose the culprit behind the scenes, Gui took out an abyssal stone and handed it to Feng Jie. This was something he had obtained after defeating Dexus. Uncle Feng, what exactly is this abyssal stone? Why can it summon abyssal demons, and why do we always receive rare equipment as rewards after defeating these demons? This question had lingered in Gui's mind for a long time. Ever since he was first targeted by the abyss, he had been eager to understand the truth. Feng Jie took the abyssal stone and played with it for a while, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This thing can only be found within the territory of the Great Xia. It's another method of invasion conceived by the abyssal gods. What? Gui was startled. He had suspected that the stone was related to the abyss, but he had never imagined such a scenario. Feng Jie put down the abyssal stone and gave Gui a meaningful look. The emergence of the magical barriers has shattered the abyss's dreams of invading Great Xia. They can't invade through conventional means at the borders, but they are unwilling to give up on this land. The abyssal demon, using its own energy combined with some of the world's rules, created the abyssal stone. This stone, serving as bait with high-quality equipment, tempts adventurers to inadvertently summon abyssal demons during their dungeon raids. Guy nodded thoughtfully, beginning to understand the abyssal demon's plan. In essence, if the adventurers from the Great Xia triumph, they receive equipment rewards, but if they fail... Feng Jie's eyes turned cold, his voice tinged with hatred. Should the adventurers fail to conquer the abyssal demons, not only would they lose their lives, but the summoned demons would invade Great Xia through the dungeons. Some could even transform into human forms and stealthily infiltrate the human world. The level 30 abyssal demon Di Xios that Guy had encountered before was one such demon who walked out of a failed dungeon after a team's total annihilation. Why hasn't the use of the abyssal stone been banned by the authorities? Guy asked, puzzled. Feng Jie sighed, his face showing a trace of helplessness. It's beyond control. The abyssal stones are distributed as rewards. No one knows who else might possess them. Moreover, even if it were banned, who could truly resist the temptation of high-quality equipment? Hearing this, Guy fell silent. The abyssal demon had indeed calculated every factor meticulously. Let's not dwell on this. Feng Jie changed the subject. You don't have any pressing matters lately, right? Guy nodded. His biggest concern was the upcoming university-wide competition at Kyoto University, where he had to defend his coveted dormitory. The event was scheduled to start in 5 days, giving him some free days beforehand. Feng Jie tapped his communication ring and slid a document into Guy's hands. You're already level 25, it's a good time to try this dungeon. It'll get you away from Kyoto University and I can deal with the vermin there preventing them from targeting you these next few days. Guy examined the document and realized it was a secret mission for the Dragon Fong squad seemingly located abroad. Uncle Fong, what is this? A level 25 material dungeon that every country is vying for. Don't underestimate it. If combined with other level 30 and 35 material dungeons, it can forge a set of level 35 rare equipment with ensemble attributes. Guy was taken aback by the immense value of this seemingly minor dungeon. Although he currently possessed 2 epic items, they would inevitably become obsolete as his level increased. If possible, this level 35 ensemble could be a superb replacement choice. After rushing back to the dormitory, Gui left a note for Ling Shui informing her that he had to make a long journey. Ling Shui was still in recovery, and it seemed inappropriate to bring her along. It was better to let her heal in the dorm. After purchasing a few bottles of replenishing potions from the trade screen, Gui prepared enough food and drink for 5 days. He then headed to the designated meeting point indicated in the documents, the Great Xia Teleportation Array. This array was a means of maintaining communication with other nations, capable of enabling ultra-long-distance teleportation. However, its success also depended on whether the other end chose to accept the transmission. Gui muttered to himself, looking for a team bearing the Dragon Fong insignia. This was the rendezvous code for their Dragon Fong squad. However, the teleportation square was crowded, making it challenging to find the right group. After circling half the teleportation array, Gui finally spotted a young girl with a ponytail holding up a Dragon Fong pattern he knew all too well. Meanwhile, Su Yao, who was holding the sign, looked around anxiously at the passing crowd. Everyone seemed like they might be looking for her, yet no one greeted her. Gui approached her and flashed his Dragon Fong badge. "Hello Gui," Suyao said, surprised by her teammate's sudden appearance but quickly showing a joyful smile. "I'm Suyao, you must be the person Commander Fong urgently arranged. I didn't expect it to be this year's top scholar. We're all ready, just waiting for you and we can set off." The two made their way to the teleportation array. Knowing it was Gui's first time entering this material copy, Suyao generously shared what she knew. The dungeon we're about to tackle is called Xianyuan Valley. It's located on an unnamed island in international waters not belonging to any country or power. Gui was puzzled. It doesn't belong to any nation or power. When did everyone start being so agreeable? Hasn't it been contested? He asked. Suyao smiled. Of course, every country near the island wanted to claim it to control this level 25 material dungeon, but a single dungeon's materials aren't very useful on their own. They need to be combined with others to forge a level 35 rare set. If everyone did that, the end result would be that no one could forge anything and the 3 material dungeons would lose their value. Gui nodded, understanding that a valueless dungeon in this world was no different from barren land. So did the world's nations and powers eventually agree to share this dungeon? Bingo, Suyao snapped her fingers, then continued. The materials in this dungeon aren't fixed drops. They refresh every 7 days and rewards are given to the top 10 teams with the shortest clearance times, so everyone agreed to dispatch a team every 7 days to tackle the Xianyuan Valley dungeon. Our goal isn't lofty. As long as our clearance time is within the top 10 this round, we'll get enough materials to forge a full set of equipment. Gui smiled lightly. Top 10, that sounds almost like play. That goal isn't difficult at all. Suyao's voice rose, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Gui. Isn't it difficult? Did you not hear what I just said? Around 200 teams from all over the world, including various forces, will participate. That means, unless everyone wants their efforts to be in vain, they will desperately use every means possible to break into the top 10. The competition is going to be fierce. Gui waved dismissively, his attitude nonchalant. Using every possible means? Can any of them match the instant kill of my forbidden spell? Even if they use some props that can rival a forbidden spell a few times, I can cast mine infinitely. With this advantage, no other team can catch up to us. Beside the teleportation matrix, 4 people gathered, their faces anxious, glancing at the time occasionally. Upon spotting Gui and Suyao, they immediately waved their hands and shouted, "Hey, over here!" Suyao led Gui towards them and the group quickly approached them. Finally, everyone's here. If we waited any longer, we'd fall behind others in entering. Suyao chuckled and pushed Gui forward, saying to the others, this one was well worth the wait. The 4 looked at Gui with puzzled expressions, recognizing him as someone familiar and knowing he was urgently arranged by Commander Fong. Could there be some other hidden agenda? Suyao cleared her throat and spoke seriously to the 4. Let me introduce him, Gui, the national top scorer of this year's major exam with 120,000 points. As soon as she finished, the group reacted. They immediately crowded around Gui, laughing. So he's the national top scorer. No wonder he looked familiar. Just finished the major exam and already level 25. It feels like with Gui and our team, getting into the top 10 is just like playing around. Can't we aim a bit higher? I think we might even snatch the first place. The group was initially there for the dungeon materials, and if Commander Fong had inserted an unknown character, there might have been some complaints. No one wanted to waste their effort. But to their surprise, the newcomer was not just any national top scorer, but the strongest one in history. They felt that waiting for a while was totally acceptable given Gui's demonstrated abilities in the exam could easily carry them. Alright, enough talking, Suyao quickly interjected as everyone chattered non-stop. She took out the teleportation positioning crystals and distributed them to everyone. We can talk more later, let's hurry into the teleportation matrix. Quick, let's hurry over there. The group quickly made their way to the teleportation array, crushing the locator crystals in their hands. The array roared into action, its hum filling the air. Just before the teleportation began, Suyao summoned her staff and cast a protective shield over each member of the team. The unclaimed lands are prone to skirmishes. We must be extra cautious, she warned. The team members nodded in agreement, heightening their vigilance. At that moment, the teleportation array initiated its long-distance operation. Gui felt a sudden burst of bright light within the array, so intense that he couldn't keep his eyes open. Unlike the fleeting flash of light experienced when entering or exiting dungeons in the past, this teleportation light lasted for more than 10 seconds. As the white light gradually faded, a howling wind passed by their ears and the distant rumbling of mountains could be heard. This kind of natural ambience, usually found only in books, unknowingly relaxed Gui's tense nerves. When the light completely dissipated, a blurred scene emerged before everyone's eyes. However, at that moment an unusual fluctuation swept towards them, instantly putting Gui on high alert. Unable to see clearly, he stepped forward to confront the disturbance. Crack! The shield Su Yao had placed on Gui shattered instantly, and even the first layer of his psychic fortress's shield dropped slightly. As everyone's vision restored, they hurried over upon hearing the sound. Gui, what happened? Are you hurt? Gui shook his head slightly. I'm fine. With the psychic fortress as the last line of defense, it's nearly impossible for someone to break through 10 layers of shields in an instant unless they are vastly more powerful. Gui's eyes coldly scanned the horizon. During that brief moment he had spotted a black figure darting past. The strike seemed more like a probe. Had he been seriously injured, subsequent attacks would likely have followed immediately. It seems we were targeted the moment we arrived. As he spoke, Gui surveyed his surroundings, feeling the presence of many hidden entities retreating as his gaze passed over them. Su Yao stepped forward and reapplied a shield on Gui, her expression one of nonchalance. After all, this is the unclaimed lands. Many here would do anything to boost their team's chances of entering the top 10, including reducing the numbers or severely injuring other teams. The moment we step out of the teleportation array with our vision yet to recover is the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Su Yao was clearly no stranger to this place and knew much more than the others. Let's head to the dungeon entrance. It's safer there due to the crowd. The group nodded and followed Su Yao towards the dungeon entrance. Along the way they occasionally encountered other teams. Everyone tightly gripped their weapons, their eyes filled with vigilance. Everyone here was a competitor, and an attack for the sake of ranking could occur at any moment. Do we know who attacked us earlier? Gui inquired. Su Yao shook her head. When openly targeted, it's usually by the forces of Cherry Blossom Country or Black Eagle Country, our known adversaries. However, those who attack stealthily in the shadows are hard to pinpoint. The group quickly reached the entrance of the dungeon, and for safety Su Yao always timed the disappearance of the shield to replenish it promptly. The teams gathered at the entrance of the dungeon quickly made way upon seeing the dragon tooth medals on the chests of Gui and his companions. However, two teams not only didn't retreat but approached them aggressively, their eyes full of provocation. Be careful, these are teams from Cherry Blossom Country and White Elephant Country. Su Yao identified them and immediately warned. In the lawless zones, although open conflicts were rare, they were not non-existent. Being cautious was never a bad habit. It could even save one's life. Isn't this the team from our great Xiao country? I heard you guys achieved the 11th place last time. What a pity you were just a bit short of receiving the dungeon rewards. I suppose this time you're aiming for a better score, perhaps 12th or 13th place, or maybe you have a higher target in mind. Gui carefully observed the approaching team. They wore the giant elephant badges, and the stark color difference between the yellow and white on either side of their hands was a distinctive trait of White Elephant Country. Su Yao had told them on the way that Xia Country's team had made a slight mistake last time, failing to make it into the top 10, which ended up being nothing but a wasted effort. Unexpectedly, it had become a subject of ridicule for others. Thanks to the translation function of their communication rings, everyone could understand what the other team was saying without any barriers. Wang Liqiao, known for his fiery temper, couldn't stand the sarcastic remarks and rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw a punch. Say that again, I dare you. The others quickly restrained him. It wasn't that they were afraid of a fight, but rushing in without knowing the other team's intentions could lead to unnecessary disadvantages. Gui glanced at the White Elephant Country's team. Their provocative behavior was too obvious, almost as if their intentions were written on their faces. There are probably other hostile forces around watching us, waiting for a conflict to erupt to have a justified reason to attack, he whispered to Su Yao. Gui leaned closer to Su Yao and asked softly, what would be the repercussions if someone were killed here? Su Yao was startled by Gui's words, which seemed to trivialize the matter, as if they were not facing top talents from various countries but mere ants that could be crushed underfoot. There are no repercussions. Some casualties are normal in places like this, she replied. I understand. Gui nodded, his face unreadable, contemplating their next move in this dangerous game of power and survival. Gui nodded, acknowledging that things would now be easier to handle. If those people dared to make any more moves, he wouldn't mind using a forbidden spell to reset them all. Seeing that their tricks were not working on Gui and his group, the people of the White Elephant Kingdom cast a secretive glance towards a certain place before turning away and leaving. The situation seemed to be over, but Gui had a feeling it was not that simple. However, it didn't matter much to him. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes were futile. Regardless of their intentions, as long as they dared to approach, he was ready to strike them down. At that moment, the previously dim entrance to the dungeon suddenly burst into a dense light, coming alive like a swirling vortex. All the teams present stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes towards the dungeon entrance. "The dungeon has opened, let's hurry inside," someone said. Suyao stepped forward and gently tapped a few times, and a soft white light enveloped everyone. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the dungeon entrance and arrived at the Thousand Abyss Valley. A notification chimed. "You have entered the Thousand Abyss Valley dungeon." Gu Yi curiously surveyed the surroundings. He found himself in a narrow long rift valley flanked by steep cliffs that would have been perfect for ambushing enemies in ancient times. The others also observed their surroundings, but only Suyao seemed tense, as if waiting for something. Suddenly another notification chimed. "Dungeon rules extraction complete. This session's rule: survive the monster's onslaught and reach the deep rock layer to challenge the final boss." As the others puzzled over the message that popped up, Suyao's expression turned sour, her usually rosy cheeks now pale. "Damn, it's this rule this time. Is it different every time?" Gui asked. "As far as we know, the Thousand Abyss Valley dungeon has over 100 different rules, and the rule each time the dungeon opens is completely random," Suyao replied, anxiously glancing back and swiftly casting a buff on everyone to increase their movement speed. "This escape rule was recognized as one of the hardest. I can't believe our luck," she added. "If anyone were to die during this, they wouldn't be able to access the space where the final boss resided." Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous rumble of footsteps came from the distance. A horde of monsters made of stone charged towards them, their numbers seemingly endless, suffocating everyone with their presence. "If we get thrown into that, not even our bones would remain," someone said. "Run!" shouted someone, and they all started sprinting. This was not a game but the harsh reality. If caught by the monster horde, they wouldn't even have time to exit the dungeon before meeting a gruesome end. "Don't just run. Watch out for monsters ambushing ahead." Upon hearing that, everyone cursed in frustration. They had come to conquer the dungeon, yet they felt like rats scurrying across the street. Watching the ever closer swarm of monsters, Gui felt that simply running was not a solution. The monster horde behind them was like a ticking time bomb, constantly threatening their safety, and during such a long and uncertain trek, it was inevitable that someone's stamina would falter. As they faced the possibility of a diminished team, they realized they might not even get to confront the ultimate boss. "Is running the only option we have, or can we perhaps try to kill the monsters chasing us?" Gui asked while sprinting. Suyao, gasping heavily, managed to respond in between breaths. "Others have tried your idea before, but those monsters have terrifyingly high health points. It's virtually impossible to eliminate them quickly." Suddenly Suyao's expression shifted from puzzled to horrified as Gui abruptly stopped running, catching his breath and adjusting his breathing rhythm. "I thought these monsters couldn't be killed, and we've been running aimlessly. Turns out they can be killed. They just have a thick health bar. Why the hell are we running then? Just use a forbidden spell and wipe them all out." Seeing Gui actually stop moving, Suyao cried out in alarm and ran over to grab his arm. "Are you crazy? Stopping now is no different from suicide." Gui gave a faint smile and gently patted Suyao's hand, signaling her to let go. "Wiping them out will solve everything." Suyao felt a breeze pass by, and by the time she realized what was happening, Gui had already disappeared. The others, noticing that two of their members were suddenly missing, also stopped and turned back to look for them. But after searching for a while, they only found Suyao nearby. "Suyao, where's Gui?" "I don't know. He said he was going to wipe out the monsters, and then he just vanished. I have no idea where he went," Suyao replied, almost panicking. Despite all being members of Longyan, she knew that for the future of Daxia, the other four combined were not as crucial as Gui alone. They could afford mishaps, even dying in this dungeon, but not Gui. Just then the group noticed that the horde of monsters that had been chasing them had stopped. It was like a piece of candy had been dropped into an anthill as they all swarmed towards one location. Could Gui have run into the middle of the monster horde? A dreadful thought flashed through everyone's minds. Surrounded by so many monsters, even someone as strong as Gui couldn't possibly withstand it. As they stood there stunned, a crimson magical formation suddenly opened up in the sky above the horde of monsters. The scope was vast, almost encompassing all the monsters within it. Immediately following, a meteor engulfed in blazing flames emerged from the magical formation. It struck the crowd of monsters with a speed that seemed slow yet inevitable. Boom! While flames and thick smoke surged into the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. In the next instant, as if someone had pressed the rewind button, it all vanished without a trace, leaving only the scorched earth and the slightly smoking carcasses of the monsters. A figure in a white robe walked through the lingering smoke toward the crowd. his face was utterly expressionless, devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely lifted his foot and crushed a few bothersome ants. Watching the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Gui gave a faint smile. All are gone, no need to run anymore. Meanwhile, Feng Jia was pacing back and forth in his office. After much deliberation, he decided it was best to give his brother a call. Big brother, Gui just had an encounter. The noise on the other end of the phone was chaotic, filled with a harsh metallic scraping sound that repeated itself with some rhythm. What happened? Feng Jia explained the situation in detail, causing a momentary pause in the noise on the other end. After a long silence, the sound of water splashing came through, followed by the clear sound of a sword being drawn that reached Feng Jia's ears. The replica space will definitely leave traces. Send someone to investigate now and leave the rest to me. In the city of Qinghai, within the dearly cherished home of Gui, a middle-aged man with a beard stood up from his chair. He stretched lazily before picking up a cloth from the nearby table and meticulously wiped the blade he had just polished. After drying all the droplets, he picked up the scabbard lying next to him. As he sheathed the sword, the deadly cold blade reflected a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. Clang! The man slung the long sword onto his back, tapped his ring lightly a few times, and a black robe appeared on him. I wasn't looking for you, but you came knocking at my door. This is a good opportunity to settle the accounts from over a decade ago. Back in the valley of Qianyuan replica, the charred corpses of monsters still emitted wisps of white smoke. Until Gui approached them, the group had not snapped out of their daze, their minds replaying the scene they had just witnessed. The ferocious horde of monsters, which was thought to be unstoppable unless they kept running as per the replica's rules, was annihilated in an instant by Gui's skill. Although others had considered using this method to deal with pursuing monsters, the daunting amount of health these creatures possessed had led many who dared try to their demise. And now, someone had actually succeeded. Hey, don't space out, guys, aren't we short on time? Gui waved his hand in front of a few faces, finally bringing them back from their stupor. Excitement mingled with the initial shock in everyone's eyes. Gui was right. They were indeed short on time, and now they had the upper hand. Other teams had to keep running while also dealing with potential threats from monsters ahead, risking casualties, but now they no longer had these concerns and could focus solely on moving forward. They had effectively secured their qualification to enter the final boss area. Hurry, let's move forward. With Gui, our progress in pushing the boss should also be fast, and we might even make it into the top 10. Top 10, aim higher. I think we can take first place. Outside the replica, as time steadily passed, teams had already started to retreat in disarray. Each member of their group carried injuries, some more significant than others, and their numbers had dwindled. According to the rules of the instance, teams with fewer than 6 members couldn't enter the final boss area. No matter how hard they tried, the reduced numbers meant it was impossible to clear the game. Oh God, our luck is as bad as stepping on fresh dog poop as soon as we step out the door, they lamented. Many teams, after emerging, cast a somber glance at the vortex-like entrance of the instance. After a brief moment of mourning for lost teammates, they turned and left the place. Just then, a flash of white light appeared again at the entrance of the instance. Several individuals wearing cherry blossom badges emerged. Damn it, this time it's really bad luck, exclaimed Captain Watanabe Ichiro just before he spat out a mouthful of congested blood, clearly also severely injured. They had managed to escape up to the very edge of the final boss area when suddenly a few monsters sprung out and easily captured one of their mages. This loss instantly disqualified them from challenging the boss. To return home in such a disarray, I can't accept this. This was their third attempt at this material gathering instance. Already at level 25, they had wasted nearly a month of leveling time on this material. Waiting for the next opening of the instance would be too costly. Moreover, there was no guarantee that they could secure a top 10 position next time. Suddenly, Watanabe Ichiro's eyes lit up as he saw that teams from the Elephant Nation and Kangaroo Nation were also forced to retreat. His eyes rolled as an idea formed in his mind. He beckoned to 2 of his subordinates nearby. You go check if the team from the Great Xia Nation is still inside the instance. You rush to the teleportation circle, and if you see any of our allies, tell them not to leave in a hurry. Soon, the subordinate who went to check the instance information returned. The Great Xia Nation is still inside. Yoshi. Watanabe Ichiro narrowed his eyes and immediately started searching the network for specific information. Upon finding what he was looking for, a smile spread across his lips. As a nation always at odds with Great Xia, they paid close attention to the latter's activities, constantly gathering information about their movements. The moment he saw Gui, he felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him a few days ago. Upon checking, he realized that this person was the national top scholar from Great Xia's major exam this year. At this time, any team that didn't qualify for the final boss area had already withdrawn from the instance. That meant Great Xia had secured the qualification to clear the instance. With Gui's presence, there was a high probability that they could achieve a top 10 finish and secure the dungeon materials. Friends from the Kingdom of White Elephant, I have a brilliant idea to share with you, one of them said eagerly. And to the friends from Kangaroo Country, I think we might have a chance to get the dungeon materials. They were now approaching the final boss's area, and thanks to Gui, they hadn't lost a single member. Suyao looked at the yellow-brown barrier in front of him, his eyes brimming with joy. To have reached this point without any casualties under the current dungeon rules was an achievement beyond most teams, and excitement sparkled in the eyes of the other team members. Gui's demonstrated strength assured them that the boss would be defeated swiftly. I'll draw the boss's attention later, and Gui, you just focus on dealing damage, Wang Liqiao said, patting the large shield in his hands, his determination clear. Gui smiled lightly and placed his hand on the yellow-brown barrier. No problem. When all 6 of them pressed against the barrier, it melted away like ice under heat. They stepped forward and found themselves at a low cliff, and below a huge stone giant awaited them. Suyao unleashed all his buffs, elevating their status to the maximum. The team members exchanged glances, and without hesitation they jumped down. As soon as they landed, Wang Liqiao activated his class's taunt skills, drawing the stone giant's aggro towards him. Watching the stone giant lumber towards him, Wang Liqiao felt an inexplicable thrill, but then he heard another set of lighter footsteps beside him. Turning his head, he saw Gui bypassing him and heading towards the stone giant. Gu! Wang Liqiao started to call out to stop him, but saw that Gui had already flashed beneath the boss. In his hand was a long sword, gathering 6 colors, rapidly growing in size until it towered over the stone giant, becoming a colossal sword. Forbidden spell, elemental annihilation slash. In an emotionless voice, the giant sword struck down on the stone giant. They clearly saw the giant stagger, its body weirdly shrinking and expanding. Accompanied by a deep moan, the stone giant collapsed onto the ground, its body dissolving into tiny specks of light before their eyes. The team members held their breath, disbelieving the scene unfolding before them. Did he just one-shot it? They rubbed their heads, dazed, feeling as if it were all an illusion. They had thought that with Gui present, their speed in taking down the boss would be significantly faster, but they had never imagined that they wouldn't need to lift a finger. Gui had annihilated the boss with a single skill, just as he had with the horde of monsters that had chased them earlier. At that moment, a yellow-brown glow descended from the sky, transforming into 6 treasure chests that landed in front of them, each clearly labeled with their names, evidently pre-assigned. Congratulations on clearing the Chenyuan Valley dungeon, ranking first in this dungeon. As the notification sounded, they were startled yet felt it was all as it should be. Their journey had been incredibly smooth, and with the boss being one shot, not taking first place would have indeed been surprising. Several people walked up without any hesitation and opened the treasure chest. Each of their faces beamed with satisfaction and their eyes filled with gratitude when they looked at Gui. Without Gui, they probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to face the final boss, let alone acquire materials to forge a level 35 rare suit. Gui walked up to his own treasure chest and opened it with a lift of his hand. He obtained 30 stone essence and 30 earth essence. Gui paused, puzzled by the quantity. It didn't seem like the amount needed to forge a full set of equipment. How much did you guys get? Seeing the confusion on Gui's face, Suyao approached with a smile. She had heard earlier that the person who performed the best in the team that ranked first would receive a special reward, significantly more forging materials than others. It seems our MVP got quite a bit of material. If you feel you don't need these items yourself, you can submit them to Longya to exchange for points that can be used in the Great Xia Treasury, she suggested. The Great Xia Treasury was something Gui had heard about since joining Longya. He often browsed the items in the treasury but was frustrated by the lack of opportunities to exchange for items due to the absence of beast tides or missions supporting other cities. Unexpectedly, he now had the chance. He was unsure how many points the surplus materials could fetch. Gui packed up all the materials, feeling a sense of anticipation. There's nothing else here, let's get out quickly. After a quick check, everyone prepared to leave the instance. Before exiting, Suyao once again applied various shields and buffs to the team, claiming it was for insurance. Nobody saw any issue with it. In such dangerous places, extra caution was always welcome. As they exited the instance, their vision still slightly obscured by the white light, they spotted large groups of figures surrounding them. This made them instantly alert. When their vision fully recovered, they saw that they were encircled by 5 teams from different countries. The team in the lead had a cherry blossom emblem on their chests, and each man had a small tuft of beard at the center of their chin. Without exception, these were teams that had lost members during their escape and couldn't enter the final boss area. Now, their eyes were filled with greed and a hint of contempt as they looked at Gui and his companions. Friends from Dacia, it seems you have achieved impressive results. Watanabe Ichiro approached with a grin, but his insincere smile betrayed his true intentions. Nothing good was brewing beneath that facade. He had already sent someone to scout and found out that the Dacia team had completed the dungeon in first place, surely earning a hefty reward. What business is it of yours, gathering so many people here? Are you planning to rob us? Wang Liqiao demanded. My friend, such vulgar accusations. Watanabe Ichiro chuckled dismissively, looking around confidently with his gang of over 20 men surrounding the 6-member Dacia team. The advantage was clearly theirs. Watanabe Ichiro, no longer hiding his intentions, stared intently at Gui and his team. Our request is simple. We just want to borrow 2 items from you. Don't rush to refuse. I know you have them. The members of the Dacia team gripped their weapons tighter. Understanding fully the implications, Watanabe was coercing them to surrender materials they had obtained from clearing the dungeon. In your dreams, we won't satisfy your greed by letting you rob us. You only dare to bully your own kind, never daring to rob the abyssal demons, they retorted vehemently, readying themselves for battle. They knew well that if their opponents intended to rob them, they had no plans to let them return to Dacia alive. It was easier to kill them quietly in this lawless land, avoiding further complications. You're right, we indeed lack the strength to battle the abyssal demons, Watanabe Ichiro admitted, signaling his men to draw their weapons as they closed in on Gui's team. The atmosphere tensed immediately. That's exactly why we want to borrow something from you. It might even boost our strength to help us fight the abyssal demons later, and since you are also talented, you can easily retrieve more materials in the next few days. Why not let us have these first, just as the Dacia team was about to charge forward and tear Watanabe Ichiro apart? Gui raised his hand to stop them and stepped forward himself. Oh, if we hand over the materials, can you guarantee our safe departure? Watanabe Ichiro's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. Certainly, everyone here can testify to that. Gui snorted with laughter, knowing all too well the type of people surrounding him. Trusting them was like believing in the numerous scams about Emperor Qin Shi Huang. If that's the case, then I too have a demand. If you agree, I will lead the way in handing over the dungeon materials. Delighted, Watanabe Ichiro was ready to agree to almost anything as long as he got the materials, never intending to let them go in the first place. You seem to understand the bigger picture, so let's hear your demand. Gui's smile faded, his eyes suddenly filled with deadly intent as he raised his right hand, dark energy gathering around him. My request is simple, I want to borrow the heads of everyone present. As soon as Gui's words fell, Watanabe Ichiro's face twisted in fury. Damn it, you're playing me. He drew his sword, aiming it directly at Gui. Attack, leave them barely alive. Just then, an intensely deep black light emerged from Gui's hands. Those who were preparing to launch their attack were involuntarily captivated by the black light. Although the orb appeared colorless, it resembled a dark gem full of allure, drawing them into a subconscious immersion, halting their movements. Gui suddenly clenched his fist and the black light spread around with an imperceptible speed. Forbidden curse, great darkness. Black sky, Gui announced. At the moment his voice fell the closest, Watanabe Ichiro felt an endless darkness rushing towards him, a midnight blackness denser than any lightless world. Watanabe Ichiro wanted to dodge, to run, but found himself utterly immobile. Even his soul seemed to have lost the will to resist, blankly awaiting the dark descent. Instantly, the teams ready to besiege Gui and his comrades were all engulfed in darkness. They did not even realize how they had entered this state. In the real world, everything seemed as usual. Su Yao and the others only felt a sudden darkness enveloping the sky as Gui shouted the name of the technique. But when they regained their senses, they noticed the malicious individuals around them standing with a vacant stare as if their souls had been extracted. Gui, what ability is this? The crowd asked curiously. Judging from the effects, it was clearly a controlling ability, but they had never seen such a silent form of control. Moreover, considering the state of Watanabe Ichiro and his team, it seemed unlikely they would recover any time soon. It's just a small skill I've learned, Gui replied nonchalantly. A small skill? The group swallowed hard, but thinking of Gui's demonstrated monstrous strength, it seemed reasonable. Meanwhile, Gui snapped his fingers. In the dark world, Watanabe Ichiro and his group felt the world spinning, enveloped by a strange black mist. Simultaneously, the space in the real world seemed unable to bear the burden anymore, emitting a crisp cracking sound, accompanied by a loud bang. The space completely shattered, annihilating them. At almost the same moment, Su Yao and the others noticed Watanabe Ichiro, who had been nearly stunned, suddenly collapse to the ground. The others followed suit, dropping like dominoes. With a puzzled expression, Su Yao reached out to check for Watanabe Ichiro's breath, but after a long wait no warmth could be felt. Dead. Su Yao turned in shock towards Gui. She had no qualms about killing these people. In fact, she believed they deserved to die. She had witnessed all their previous actions and was convinced that from the beginning their plan was to steal their materials and then kill them all. This would also allow them to claim that the Great Xia team was incompetent and perished in the instance. Even if Gui hadn't taken action, others in the team would have inevitably ended up killing them. However, what she hadn't anticipated was Gui's ability to kill without blinking an eye, leaving no trace whatsoever. It appeared as though these people had simply dropped dead suddenly. How did you manage that? Not only Su Yao, but everyone else was also full of questions. Every time they thought they had finally understood Gui's capabilities, he would surprise them anew with various methods. It's just a follow-up technique from the skill I used just now, Gui said as he approached Watanabe Ichiro and kicked him disdainfully. Unfortunately, since everyone's storage space was personal, the 20 or so people could have been a good resource. On the other side, at Kyoto University, Feng Jie led the troops in a grand manner. The security guards at the gate dared not obstruct them and saluted immediately to let them pass. Upon receiving the news, Wang Chuan, the president of Kyoto University, rushed to meet them. Commander Feng, what has happened? He did not criticize Feng Jie for making such a grand entrance into the campus, which could seem somewhat irregular. If a district commander took the lead himself, it clearly wasn't a trivial matter. President Wang, we've discovered that among these new students, some have sided with the abyssal demons. They've used special methods to summon abyssal demons into the instance, intending to harm their own kind, Feng Jie explained. Wang Chuan was initially shocked and then visibly angry. What? There's such a thing? As a veteran professional, he deeply hated the abyssal demons, those who secretly sided with them. Wang Chuan wished he could flay and burn their bones to ashes. Moreover, they attempted to harm this year's national top scholar, Gui. If it weren't for the boy's outstanding strength, he might have fallen into their hands. Hearing this, Wang Chuan became even more furious. Gui was not only brought to Kyoto University with great effort and resources but was also seen by the older generation as the hope for the rise of Great Xia. He was someone who deserved to stand at the pinnacle of Great Xia's strength, even touching the divine level. These people daring to act against him was undoubtedly a provocation against all the high-ranking officials. No wonder Feng Jie was so anxious, his face not only serious but filled with murderous intent. Commander Feng, today is the day of the newbie trial. If something like you described happened, it must have occurred in the trial instance. I will take you to the instance square right now. Without further inquiry, Wang Chuan led Feng Jie and his group directly to the instance square. Hours passed, and while many new students emerged from the instance, none except Gui had completed it. All others had encountered problems and were forced to exit. Everyone surround this place, don't let a single person go. Whether they were the new students who had just come out or the seniors who had been watching the excitement, they were all surprised to see the military surrounding them. At that moment, Wang Chuan stepped onto a high platform and addressed the students below. Classmates, there have been some issues with the copy related to the abyssal demons, and everyone is requested to cooperate with the military for inspection. At this moment, several young faces quickly gathered at the entrance of the copy. They brought out various complex machines, connected them to the copy and began to screen the data. The goal was straightforward: to identify any instances that had generated abyssal fluctuations in both completed and ongoing copy spaces. Commander Feng, we've found it. Soon after, a young man wearing glasses ran up to Feng Jie. According to your instructions, we've found 2 copy spaces with abyssal fluctuations. Feng Jie turned and instantly ignored the one labeled with Gui's name. He pulled out the other one and scanned the list of team members. You have 5 minutes to bring me the profiles of these people. When the military wants to check on someone's, speed is naturally of the essence. Before 5 minutes had passed, a team of 6 members had sent all information, from their ancestors to their current enrollment at Kyoto University, directly to Feng Jie's communication ring. Feng Jie opened the information and began checking one by one. Most of these individuals were unremarkable, slowly rising through the resources accumulated by their families over generations. However, when he reviewed Han Lu's information, Fong Jie frowned. This girl was from a semi-prominent family with decent resources from a young age. More importantly, the Han family had a member who had betrayed others about a decade ago. After the incident, the head of the Han family had desperately tried to dissociate from the traitor, even going so far as to personally eliminate him. At that time, some officials felt something was amiss, but given the imminent abyssal threat, they did not pursue a thorough investigation. Now, it seemed that their suspicions might have been correct. Among these six, Han Lu was the most suspicious. Regroup. Having obtained what he needed, Fong Jie immediately ordered a retreat. Just as he returned to his office, his communication ring buzzed with a request for a call. "How's the investigation going?" The voice sounded calm, but Fong Jie could sense the lethal intent hidden deep within it. Moreover, with the rumbling sounds in the background, it was no surprise that his older brother was already on his way to Kyoto. The team that bore traces of abyssal fluctuations in their records, including a girl from the Han family, caught my attention. I suspected it had something to do with her. The Han family? Yes, the very same Han family from over a decade ago. I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Gui should be close to level 30 by now. Arrange for him to visit Xinjing City. After hanging up the phone, Fong Jie couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the information on the Han family on his list. If it indeed turns out to be the Han family's mischief, there might no longer be a Han family from tomorrow onwards. Gui and his companions stepped out of the teleportation circle, chatting and laughing joyously. Their faces were all aglow with happiness. We really owe this one to Gui. Otherwise, we might have ended up working in vain again. Indeed, now we all qualify to forge level 35 rare suits. Recalling the tense moments earlier, one of them remarked, "That was genuinely frightening, but what I didn't expect was for Gui to eliminate all those ill-intentioned folks with just one skill." Su Yao, overhearing this, suddenly remembered something and moved closer to Gui. "You were so decisive earlier. Have you killed people before?" She hastened to add that she meant no offense, as in these trying times, adventurers often had to defend themselves. "As long as it's not senseless killing, no one will blame you." "No, this was my first time," Gui responded. Suya was surprised and looked at Gui with even greater curiosity. "To kill for the first time and be so nonchalant about it? You look just as calm as if you had just killed 20 or so monsters." Gui himself was puzzled. It was indeed his first time taking a life, yet everything had flowed so smoothly, without burdening him at all. It seemed as if in his eyes those with red names were mere monsters. "Perhaps it's because my mental strength is exceptionally strong, which keeps me so composed," he mused. After much thought, that was the only reason he could come up with. Of course, this wasn't just wild speculation. Many books state that individuals with strong psychic powers tend to be calmer and more stable emotionally than average professionals. As usual, after completing their mission, the group planned to return to the Longya headquarters to report the situation. Gui quickly excused himself and headed straight to Fong Jie's office. "Uncle Fong, I'm back." Fong Jie, busy with frontline matters, looked up in surprise at Gui's arrival. He had timed Gui's mission to the Qianyuan Valley replica, which typically would take at least a day, and even with some special rules, it wouldn't be cleared in less than half a day. How has it only been just over 2 hours? I had just returned from Kyoto University. The mission was already complete. Fong Jie was internally skeptical given the unusually short time. "It's finished. We were lucky to encounter a rule that was advantageous for me, allowing our Longya team to easily secure first place." Gui casually brought out the surplus replica materials, which clattered onto the table. "Uncle Fong, I can't use these materials. I heard they could be exchanged for rewards from the Daxia treasury." As Fong Jie re-evaluated Gui, his estimation of his nephew grew. "I'll handle the exchange for you, and the points will be credited to your Longya information." "Thank you, Uncle Fong." Fong Jie gathered the materials and motioned for Gui to sit on the nearby sofa. "What level are you now?" Gui summoned his panel, made a few quick taps, and displayed his level. 26. Seeing the glowing number above Gui's head, Fong Jie was momentarily at a loss for words. While others struggle and spend considerable time to level up once, for Gui it seems as easy as drinking water. Only a few days had passed since the major exam where he was at level 23, and now he has already reached level 26. Not bad at all. Your leveling speed is the fastest I've seen," said Fong Jie, which made Gui perk up with interest. "Uncle Fong, what are you about to tell me? You know that at level 30 professionals can go through a second transformation, right?" Gui nodded in agreement, as this was common knowledge documented in textbooks. Fong Jie continued, "There is an extremely special dungeon that is incredibly challenging. Even the well-prepared Dragon Tooth Squad isn't guaranteed to clear it. However, the rewards are very substantial, including a talent awakening stone. A talent awakening stone, Gui's eyes lit up. Having a talent skill himself, he was well aware of its significance. It could revolutionize a person's combat abilities. Uncle Fong, can this stone awaken a person's talent? Indeed, Fong Jie replied, if a person without any talents uses the talent awakening stone during their second transformation, there's a 1% chance to awaken a talent, though its effects are completely random, some good, some bad. But Fong Jie's tone shifted. If it's used by someone who already has awakened talents, there's a 50% chance not only to acquire a talent but also ensure it's no weaker than the existing ones. Hearing this, Gui could feel his heart racing with excitement and anticipation. This meant that at worst he could acquire a talent on par with a hundredfold increase during his second transformation. Uncle Fong, how can I enter this dungeon? Gui asked eagerly, unable to resist the lure of such a powerful reward. Having experienced the benefits of his talent, it was hard for him to turn away from this opportunity. The dungeon will open in half a month, and I've already applied for your entry permission, so don't worry about that. What you need to do now is to hurry and reach level 30, as that is not only a requirement for the second transformation but also to enter the dungeon, Fong Jie explained. Gui nodded solemnly, knowing that leveling up wouldn't be a problem as long as there were enough monsters to defeat. Uncle Fong, I would like to apply to leave the city. Unlike Kyoto and Shinsi City, the wilderness outside was filled with more ferocious monsters and it posed higher risks. The abyssal rift was not far away, teeming with numerous abyssal demons. To leave the city, one required special authorization. Given the stakes and that the university's dungeon could only be entered once a day, it was too risky for Gui to rely solely on that for leveling up within half a month. Venturing into the wilderness was his best bet, especially now that he had various life-saving items at his disposal. The Fortress of Solitude shield, the wind's quick movement, and 1,000 scrolls of return given by Uncle Su. Even if faced with danger, as long as he wished to escape, likely no one could stop him. Fong Jie hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the firm look in Gui's eyes, he knew he couldn't stop him. All right, I'll give you a special pass. The border has been unstable lately, and with your exceptional strength, you could be a great help there. But first you need to handle one thing, Fong Jie said as he walked up to Gui, grabbed his arm and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a mysterious black pattern that was mesmerizing to look at. Uncle Fong, is there a way to deal with this black pattern? Gui quickly asked. Ever since he had killed Dixius, the black pattern had followed him and Gui had almost gotten used to its presence. However, he knew it was the means by which demons from the abyss could precisely locate him, and naturally, it would be excellent if it could be removed. This is likely the power of a demon lord from the abyss. Completely removing it might not be possible, however, the portable array that your Uncle Su developed might help shield it, Fong Jie explained. After leaving the headquarters of Dragon Tooth, Gui returned to school. Fong Jie mentioned he needed to consult Su Qingyi first to confirm if the array could indeed work. If it proved feasible, Gui would be able to leave the city after the grand competition at Kyoto University. As he approached the entrance to the 12 Pillars district, Gui noticed a figure in black clothes guarding the spot. Upon seeing Gui, the figure straightened up. Are you this year's top scholar, Gui? Gui glanced at him, disliking the man's condescending tone. Seeing that Gui remained silent and continued walking towards the 12 Pillars district, the young man in black became angry and grabbed his shoulder. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Gui stopped, turning to look at him with a cold gaze. I don't know you, and I don't like your attitude. I don't care if you like it or not. I'm here to tell you to move out of Building 1. It's not a place for a freshman like you, the man in black persisted. Gui, annoyed, shrugged off the man's hand and continued walking towards the entrance of the 12 Pillars district without looking back. Seeing Gui disregard him, so the young man in black clenched his fist and swung at him. Hearing the whooshing sound from behind, Gui instantly vanished with a gust of wind, reappearing with purple lightning flickering in his palm. Stop it, both of you. This is a residential area, not a fighting ring, a gentle yet somewhat aged voice commanded, its inherent authority immobilizing them both. Madame Zhang, Gui called out respectfully. Madame Zhang nodded at Gui, then turned to the young man in black. If you want to live in Building 1, follow the school's rules. If you dare to pull these stunts, an old woman will be the first to object. Faced with Madame Zhang, the young man in black's bravado faltered. Clenching his fists resentfully, he glared at Gui. I tried to reason with you nicely. Now wait for the grand competition to see me beat you to a pulp and cry as you hand over Building 1, Gui scoffed. I'll be waiting. The thought that someone could take away the dormitory in Building 1 after all his efforts was laughable to him. The young man in black snorted and turned to leave. Madame Zhang, who was that guy? Gui asked. He is called Zhu Bing, a man whose temperament does not match his strength. He dreams of moving into building number 1. Currently he is almost a level 40 professional and is sure to challenge you in the upcoming school-wide competition in a few days, and he won't be the only one. Others are thinking the same, as you seem to be the easiest target in building number 1. You should be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Grandma. I will be cautious, Gui replied with a faint smile. It seems that these seniors who desire to move into building number 1 all consider him an easy target. Well, it remains to be seen if they have good enough teeth for this supposedly soft persimmon, which is actually quite hard. Returning to his dormitory, Gui found that Ling Shui was still asleep. He approached and observed that her wounds had visibly begun healing. With nothing else to do, Gui started browsing through weapon trading information. The Xinyan Yongnia weapon is now a rare 4-star, and with over 30 million adventure points at his disposal, he could potentially upgrade it to epic level in one go. Not only would this increase his odds in the school competition, but it would also enhance his safety when leaving the city. Unfortunately, even in Kyoto, rare weapons are extremely scarce. After a long search, Gui couldn't find a single rare weapon. After some thought, Gui spent 8 million adventure points to buy more than 10 advanced weapons in one go. Based on his previous experience, the enhancement obtained from devouring 10 advanced weapons should be comparable to that from one rare weapon. Devour. With a thought, Gui controlled the Xinyan Yongnia to devour the weapons before him. As expected, this action boosted the star level of Xinyan Yongnia, bringing it up to a rare 5-star level. Still, it was not enough. He calculated that the remaining 20+ million adventure points should suffice. To avoid wastage, he decided not to buy too much at once and proceeded in batches. After several rounds of devouring, the panel finally signaled success. Devour successful. Xinyan Yongnia, rare 5-star. Upgraded to the Xinyan Yongnia, epic 1-star. He had finally reached the epic grade. From the moment Gui acquired Xinyan Yongnia, it was destined to be a high-stakes gamble, but now it seemed all the risk had paid off. Epic weapons are a rarity even among the top-tier high-ranking professionals, yet here I was at level 26, already in possession of one, guaranteed to enjoy epic-grade weaponry for all future levels. I was still uncertain about the effects of this epic weapon. With a thought, I summoned the equipment panel of the Eternal Mind Annihilation. Eternal Mind Annihilation, epic 1-star, can grow, or requirement, none, current level 25, attributes, magic attack plus 1600, spirit plus 150, agility plus 90, trait 1, equipment level changes with the wearer's own level, trait 2, can devour any grade of other weapons to enhance its own quality, effect 1, skill attack range increased by 20%, effect 2, all single target attacks cause damage and the nearest 6 enemies will receive 100% splash damage. Effect 3, legendary quality activated. Effect 4, mythical quality activated. Seeing the effects, I frowned momentarily, then my expression relaxed and a satisfied smile spread across my lips. Splash damage, I muttered to myself. Although my highest grade skill currently was the mythical level Forbidden Curse Great Dark Sky, its core lay in control and area of effect damage. If we were talking about one-on-one damage potential, I estimated that it was slightly inferior to the legendary curses. Elemental Annihilation / and Thunder Dragon King's Breath. If I obtained a mythical level single damage Forbidden Curse later, there would be no comparison. Currently, the epic effects of Eternal Mind Annihilation essentially turned my strongest output skill into a small area group damage dealer. If I encounter a boss with minions in the future, I wouldn't need to be distracted clearing the field. I could just focus on pouring out damage on the boss. What a great fix, and well worth the 20 million adventure points I spent. Happy with the detailed equipment, I turned to look at my attribute panel. Unbeknownst to me, it gave me quite a shock. My spirit had actually reached 1810 points. My pupils shimmered with astonishment, and for a moment I was at a loss. The level provided 520 points, and the rest was piled up from various pieces of equipment I wore. With these attributes alone, I felt I could rival those elite level 40 professionals. Thinking of this, I felt completely reassured about the upcoming school-wide competition. With these attributes, coupled with the various forbidden curses I mastered, defending my dormitory would be more than sufficient. Moreover, I heard that the 12 pillars had gone out on missions and would not participate in this competition. Perhaps as a freshman I could even take the first place in this grand school-wide competition. As the school-wide competition approached, I wondered about the rewards the school would offer. How do I look? Ling Xue, having recovered, had put on the clothes I had requested earlier despite objections. She wore an off-shoulder black top and the black stockings I had been thinking about. Though the white jade-like legs were covered by the mesh, the faint visibility made them even more enticing. At this moment, all my thoughts were captivated, barely registering Ling Xue's words. I nodded dumbly, my gaze never straying. Ling Xue, feeling shy under my intense stare, pressed down her skirt hem. Men are really strange liking this kind of thing, she murmured. Just as Ling Xue could no longer stand it and was about to change her clothes, I suddenly pulled her into my arms. Ling Xue exclaimed like a startled little deer, somewhat at a loss. What are you doing? Nothing much, just wanted to see how it feels. After a long while I let go, thoroughly satisfied. Ling Xue touched her rapidly beating chest and hurriedly ran to the side to change back into her usual clothes. In the following days, under Guyi's insistent requests, Ling Xue found time to wear the outfits he wanted to see each day. However, each time it was inevitable that he would take some liberties. Initially Ling Xue was somewhat shy, but recalling her previous encounter with the abyssal demon, she gradually became bolder, even proactively placing her leg over Guyi's. Time flew swiftly and soon the day of the university-wide competition arrived. For Kyoto University, this was the most important day of the year. The school's main square had already been set up with various arenas early on. Both new and returning students had already taken their seats in the spectator stands. Guyi, you can do it. Jiangling, aware that Guyi would be challenged, specifically cheered him on. Guyi touched Jiangling's head and smiled faintly. Don't worry, no one can snatch what is mine. At that moment Zhu Bing, whom they had previously encountered in the 12 Pillars district, approached. With several unfamiliar faces behind him. They too wore the badges of competitors on their chests. Guyi, I'm giving you another chance. Just give up the position in building number 1 and willingly lose during the match and I assure you you'll be safe in the spectator stands. Oh, are you implying there's danger if I don't give up? Guyi retorted. Zhu Bing smirked disdainfully, his eyes full of threatening intent. I know you're the national top scorer with unmatched strength in our batch, but don't forget you're just a level 20. Freshman, let me advise you, don't be ungrateful. You'll have plenty of opportunities to move into the 12 Pillars district in the future, Zhu Bing said, gesturing to the people behind him. Weapons don't have eyes, don't get hurt over foolish pride. These words ignited Guyi's anger. While he could understand the desire for better resources, he couldn't accept these underhanded tactics. Don't be a fool. If you want to live in building number 1, earn it with your own strength. Zhu Bing pointed at Guyi, but realizing there were so many onlookers, he helplessly lowered his hand. Fine, then pray that you can meet me unscathed after dealing with them. With that, Zhu Bing walked away, leaving Jiangling tugging worriedly at Guyi's arm. Can you really handle it? Judging from the opponent's demeanor, it was clear they were prepared to use their superior rank to bully others. Although it was disgraceful, it annoyingly fell within the rules of this year's school-wide competition. Guyi might be at a disadvantage if things went south. He patted Jiangling's hand, signaling her not to worry. Trust the man you believe in, he said confidently. Jiangling pretended to be angry and turned to sit down in her own seat, but Guyi's words reassured her. This guy never did anything he wasn't sure of. The atmosphere in the crowd of students quickly reached a climax amidst the noise. Principal Wang Chuan also stepped up to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, time flies indeed. It's our annual school-wide competition again, the most lively day of the year at Kyoto University. Hearing this introduction, Guyi couldn't help but dig at his ears. Without a doubt, the speech wouldn't end in under 10 minutes. The rest of the audience seemed prepared as well. Although they appeared to be listening attentively, they were fiddling with something behind the facade. After several minutes, Principal Wang Chuan finally ended his lengthy discourse and pulled out a bright red fruit. It looked crystal clear, as if carved from a ruby, shimmering seductively red under the sunlight. Now let me announce the rewards for this competition, he declared, instantly perking up everyone's ears, especially the competitors who were eagerly anticipating the announcement. This competition will be conducted by grade level. Any participant who ranks among the top 40 in their grade will receive a fruit that increases all attributes by 30 points and the eligibility to move into the prestigious 12 Pillars sector. The top 10 participants will receive a fruit that adds 50 points to all attributes. Wang Chuan paused, lifting the red fruit in his hand. The third place winner will receive this fruit in my hand, which increases attributes by 100 points. Second place will get 2 such fruits and the first place will receive 3. Instantly the crowd erupted into an uproar. What are fruits that can enhance attributes? Just making it to the top 40 is equivalent to gaining 3 levels of attribute enhancement, and the first place gets 3 100-point fruits equivalent to a free 30 levels. Even those not competing were envious. Those eligible to compete looked all the more eager to try. Such a reward was enough to tempt anyone. Typical of Kyoto University, always so generous, someone remarked. Gui watched the fruit in Wang Chuan's hand, his eyes filled with longing. Fortunately, because he had moved into the 12 Pillars sector, he had the eligibility to compete in the school-wide competition, unlike other freshmen who could only watch enviously without a chance to compete. Silence, silence. Wang Chuan pressed down with his hands to calm the restless students. Seeing their eager faces, he couldn't help but smile. The top 3 strongest in each grade will compete in a fair trial under unified data. The champion will receive an additional 5 100-point attribute fruits. This statement was like a depth charge, thoroughly igniting everyone's emotions. I know you all can't wait, so without further ado, the 35th annual school-wide competition at Kyoto University officially begins. As his words fell, a huge rotating screen appeared above the plaza. At that moment, all the competitors were matched with their opponents, and simultaneously Gui's communicator ring started beeping. Information about his opponent flashed on the screen: Li Jueqing, a combatant in the War Earth profession, level 32. As freshmen were ineligible to participate, Gui, this exception, was placed in the sophomore tier. However, it made no difference to him. His goal was to be the top student in the entire school, and he did not care about these classifications. Will the first batch of students please come to the stage for combat? Among the names called for, the first batch was Gui, who stood up and walked towards the designated arena. This contestant, emerging from the freshmen, naturally caught the attention of most people. Isn't that area for freshmen? Why is he coming up to fight? He was no ordinary freshman. He was this year's top scorer in the national entrance exam. What? The top scorer of the exam? But there's no precedent of top scorers competing in previous years. While the crowd buzzed with discussion, some informed students quietly revealed, "You might not know this, but Gui was assigned to the 12 Pillars zone as soon as he enrolled. Therefore, he must participate in this school-wide competition and must place within the top 40 in his grade, or else he will have to move out of the 12 Pillars zone." But he's a freshman. Even if he's the national top scorer, how could he possibly rank in the top 10? That we don't know. And making it to the top 40 just ensures he retains his residential rights in the 12 Pillars zone. He currently resides in Building 1, and who knows how many will challenge him for it after the grade competition ends. This. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt a bit astonished. A freshman just into college needed to secure his accommodation in Building 1. It seemed almost a tale from a fantasy world. Not only did he have to break out among a group of sophomores to get into the top 40, but he also had to defeat all challengers who wanted to take his place in Building 1. Among them there would likely be many formidable opponents already residing in the 12 Pillars zone. I think this junior named Gui is in great danger, I felt. People around nodded in agreement, seeing every step Gui took as fraught with uncertainty. Retaining his spot in the 12 Pillars zone after the competition would be considered a great outcome. As Gui stepped onto the arena, he also understood the function of this stage. It wasn't just a venue for combat. More importantly, the arena was equipped with a special formation or a protective mechanism. It would forcibly protect half of a contestant's life points, and when reaching a critical point, it would teleport them out of the arena. This was to ensure the safety of all students' lives. It also allowed them to fight without fear of seriously injuring their opponent. Interesting. Gui. He smiled faintly. With this setup, he could indeed fight without reservations. Soon Li Jueqing also stepped onto the arena. He was holding a long spear in his hand, and his entire demeanor appeared incredibly sharp. "Junior Gu, weapons do not have eyes. Please be extra careful during the match," he said. His attitude was extremely humble, showing no contempt despite Gui's lower ranking. In fact, he treated Gui as if he were a peer. "Seniorly, you are too kind. Let us both give it our best," Gui responded. As a special participant in this competition, Gui naturally attracted much attention. When the audience realized who his opponent was, they all sighed. "It's Li Jueqing. Poor Gui is really unlucky." This comment immediately drew numerous glances. Li Jueqing was no ordinary competitor. I knew him to be a practitioner of a rare profession, and his strength was among the top in his sophomore year. His spear thrusts were so formidable that even last year's national champion Lin Xiaoxing had to temporarily avoid his edge. Wow, this means Li Jueqing is really formidable. Indeed, who would have thought Gui would face such a tough opponent right off the bat? This implied that Gui was in danger. He might be eliminated right at the start of the competition. As the countdown on the giant screen above the arena ended, all the stages burst into powerful energy fluctuations. Li Jueqing shook his spear and, without any warning, thrust it towards Gu Yi. The tip of the spear flickered coldly and the whole spear resembled a dragon leaping out of water, its jaws bristling with sharp teeth. Gu Yi, calm and steady like an immovable boulder, let the spear tip strike him. Forces mutual and the force rebounded instantly, causing Li Jueqing to stagger back several steps, shocked that his strike, which could have matched any peer, was so easily blocked. Just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly realized that Gu Yi had vanished from sight. A ghostly voice came from behind him. "Senior Li, thank you for letting me win." Li Jueqing spun around only to find Gu Yi's palm on his back crackling with electric light signaling immense danger. Instinctively trying to step back and dodge, he found his limbs heavy as if filled with lead, unable to move. The next second Li Jueqing faintly heard a dragon's roar followed by a burst of purple lightning from Gu Yi's palm. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself forcibly transported out of the arena. Everything happened so swiftly that Li Jueqing was somewhat dazed. Not only had he failed to inflict any real damage on Gu Yi, but he had also been defeated by a single move. While other matches on different stages were just beginning, Gu Yi had already ended his fight. The giant screen in the sky promptly announced the results, shocking all the spectators. Many were still looking for a good spot to enjoy a thrilling fight, only to find the battle concluded in mere seconds. It's Gu Yi, this year's national champion. Did anyone see what just happened? Gu Yi just defeated Li Jueqing in one move? What, you mean Li Jueqing, the one known as Dragon Spear? In that moment, disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. As a freshman, Gu Yi had defeated a top sophomore, Li Jueqing, in a single move. Truly, they had underestimated this young man. Top scholars nationwide seem to have a knack for being extraordinary, but the current one seems even more so, surpassing all previous top scholars, including Gu Yi, by a considerable margin. Some spectators who love a spectacle had to update their understanding of Gu Yi's capabilities, which were far beyond their expectations. Some even began to quietly anticipate an unexpected outcome in this year's school-wide competition. The first round of the competition ended quickly. When Gu Yi matched up with his next opponent and stepped back into the arena, all eyes were on him. Everyone was eager to see how this freshman would secure his victory. As expected, the outcome was clear. His opponent didn't even get a chance to strike before being swiftly dispatched off the stage by Gu Yi. The spectator stands erupted into noise again. At this point, many in the audience saw it clearly. It was an instant defeat. An unanticipated instant defeat. Gu Yi used just one move to defeat the opponent before him. In the ensuing rounds, Gu Yi was unstoppable, defeating every opponent with a single move regardless of their level. He fought his way to the final stages of the grade competition. Now, with only 6 contestants left, the audience's enthusiasm had intensified far beyond the beginning of the event. This time, Gu Yi was up against last year's national top scholar, Lin Xiaoxing. The two strongest contenders of recent years finally faced each other in the grand school competition. It was unexpected that Gu Yi could actually fight all the way to the finals of his grade. Now, this was going to be a spectacular showdown, scholar against scholar. Who do you think will win? Lin Xiaoxing, after all, had qualified to compete for the 12 Pillars area a few months ago. He might be even stronger now. But I think it's Gu Yi. Even Lin Xiaoxing can't dispatch his peers as effortlessly as Gu Yi just did. At that moment, Gu Yi and Lin Xiaoxing both approached the stage. Lin Xiaoxing, with his refined demeanor, held a folding fan in his hand, resembling a noble gentleman from ancient times. Even his walk bore a touch of scholarly elegance. "I am Lin Xiaoxing," he declared. Hearing this self-introduction, Gu Yi couldn't help but complain inwardly. This guy's way of speaking truly matched his appearance. Lin Xiaoxing's name had been mentioned before by several members of the Dragon Tooth team in the Kingdom of Snow Dungeon. Gu Yi had expected someone fierce-looking and formidable, but he hadn't expected Lin Xiaoxing to appear as he did. The two briefly introduced themselves and then fell silent, waiting quietly for the countdown to end. From the get-go, Gu Yi prepared himself mentally, creating a fortress in his mind. After all, his opponent was last year's national champion and he couldn't afford to underestimate him. The moment the countdown ended, Lin Xiaoxing snapped his folding fan and vanished from the arena, evidently using his strongest technique right from the start. Gu Yi, observing the now empty arena, didn't panic. Instead, he retreated to the edge, ensuring that any attack from Lin would have to come from within his field of vision. A voice tinged with a bit of praise echoed from around the arena. Lin Xiaoxing seemed somewhat surprised by Gu Yi's reaction. Not only was there no sign of panic, but Gu Yi had also made the most strategic move, immediately complicating Lin's initial strategy. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind filled the air, and Several blades of faint green energy sliced towards Gu Yi. Alert as ever, he sensed them instantly, deftly dodging the blades while his eyes darted around searching for any sign of Lin Xiaoxing. In that moment Gu Yi had an epiphany. How foolish of me to play hide and seek, he muttered to himself. Lin Xiaoxing's tactics were such that others might continuously attack until they either hit him enough times or forced him to reveal himself by reducing his health to a certain level. Even area damage abilities probably wouldn't be very effective, but Gu Yi was not like the others. His area damage abilities were all powerful curses, every single one capable of explosive damage. Whispering softly, he narrowed the range to encompass the entire arena. No sooner had the spell been released than the ground rapidly froze over, even drastically lowering the surrounding temperature. Before him, a figure covered in frost, struggling to move, was forced to appear, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Xiaoxing's mind was buzzing with questions. He had been perfectly concealed, capable of launching surprise attacks at will. How had he been forced out? His ability, which he knew all too well, only required his health to be halved before forcing him out of invisibility while also granting him a few seconds of damage immunity. What kind of ability had Gu Yi used, and how could it have such high damage over a wide area while also including a control effect? Half an hour later, the other two arenas finally determined their winners, marking the end of the first phase of the school-wide competition. However, there was no sign of relaxation among the crowd as the special challenge of the 12 Pillars district was set to take place before the final school championship began. Wang Chuan rose from the main stand, taking a step that floated him to the center of the square, suspending in the air. This is a special technique only mastered by high-level fighters, thought Gu Yi internally. He didn't need to deliberately learn it. It seemed like an innate ability acquired once life evolved to a certain level. Congratulations to Gu Yi, Zhang Wenshu, and Yu. Not only have you secured the first place in your grade in the school competition, but you have also earned the qualification to reside in building number 1 of the 12 Pillars district, Wang Chuan announced. However, whether you can retain your results and qualifications depends on your own strength. With a shift in his tone, Wang Chuan raised his arm and proclaimed loudly, all participants who believe they have the strength to live in the 12 Pillars district can challenge those who ranked in the top 40. But remember, senior students challenging junior students must do so on a fair arena, and regardless of the outcome, they must pay 10 million adventure points to those they challenge. I declare the 12 Pillars District Challenge officially open. As soon as his voice fell, the crowd below stirred restlessly. Many felt that their own strength was not weak, it was just bad luck that they had encountered too strong opponents early on or were utterly defeated due to level suppression. But in a fair arena where levels were equal, they believed they could demonstrate their true strength. Almost instantly, nearly all the ranked contestants received various challenge requests. However, Gu Yi was an exception. In most people's eyes, although Gu Yi was of a lower level, his freakish strength allowed him to brutally defeat older students, and many who relied on level suppression could not defeat him. To challenge such a person in a fair duel was akin to seeking punishment. On the other side, Zhu Bing and his group hesitated as they watched Gu Yi. His performance was dazzlingly brilliant, causing them to be indecisive. Have you all witnessed that guy's battles? Zhu Bing turned and asked the people around him. I saw it. A somewhat frail-looking young man raised his hand. His first battle ended too quickly for me to see, but I paid special attention to the others. Zhu Bing nodded, needing this information to decide whether to challenge Gu Yi or not. What do you think of his strength? The frail young man rolled his eyes in thought before speaking. Brother Bing, I don't think his strength is too outrageous. Oh, explain. Zhu Bing leaned in with interest. In his fight with Lin Xiaoxing, after forcing him out of invisibility, Gu Yi didn't immediately knock him out but delayed for a few seconds. The young man continued. What does this suggest? It suggests that while Gu Yi's damage looks terrifying, it's not overwhelmingly so. The invisibility typically found in assassin classes ends with certain effects that reduce damage or increase defense. The frail boy spoke incessantly, and the thoughtful expressions of those around him only reinforced his belief that his judgments were correct. Brother Bing, don't forget that your profession is known for its defensive capabilities. You even acquired a powerful skill recently. Since Lin Xiaoxing was able to withstand the attack, Brother Bing, you can surely do it too. Now if we look at Gu Yi, he seems unable to escape the typical mage characteristic of high offense but low defense. I've seen his previous fights, he has never been hit. I think, Brother Bing, if you can withstand his attacks and find an opportunity to strike a few blows, you might just win. Zhu Bing pondered thoughtfully, nodding his head. He felt that the skinny boy's analysis was very logical. Gu Yi had secured the top position by always ending fights with his high offensive capabilities. Zhu Bing's confidence to challenge the 12 pillars stemmed from a recently acquired skill that significantly boosted his defense, granted immunity to control, and provided a 50% damage reduction effect. If he activated this skill, he could undoubtedly hold out like Lin Xiaoxing, perhaps even longer. Then, by just throwing a few area damage skills, couldn't he easily take down Gui with this thought? Zhu Bing's confidence surged and his eyes brightened. His gaze towards Gui shifted from sullen to disdainful. This guy is totally under my control, he thought. When the time comes, exchanging 10 million adventure points for a residence in building number 1 will be a bargain. Hand over your adventure points to me. Once we gather 10 million, I'll personally take on this national champion. Holding the card that finally amassed 10 million adventure points, Zhu Bing walked arrogantly towards the platform where Gui stood. Gui, right, I challenge you.